Chapter 1036. 1036 Killing a Spirit God Expert. It's you again. You don't need to leave today. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at the bald man. It was a good time to settle the score from before. Brat, don't think that you can kill me just because you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. The bald man's face darkened. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged and Lu Ming immediately performed the bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons. At the same time, the 6 streams of dragon energy in his body burst out. A terrifying power surged in Lu Ming's body. With the 9 dragons, step and the 5-colored concept Revel levering around him, he clawed at the bald man with his 9 claws. Sila! The dragon claw struck out, and the space was torn apart like a piece of paper, with cracks appearing. It's that terrifying? The bald man was shocked. To be able to tear space apart with a single claw, he had completely reached the level of a spiritual god. The bald burly man retreated rapidly. The blood axe bloodline appeared above his head. He also used the bloodline fusion and turned into a blood axe. He hacked at the 9 dragons. Boom! The blood-red battle axe and the dragon claw collided, forming a terrifying energy storm that spread in all directions. Break! A cold voice came out of 9 dragons' mouth, and the blood-red axe was hit far away. With one attack, the bald man was at a disadvantage. How can he be so strong? The bald burly man roared in disbelief. Kill! The dragon claw stepped in the air, and the 9 dragons were like flowing light. They instantly rushed to the front of the blood-red battle axe and clawed again. At the same time, the 9 dragons roared, and a terrifying devouring power enveloped the blood-red battle axe. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased and he entered the perfected spirit embryo realm, his essential core increased dramatically. As his essential core was rich and powerful, more essential core burst out with the prison's suppressing heaven technique. The power of the prison's suppressing heaven technique also increased sharply. Now, Lu Ming's casual move was comparable to the power of the prison destructive heaven technique when he was in the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. If he were to break through to the spiritual god realm and his true yuan would become even more abundant, he would be able to use the destructive prison heaven technique at will. Only then would the power of the god tier martial skill be truly released, and it would be even more terrifying. This is enveloped by the devouring power of the 9 dragons, the blood-red battle axe trembled slightly, and the bald man's frightened voice came out. He could feel that his bloodline power was becoming unstable. After being enveloped by the devouring power, his strength was affected. Bang! The dragon claw grabbed the blood-red battle axe, causing it to shake violently. After the first claw, it was followed by the second, the third. One claw after another, it clawed at the bald man. Lu Ming defended himself with the mountain and river diagram. He did not have to care about his own defense at all. He only attacked madly. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, there were constant explosions and the blood-red battle axe kept shaking. The bald man was completely at a disadvantage. How can he be so strong? Is this still the spirit embryo realm? The bald man's heart trembled, and fear appeared in his heart. He was too powerful. As a spiritual god, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming throughout the entire process. Go, I'll retreat first. The bald man was afraid and had the intention to retreat. If you want to leave, stay here today. As if he had seen through the bald man's thoughts, the 9 dragons' claw once again grabbed at the blood-red battle axe. The power of this claw was even more powerful and terrifying than the previous ones. Lu Ming used all his strength in this claw, using the prison's suppressing heaven technique. The essential core in his body was also completely extracted. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power of the prison's suppressing heaven technique was much more terrifying than before. Boom! The claw hit the battle axe. The battle axe shook and exploded. The bald man reappeared and was sent flying to the ground like a cannonball. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Boom! The bald man heavily smashed into the ground, causing the earth to rumble violently. A powerful shock wave swept in all directions, and some mountains within 100 miles were shattered, collapsed, and gravel flew everywhere. The flowers, grass, and trees were all turned into ashes. As for the bald man, he was lying on the ground with a huge pit that was dozens of miles deep. At this moment, the bald burly man's mouth was spurting out blood. His aura was weak and his eyes were filled with fear. Kill! The 9 dragons took a step forward and rushed down. Their dragon claws tore at the bald man. At that moment, essential core from the Na Yuan stone was flowing into Lu Ming's body continuously. His essential core was full again. However, the primeval essence stored in the Na Yuan stone had been completely used up. After all, it was only the vital essence he had stored when he was in the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. No, don't kill me. The bald burly man roared in fear. He wanted to resist, but he was severely injured. How could he stop Lu Ming? The claw radiance shattered all of the bald burly man's defenses and tore him into pieces amidst his terrified screams. Swallow! The devouring power enveloped the bald man and devoured all of his blood essence, vital energy, and true essence. The qi, blood, and true yuan of a spiritual god realm master were too strong, and they surged in the bloodlines of the 9 dragons. Find a place to refine it. Lu Ming moved and left the place, flying into the distance. Of course, he did not let go of the bald man's storage ring either. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming entered a secret place and entered the mountain and river diagram to begin the refinement. His qi, blood, and true essence were constantly being transformed into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved again. Roar! Finally, the 9 dragons roared and the 7th chakra emerged under the original 6. After devouring and refining a spiritual god realm being, the 9 dragon bloodline had once again been upgraded to the 7th level divine rank bloodline. With the upgrade of the bloodline of the 9 dragons, another dragon power was born at his spine. There was a total of 7 streams of dragon energy. If Lu Ming were to release all 7 streams of dragon energy, his combat strength would undoubtedly increase. It's a pity that I can only release 4 dragon energies with my current physical body. If I release more, I won't be able to control it and the scales will appear. This kind of phenomenon is special and I'm afraid it will be discovered by people. Lu Ming thought to himself. Up until now, only 2 people had seen Lu Ming's full power outburst and his prison-suppressing steel bloodline and 9 dragon bloodline. They were the bald man and the bearded man. Now the bald man is dead, and there's still a bearded man. I hope he didn't tell anyone. Lu Ming pondered. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was too special. Since ancient times, no one had awakened it. If this news were to spread, it was very likely that the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would discover it. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to kill that big bearded man. Lu Ming pondered. After a while, the bald man's energy was completely refined. Lu Ming took out the Nanyuan stone again. Now that the energy storage stones were empty, he planned to continue to store some true essence. With the Yuan storing stones, he wouldn't have so many scruples when he fought, and he could even burst out with his full strength from time to time. This time, he was able to kill the bald burly man, all thanks to the Na Yuan stone replenishing his true Yuan. Holding the energy-storing stone, he continuously poured his true essence into it. When his essential core was exhausted, Lu Ming would devour the rough stones to recover. Half a day later, Lu Ming stored several times in the Na Yuan stone, which was equivalent to several times of Lu Ming's total essential core, before he stopped. However, the consumption of raw gemstones was also terrifying. Tens of thousands of raw gemstones had been consumed. Chapter 1037 1037 Chapter 1037 Spirit Refining Fruit. I don't have many raw gemstones left from Senior 9 Sons right now, only around 500,000. Also, I haven't sorted out the storage rings I obtained from the opponents I killed during this period of time. I'll sort them out when I'm free. I hope I'll be able to find something. Lu Ming had to stock up some raw gemstones now. He would definitely need a huge number of them when he broke through to the spiritual god realm. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and continued to fly deeper into the herb garden. With the increase in his cultivation level, Lu Ming was much more confident. He flew at a high speed. Before long, he had flown a full 100,000 li and had already arrived at the depths of the medicine garden. Although this medicine garden was very large, it was only a few 100,000 miles. Along the way, Dandan harvested a lot of spirit herbs again. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. There was a green light spreading out in front of him. There's definitely a rare elixir. Charge. Dandan's eyes lit up and she shouted excitedly. Don't worry. If there really is a rare spiritual medicine there, it will definitely attract some experts. It won't be easy to get it, Lu Ming said. However, he was still curious and flew in the direction of the light. 10,000 miles later, he saw a huge mountain, but when he arrived, the light disappeared again. Why isn't there anyone here? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was different from what he had imagined. Since there was a light that could be seen from thousands of miles away, why did no one come? Strange. What a strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming's nose twitched and he looked at the mountains in front of him. Dandan's eyes were shining. Lu Ming flew over and discovered a wide valley in the middle of a mountain range. In the valley, there were trees that were more than 10 meters tall. However, the strange thing was that these trees were bare without a single leaf. Even the branches seemed to have dried up. However, at the top of each tree, there was a fruit. A strong fragrance was emitted from the fruit. Each tree only had one fruit. It was as if the energy essence of each tree had been used to nurture this fruit. This is the spirit refining fruit. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly widened, bursting with scorching flames. His heart began to burn with passion. It was actually the spirit refining fruit? Lu Ming felt that his breathing had become heavy. The spirit refining fruit was a spirit fruit that was even more precious than the sky vermilion fruit. In a sense, it was many times more precious. This was because the spirit refining fruit could refine a spirit god. That's right, when a spiritual god realm master consumed it, it could condense the spiritual god and make it more solid. In fact, in order to reach the spiritual god realm, one had to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth, and also the process of condensing the spiritual god. The spirit refining fruit had a fatal attraction to spiritual god experts. But to a spirit embryo realm martial artist, the temptation might be even greater. This was because when a martial artist at the great circle of the spirit embryo stage consumed the spirit refining fruit, the medicinal effects would seep into the spirit embryo. The moment they broke through to the spirit god stage, the spirit god would emerge from the spirit embryo and would be even more condensed. To break through to the spiritual god realm, one had to go through the heavenly tribulation. The more solid one's spiritual god was, the higher the chances of passing the heavenly tribulation. To a martial artist with a perfect spirit embryo realm, this was a supreme treasure. It was no wonder that Lu Ming was so excited. In the valley below, there were more than 100 spirit refining fruit trees. This also meant that there were more than 100 spirit refining fruits. If this news were to spread, all the martial artists at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm would go crazy. Oh, Lu Ming, you're rich with so many spirit refining fruits. Dandan grinned, extremely excited. Why didn't anyone come? Lu Ming did not completely lose his mind because of the soul refining fruit. The light was so dazzling just now. Why was there no one around? Was he the first one to arrive? I don't care. Lu Ming planned to pick the spirit refining fruit first. Brother Lu, wait. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Pure spatial spirit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could tell that it was a clear and ethereal voice. One of the mountain peaks below suddenly rippled, and two figures appeared. There were two extremely beautiful women, the goddess of sandalwood, and the pure spirit. The fluctuations just now were clearly an array set up by Fairy Tan Xiang. Lu Ming did not expect to meet the two of them here. "Brother Lu, come down for a chat." The pristine void spirit spoke and continued to transmit his voice to Lu Ming, as if he was afraid that others would hear him. Lu Ming flew down and entered the array. It was only then that he realized that Fairy Tan Xiang had set up an illusory array. "Fairy, Miss Kong Ling, what's going on?" Lu Ming asked. From the looks of it, Tan Xiang Fairy and Jing Kongling should have arrived a long time ago. But why didn't they pick the spirit-refining fruit? Why did they hide on this mountain and use an array to conceal themselves? There are a lot of blood ghost spiders on the spiritual refinement fruit tree. There are even spiritual god-level blood ghost spiders. Those who went in before are all dead. Fairy Tan Xiang explained. "What? A blood ghost spider?" Lu Ming was shocked. "That's right. You must have come here because you saw the light. The Cold Blood Hall deliberately lured you here with the elixir. They lured people into the valley to help them deal with the blood ghost spiders. I found out early, so I hid here and waited for the opportunity." After Fairy Tan Xiang explained, Lu Ming came to a realization. The people from Cold Blood Hall must have found the spirit-refining fruit first, but they could not deal with the powerful blood ghost spiders inside, so they wanted to attract others to help them deal with the spiders, so that they could reap the benefits. Fairy Tan Xiang discovered this secret and secretly set up an array to hide here. She was also the one who called out to the pure spatial spirit. A few groups of people had already died inside. The people from Cold Blood Hall have gone out to attract others. They'll probably be back soon. Fairy Tan Xiang said. As soon as Fairy Tan Xiang finished speaking, the three of them looked toward the north. There, 3 blood-red lights flew over at an extreme speed, then landed on a mountain peak and disappeared. 3 spiritual god realm experts. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The 3 Cold Blood Hall disciples were all spiritual god realm experts, and Lu Ming had seen 2 of them before. One of them was the bearded man, and the other was the Cold Blood Hall expert who was injured when Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin went to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The 3 Cold Blood Hall experts were hiding in a mountain peak, concealing their auras. Not long after, there was another flash of light and 6 figures flew over at high speed. The 6 figures included a white-haired elder and a middle-aged burly man. However, their auras were all extremely strong. The weakest was at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, and there was even a perfected spirit embryo realm. I clearly saw a flash of light in this direction just now. How did it disappear? An old man muttered. That is, the spirit refining fruit. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed. The others also looked at the valley, their eyes burning with passion. It's the spirit refining fruit. It's really the spirit refining fruit. So many. The 6 of them all revealed expressions of madness and greed. Chapter 1038. 1038 The Battle Between Spiritual Gods. The 6 of them looked at each other. Suddenly, the 6 of them moved. They attacked together and frantically pounced into the valley. The spirit refining fruit is mine. One of the burly men laughed as he reached for one of the fruits. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark red light flashed from the tree and pounced at the burly man. What? A blood ghost spider? The burly man was shocked and used all his strength to slash at the spider. Bang! The Gorfiend spider was cut in half. However, the next moment, dozens of blood ghost spiders pounced at the burly man as if they had stirred a hornet's nest. Some of them were extremely powerful. He was not the only one. The other 5 were also attacked by the blood ghost spiders. Damn it! The 6 of them roared and used all their strength to fight the blood ghost spider. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blood ghost spiders had died at their hands. However, one of the 9th-tier spirit embryo realm elders let out a blood-curdling scream as the blood ghost spiders pierced through the space between his brows. Then, countless blood ghost spiders climbed onto his body, and in an instant, the elder's corpse was gone. Retreat! The others were shocked and wanted to retreat. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was an intense sound of something breaking through the air. A dark red light flickered rapidly. The 5 experts were all killed in an instant. A spiritual god realm blood ghost spider, he exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could clearly see that the one who had attacked was also a blood ghost spider. It was the size of a fist and had an exceptionally powerful aura. The 6 masters were all dead in an instant. They were devoured by the dense horde of blood ghost spiders. The valley quieted down again. The blood ghosts climbed up the god-refining tree again and seemed to have become one with it. From a distance, no blood ghost spiders could be seen. 3 cold-blood hall experts appeared in the air. You're really trash. One of them coldly shouted. This won't do. It won't consume much of the spider's strength. There are 3 spiritual god realm spiders here. I have to be at the spiritual god realm to consume their strength. The big bearded man said. Then let's go and attract the spiritual god realm martial artists. After making up his mind, a spiritual herb appeared in the big bearded man's hand. Suddenly, a green light filled the air and rushed into the sky. That's green heaven grass, a level 9 spirit herb. Lu Ming was shocked. The spiritual herb in the big bearded man's hand was actually a level 9 spiritual herb. A fiery light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. If he had this level 9 spiritual herb, his physical body might be able to break through to the 9th grade. The 3 cold-blood hall disciples flew south this time, but they came back soon and hid in the mountains. Not long after, 2 streaks of light flew over from the south at an extremely fast speed. Their speed was terrifyingly fast, and their terrifying might was vast and incomparably powerful. 2 eagles. Lu Ming saw that they were 2 eagle-like demonic beasts. It's the Sky Eagle Castle's experts. Fairy Tan Xiang whispered. The 2 eagles were obviously spiritual god-level existences. Their auras were as heavy as mountains, and their eagle eyes were as sharp as lightning as they scanned the surroundings. When they saw the spirit-refining fruit in the valley, they immediately burst into a fiery light. Kaka, it's the spirit-refining fruit. It's actually the spirit-refining fruit. What a great opportunity. A giant purple eagle laughed. We'll split it evenly. A giant blue eagle said. All right. The giant purple eagle nodded. Then, the 2 giant eagles rushed into the valley. As soon as they rushed into the valley, a dense horde of gore-fiend spiders rushed at them. Die, blood ghost spider. The giant blue eagle opened its mouth and spat out a ray of blue light. Wherever the light passed, the temperature dropped sharply, and the blood ghost spiders were also frozen into blocks of ice. The giant purple eagle flapped its wings, and endless purple lightning spread out. The spiders were swept by the lightning and turned into ashes. The ordinary gore-fiend spiders could not stop the 2 giant eagles at all. Thousands of them were killed in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 3 rays of light flashed out and attacked the 2 giant eagles. Not good. It's a spiritual god-tier blood ghost spider. The giant purple eagle roared and flapped its wings. The terrifying lightning turned into 3 lightning spears and stabbed at the 3 blood ghost spiders. At the same time, the giant blue eagle launched a terrifying attack. A blue ice river wound around the 3 spiders, trying to freeze them. However, the 3 gore-fiend spiders were extremely powerful. They broke through the lightning and ice river and attacked the 2 giant eagles. The 2 giant eagles howled in anger as they fought with all their might. Boom! Boom! The 2 giant eagles and 3 gore-fiend spiders collided with each other. They flew into the sky and fought fiercely. The 2 giant eagles and 3 gore-fiend spiders should all be at the first tier of level 8, equivalent to the first tier of the spiritual god realm. Their combat strength was similar, but the 2 giant eagles were even fewer in number, so they were at a disadvantage. After thousands of them were killed, the 3 level 8 spiders seemed to be in a frenzy. They entangled the 2 giant eagles and fought fiercely. After a few dozen moves, the giant purple eagle was scratched by the gore-fiend spider's claws. Blood gushed out and its feathers flew in the air. Damn it! The giant purple eagle went crazy. The divine beast blood in its body was boiling, and its body seemed to have turned into lightning. It clawed and almost pierced through a blood ghost spider. Although the spider managed to dodge, it left a wound and green liquid flowed out. "Let's go, let's go!" The giant purple eagle roared angrily and tried to break out of the encirclement, but the 3 gore-fiend spiders were holding them back. The battle was getting more and more intense. In the end, one of the gore-fiend spiders seized the opportunity to open up a wound on the eagle's abdomen. The spider then crawled into the eagle's body. "Ah!" The giant purple eagle screeched as if it was in endless pain and struggled in the air. "If we're going to die, we'll die together." In the end, the giant purple eagle roared, filling the sky with lightning. Its body expanded rapidly, and then exploded with a loud bang. Even the other 2 blood ghost spiders and the giant blue eagle were blown away by the terrible energy. In the sky full of lightning, a blood ghost spider could be seen in the air, but it was no longer breathing. It had been turned into a pile of charcoal. The gore-fiend spider that had charged into the purple eagle's body was also killed by the purple eagle's self-destruction. Perishing together. Squeak. The remaining 2 gore-fiend spiders seemed to be extremely angry. They shrieked and pounced on the giant blue eagle. The giant blue eagle roared and tried its best to escape, but it was in vain. It was entangled by 2 blood ghost spiders. In the end, one of the spiders was seriously injured by the giant blue eagle, but the giant blue eagle was also killed by the 2 spiders. 2 giant eagles of the 8th rank had died, just like that. Of course, the gore-fiend spider had also paid a heavy price. "Ha, good." With a loud laugh, 3 cold-blood hall experts appeared and pounced at the 2 spiders. Previously, there were 3 blood ghost spiders and they were not confident. Now they could finally attack. Out of the 3 spiders, 1 was killed, 1 was heavily injured, and the last one was slightly injured. After all, the blue eagle was not to be trifled with. Chapter 1039. 1039 Snatching the Spirit Refining Fruit. With the 3 of them working together, it was naturally much easier to fight the 2 injured spiders. The 2 spiders were completely suppressed and in danger. "This is a good opportunity. We can take the spirit refining fruit here." Fairy Tan Xiang's eyes lit up. There shouldn't be any other spiritual god-level gore-fiend spiders in there, right? Lu Ming asked. "No, I'm very sensitive to the aura of living beings. I can't be wrong." Fairy Tan Xiang nodded. "All right, the 3 of us will attack at the same time to get the god-refining fruit. Then, we will break out of this encirclement together." Lu Ming said. The 3 of them had to work together to have a chance. Otherwise, the 3 cold-blood hall experts would definitely attack them. If they did not work together, they would not be able to escape. With a flash, the 3 of them pounced down the valley at the same time, their figures like lightning. Great Circle of Spirit Embryo. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming realized that the aura of the pure and ethereal spirit was much stronger than before. He had clearly reached the Great Circle of the Spirit Embryo realm. It was obvious that the Jingkongaling had refined the sky vermilion fruit and achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation. As soon as the 3 of them attacked, the 3 from Cold Blood Hall noticed them. Goddess Tan Xiang, Jing Kongling, and Lu Shaoqing. "You damn juniors! Don't even think about it." The big bearded man roared. The 3 Cold Blood Hall experts were shocked when they saw the 3 of them. They had never expected that there would be 3 top experts of the younger generation lying in ambush here, waiting for an opportunity to strike. "Hurry, hurry!" Lu Ming's quintessential essence burst forth and rolled forward like a ribbon. A few soul-refining fruits fell into his hands and he kept them. Deity Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling were extremely fast as well. Quintessential essence swirled around and spiritual refinement fruits landed in their hands. "Pick it!" Without Lu Ming's instruction, Dandan had already pounced forward with a loud cry. She kept grabbing the soul-refining fruits and stuffing them into her mouth. "Stop!" The bearded man's eyes were red. He roared and charged at Lu Ming. There was also a blood-robed elder who charged towards Jing Kongling and goddess Tan Xiang. As for the injured middle-aged man whom Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin had met on their way, he was the most powerful among the three of them. He had fought 2 blood ghost spiders alone. At this moment, one of the spiders was already on the verge of death. Only the other spider was fighting with the middle-aged man. Bang! The severely injured and dying blood ghost spider suddenly exploded, and the sky was filled with blood-red light. The middle-aged man's face turned pale when the blood-red light shone on him. The next moment, a trace of green gas appeared. He had been poisoned. The remaining gore-fiend spider screeched and absorbed the blood light. Its injuries healed quickly and its combat strength increased greatly. For a moment, it was in a stalemate with the middle-aged man. In the valley, Lu Ming burst out with 4 streams of dragon energy and punched with all his might. Boom! He exchanged a blow with the bearded man, and both of them trembled and retreated. The bearded man's combat strength was about the same as the bald man's. However, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. That was why they were on par. Your cultivation level? Even so, the bearded man was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying that he could fight with him. Roar! He turned into a blood-red lion and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing divine art. The 5-colored concept swirled around him as he fought the blood-colored lion. After several moves, it was still a draw. On the other side, goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling were fighting the elder in blood robes. The blood-robed elder's combat power was slightly stronger than the bearded man's, but the sandalwood fairy and the pure spatial spirit were also extremely powerful. After the pure space spirit broke through to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, its combat strength had increased greatly. Even if it was alone, it could compete with a weaker first-level spiritual god realm martial artist. As for Fairy Tan Xiang, although she focused on alchemy, her battle strength was not to be underestimated. Fairy Tan Xiang's body glowed with a powerful, colorful light. This was a formation carved with her body. Clearly, there was an extremely powerful formation inside Fairy Tan Xiang's body. There was a bias for inscription masters. For example, some of them were inclined towards alchemy, some were inclined towards refining weapons, and some were inclined towards refining talisman scrolls. But no matter which aspect it was, inscriptions and arrays must be studied and cultivated, because it was the foundation of an inscriber and where their combat power lay. Fairy Tan Xiang's inscription formation was also extremely terrifying. The mental energy fire between her eyebrows danced and formed a powerful mental energy storm. What a strong mental energy! Fairy Tan Xiang is definitely perfect at every level. Lu Ming was shocked. Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling teamed up to fight the blood-robed elder, and they even had the upper hand. For a moment, the 3 sides were in a stalemate. However, no one stopped Dandan and she excitedly picked the spirit-refining fruit. There were also some remaining gore-fiend spiders, but they were not strong and were killed by Dandan's formation. The eyes of the 3 cold-blood hall disciples turned red. They had put in so much effort but they had not even obtained a single spirit-refining fruit. Now Lu Ming and the rest were about to pick all of them. They were furious. I don't care what kind of heaven's favorites you are, you will all die today. The bearded man roared angrily and launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming. Killing intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. He wondered if he should unleash his full power and kill this bearded man. In the end, he decided to give up. The big bearded man might not spread the news alone, but now that he had unleashed his full power and revealed his 9-dragon bloodline, if others saw it, it might really spread. Lu Ming punched the bearded man again and again, stopping him. Kill! The middle-aged man who was fighting the blood ghost spider roared. A pagoda appeared above his head. The pagoda was blood-red and had 5 golden chakras on it. This middle-aged man's bloodline was at the 5th level of the divine level, which was higher than that of the big bearded man and the blood-robed elder. His battle prowess was also much stronger. He transformed into a blood-red pagoda, exuding a terrifying aura, and pressed down on the spider. Boom! The pagoda trembled and successfully suppressed the spider under it. Blood light flashed as if it was bombarding the refined spider. At this time, Dandan was still frantically picking the spirit-refining fruit. Soon, more than 100 spirit-refining fruits were almost all picked by Dandan. "The wind is blowing," Dandan shouted. He had finished picking the spirit-refining fruit and was about to run out. "Die!" The space trembled and blood light flashed. The blood-red pagoda pressed down on Dandan. As for the Gorfine spider, it had already been severely injured by the blood-red tower. "Not good." Dandan was shocked and ran toward Lu Ming with a swoosh. "Fairy, Miss Kong Ling, let's rush out together." Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession and then rushed towards Fairy Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. He planned to group up and rush out together. "Don't even think about it." The big bearded man roared and chased after him. The blood-robed elder was also tightly holding onto Fairy Tan Xiang and the pure spatial spirit. The blood-colored pagoda trembled and tried to suppress Lu Ming. "Charge!" Lu Ming rushed to the side of the two and threw a few punches, causing the blood bubble elder to tremble and retreat slightly. Then he was about to rush to the south, but a blood-colored pagoda pressed down on him, exuding a terrifying aura. Chapter 1040. 1040 Chapter 1040 Unforeseen Event. His glabella glowed and the mountain and river diagram flew out. It expanded rapidly and surrounded Lu Ming, the sandalwood fairy, and the pure spirit. At the same time, Lu Ming threw more than 10 punches at the blood-red pagoda. Qing Junling shouted and waved her hands. The two water dragons also charged towards the blood tower. Fairy Tan Xiang waved her hand, and 9 pills flew toward the blood-red tower. When they were halfway there, the 9 pills glowed, and inscriptions appeared on them. They then exploded and turned into 9 combat swords, slashing toward the blood-red tower. Refining pills into weapons. A look of amazement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Fairy Tan Xiang's alchemy skills had really reached an unfathomable level. She could actually refine pills and turn them into weapons. A single pill was equivalent to a divine weapon, a great killing weapon with boundless power. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks collided with the blood-colored pagoda and successfully blocked it. However, their attacks also collapsed. They only felt a powerful force surge over, and their bodies trembled slightly. The power of the blood-red pagoda was much stronger than that of the bearded man. "Charge!" After blocking the blood-red pagoda, the 3 of them charged out. However, at this moment, the bearded man and the blood-red robed elder also attacked. Together with the blood-red pagoda, they surrounded Lu Ming and the other 2. Lu Ming and the other 2 could not rush out at the moment. They could only defend with all their might. Fortunately, they had the mountain and river diagram to protect them. The 3 of them could reduce their defense and use more power to attack. Lu Ming and Jing Kongling were fighting the blood-colored pagoda and the blood-robed elder. On the other hand, Goddess Tan Xiang's body was glowing. Colorful rays of light flew out continuously. It looked pretty but was filled with killing intent. At the same time, she waved her hand, and pills flew out. They formed a strange array in the air and attacked the bearded man with terrifying power. But even so, the 3 of them were still at a disadvantage. The main reason was that the blood-red tower was too powerful. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He had no choice but to use all his strength. He was confident that if he used all his strength, he would not be weaker than the blood-red tower. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, a deafening boom suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. The earth trembled and the sky exploded. Everyone saw a burst of brilliant light in the sky. It was like countless brilliant fireworks exploding at the same time. The formation exploded. What happened? Fairy Tan Xiang exclaimed. Lu Ming was also stunned. He remembered that this herb garden was shrouded in a large formation. The Cold Blood Hall people had only broken a corner of it, but now it seemed that the entire formation had collapsed. The entire herb garden was about to reappear in the world. Not good, the item has been taken by someone else. At this moment, A cry of surprise came from the blood-red tower. What? It was taken by someone else, damn it. The bearded man and the blood-robed elder exclaimed in shock. They stopped attacking Lu Ming and the others and flew back. Then, they each took out a voice transmission jade talisman and looked at it. Their expressions changed drastically. Buzz! The blood-colored pagoda shook and transformed back into the middle-aged man. That thing is important. Let's go and catch any suspicious person. The middle-aged man called out. Brat, you're lucky today. The bearded man looked at Lu Ming and the rest unwillingly. Then, the 3 cold-blood hall experts left without looking back. This made Lu Ming, Goddess Tan Xiang, and Jing Kongling look at each other. Cold-blood hall opened this ancient herb garden. It seems that there is something more important or treasure, but it has been taken away by others. Lu Ming made a guess. It was obvious that the value of the treasure was far above these spirit-refining fruits. Therefore, the bearded man and the others had no choice but to leave Lu Ming and the others behind to pursue the treasure. This was because they were not confident that they could take down Lu Ming and the rest in a short period of time. Let's go, we'll leave this medicinal garden first, Lu Ming said. Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling nodded as well. The 3 of them flew towards the west. After causing such a huge commotion, there would definitely be more and more experts. This medicinal garden was not a place to stay for long. It was better to leave first. There were no accidents along the way. The 3 of them flew for hundreds of thousands of miles, and only stopped when they were far away from the medicinal garden. Dandan, take out all the spirit-refining fruits. The 3 of them stopped on a mountain peak. Lu Ming looked at Dandan. But, I got this. Dandan turned her head and did not look at Lu Ming. The spirit-refining fruit is very useful to those at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm or the spirit god realm. It's not as useful to you as other spirit herbs. Isn't it a waste to give it to you? Quickly take it out. These spirit-refining fruits are for Fairy Tan Xiang and Miss Kong Ling. Lu Ming said, staring at Dandan with an unfriendly look. This guy wanted to keep everything for himself again. In the end, under Lu Ming's intimidating gaze, Dandan had no choice but to spit out more than 100 spirit-refining fruits. This was also because the spirit-refining fruit was not particularly useful to Dandan. Otherwise, this fellow might not have been willing to hand it over. Fairy, Miss Kong Ling, a total of 102 pills. How about 34 each? Lu Ming divided the spirit-refining fruit into 3 portions and gave 1 portion to Goddess Tan Xiang and 1 portion to Jing Kongling. This time, it was all thanks to Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. If not for them, Lu Ming would have rushed into the valley and fallen into Cold Blood Hall's trap. He would not have been able to get the spirit-refining fruit. Deity Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling did not stand on ceremony and received the items one by one. The main thing was that the spirit-refining fruit was indeed very useful to them. Even though she wasn't a martial artist, she could still use the spirit-refining fruit to refine a pill that would be of great use to her breakthrough to become a rank 8 alchemist. Kid, you're a guy who only values his lover over his friends. You only know how to use the spiritual herbs I picked to win the hearts of beautiful women. I'm not convinced. Beautiful women, you must remember that I risked my life to pick these spirit-refining fruits, not this kid. Dandan began to shout in displeasure. Then, she looked at Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling with a pair of sneaky eyes. Young Master Lu, your spiritual pet is really strange. Fairy Tan Xiang chuckled and looked at Dandan curiously. The pure space spirit was the same, a spiritual pet, a little turtle, to actually be able to inscribe inscriptions, how amazing! They had never seen a demon beast that could inscribe an inscription formation. Two beautiful ladies, I might as well tell you that I am the head of the top 10 battle beasts. I am unparalleled in the world, invincible in the world. Wherever I go, the world will submit to me, and millions of people will follow me. I think you two are not bad. How about this? I will reluctantly accept you as my maids. What do you think? Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder with her 2 claws on her waist, looking invincible. Lu Ming could not wait to slap this fellow to death. Danden's appearance made Goddess Tan Xiang laugh even more. Even Jing Kongling, who was always ethereal, revealed a smile on her face. "Young Master Lu, why don't you let me play with your spiritual pet for a few days?" Fairy Tan Xiang laughed. "Good, good." Before Lu Ming could say anything, Danden immediately nodded her head and leaped into Fairy Tan Xiang's arms. Her claws grabbed onto Fairy Tan Xiang's skirt and she said, "Beauty, how do you want to play with me?" As she said that, Danden had a sneaky smile on her face, not to mention how wretched she was. Chapter 1041. 1041 Chapter 1041 The road ahead is blocked. Perverted turtle. Fairy Tan Xiang's face turned red, and she sent Danden flying with a slap. At the side, a pure and ethereal woman like Jing Kongling was also blushing slightly. She and Fairy Tan Xiang were looking at Lu Ming with strange expressions. "Lu Shaoqing, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You've taught your spiritual pet to be like this." Fairy Tan Xiang glared at Lu Ming fiercely. I. The veins on Lu Ming's face throbbed. He felt wronged. Danden was not taught by him. This fellow was a wily old fox. However, the Sandalwood Fairy and the pristine Void Spirit clearly thought that Danden was Lu Ming's spiritual pet. Furthermore, she looked young and must have been taught by Lu Ming. Since the spiritual pet was so perverted, the master must be the same. Lu Ming cursed Danden hundreds of times in his heart. He was really speechless. His reputation was going to be ruined by this guy. "Beauty, why did you hit me? You haven't told me how you're going to play with me." Danden ran over and shouted again. "Get in." Lu Ming grabbed Danden and threw her into the mountain and river diagram. Cough cough. "Ladies, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again if fate allows." Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and cupped his fists. "Where is young Master Lu going?" Lu Ming did not look like that turtle. That was why Fairy Tan Xiang asked in a low voice. "I plan to cultivate while heading to the holy city. Goodbye." With that, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. "This Lu Shaoqing is even more mysterious than I thought." Goddess Tan Xiang's eyes flickered and she left with Jing Kongling. Following that, Lu Ming cultivated while hurrying on his way. He did not move quickly and would stop every now and then. Sometimes, he would stop to comprehend when he had gained something. For now, his main focus was to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth. As for the 30 over spirit refining fruits, he had also found a place to refine all of them. The energy of the spirit refining fruits had all seeped into his spirit embryo. When he broke through to the spirit god realm, his spirit god would definitely be more condensed than ordinary people, and his chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation would also be greater. He walked and stopped. 7 days later, Lu Ming had only traveled a few million miles. One day, Lu Ming came to the territory of a sect called the Black Fog Sect. Compared to the entire central continent, this was a small sect. There were only a few spirit god powerhouses in the sect, but they also had a teleportation formation. Lu Ming planned to take the teleportation formation of the Black Fog Sect, cross the void and head west. After all, the central continent was too vast. There were hundreds of big regions in the East Baron, but the central continent was 7 to 8 times bigger than the East Baron. How big could it be? If he flew to the holy city, who knew how long it would take? What's happening? The teleportation array of the mysterious Fog Sect has been controlled by a powerful force. No one is allowed to use the teleportation array to leave. What? There was such a thing? What kind of force is so overbearing? I heard it's Cold Blood Hall. They seem to be looking for someone and have sent a large number of experts. I have something urgent to attend to, so I have to leave. I can only go to the other forces to take a look. Lu Ming heard this news when he walked into a big city near the mysterious Fog Sect. Cold Blood Hall has actually sealed the transportation formation of Black Fog Sect. Lu Ming frowned. He recalled that the bearded man had said that something had been stolen in the ancient herb garden. Was Cold-Blood Hall still chasing after the thief? What was it that could make Cold-Blood Hall mobilize so many people? Lu Ming observed the area around the mysterious fog sect and saw many Cold-Blood Hall experts. The next day, Lu Ming left the territory of the mysterious fog sect and headed to another force. The Divine Wind Ancient Nation was an ancient nation with a few spirit gods guarding it. There was also a teleportation array in the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Ancient Nation. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Divine Wind Ancient Country's imperial capital. He appeared in a restaurant. Damn it, the teleportation formation in the Holy Wind Ancient Country is also controlled by Cold-Blood Hall. We can't get out. It said that all the teleportation formations of the dozen forces nearby are under Cold-Blood Hall's control. No one can use them to leave. Cold-Blood Hall is too overbearing. Who asked them to be the overlord force? That's a force with an emperor. Lu Ming furrowed his brows as he heard the discussion in the restaurant. The teleportation arrays of the dozen or so small forces were all controlled. There was no need to go to other forces. After eating and drinking, Lu Ming found an inn in the Divine Wind Imperial capital to stay in temporarily and observe the situation. From then on, Lu Ming cultivated in the inn every day, occasionally going out to check on the situation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, but Cold-Blood Hall still controlled all the teleportation formations. No one could get out of the formation. Some people were anxious and had urgent matters to attend to. Therefore, many people had already gathered together and planned to leave by flying instead of using the teleportation array. However, to go to the west, they had to cross a huge mountain range. The mountain range stretched from north to south and was tens of millions of miles long. There were countless powerful fierce beasts on it. Ordinary people would only be courting death if they flew over the mountain range. However, to the west of the Holy Wind Ancient Country, there was a huge plain. It was as if someone had punched through the mountain and created a plain. This plain was much safer than the mountain, and it became a passage for many people to go west. However, there were also many fierce beasts on the plain. Occasionally, there would be powerful fierce beasts that had evil levered from the mountains on both sides. Therefore, for safety reasons, if one did not take the teleportation array and flew over, a large group of people would gather and move together. When they entered, the Divine Wind Imperial capital had already organized a group of people to fly over the mountain range. On this day, tens of thousands of people flew towards the west of the Divine Wind Imperial capital. Lu Ming was one of them. He also planned to fly over the mountain range with the crowd. The group of people moved forward, and soon, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was incomparably huge, towering into the clouds. It stretched from north to south, and there were countless ferocious beasts on it. However, in the middle of this mountain range, there was a huge gap that formed a plain. It was at least 10,000 miles wide and connected the mountain range to the other side. It was said that a long time ago, there was no such gap here. Later on, there were two emperors fighting, and this mountain range was hit by one of the emperors. The mountain range was broken in half, forming this plain. Lu Ming had seen an emperor's attack before. An emperor's path expert was too terrifying. One palm could definitely penetrate such a vast mountain range. The group of people gathered together and flew towards the plain. Roar! The roars of all kinds of fierce beasts could be heard from time to time. Some roars tore through the clouds and were extremely terrifying. It was the roar of a spirit god-level beast. Let's pass through this mountain range as soon as possible. We'll be in trouble if we attract a spiritual god-level ferocious beast. Someone shouted. Everyone increased their speed and flew forward. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red light filled the air in front of them, and the blood chi soared to the sky, blocking everyone's path. What's going on? Someone shouted. Oh no, it's the Cold-Blood Hall experts. They're blocking the way. What? Did Cold-Blood Hall send experts to stop them? Detestable. The scene was noisy. Chapter 1042. 1042 The Overbearing Cold-Blood Hall. Buzz. Buzz. Around him, blood-red light flew out and floated in the air. In a few breaths, experts in blood-red robes appeared from all directions, staring at Lu Ming and the others with cold eyes. They were all Cold Blood Hall experts, some of whom had terrifying auras. Experts, there are so many spiritual god-level experts. Just the spiritual god-level experts alone, there are more than 20 of them. Someone exclaimed. There were so many experts from Cold Blood Hall here. A few Cold Blood Hall experts stood in the sky. They were the leaders of the Cold Blood Hall. We've taken control of all the teleportation formations of the surrounding forces. The person who stole the treasure must be in a hurry to leave. This is his chance. He must be among this group of people. A white-haired old man said. That's right. It's dangerous to stay in Cold Blood Hall's territory. He must be in a hurry to leave. He can't use the teleportation formation, so he can only fly. There must be someone we're looking for among this group of people. Check every one of them. A burly man said coldly. Then he took a step forward and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, shrouding Lu Ming and the nearly 10,000 people under his aura. Senior of Cold Blood Hall, why are you stopping us? Someone asked loudly. Yeah, we didn't offend anyone from Cold Blood Hall. Another person added. There are people among you that Cold Blood Hall needs, so we can only stop you all. The burly man said. Is there someone you are looking for? Do you have any special characteristics? Can we help? Someone said. I don't know. We don't know what characteristics they have, not even their gender. That's why we're keeping all of you here. The burly man said. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't even know if it was a man or a woman, so how could they find him? The burly man sneered. This man has taken an important treasure of Cold Blood Hall. It's simple. You just have to hand over all your storage rings. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? No way. Someone refused. If he handed over his storage ring, could he get it back? Furthermore, which martial artist did not have secrets? There were many secrets in the storage ring. Who would want to hand them over? Today, I have to hand it over even if I don't want to. The burly man's eyes turned cold. Cold Blood Hall is too arrogant. You are not the only overlord force in the central continent. Don't go too far. Someone said coldly. Is that so? The burly man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. The next moment, the blood-red spear pierced through the void like a blood-red lightning bolt, stabbing toward one of the old OUs. The old OU's face turned pale with fright, and his aura skyrocketed as he frantically retreated. However, it was useless. The blood-red spear pierced through the old man and killed him on the plain. CSI. Many people gasped. Old OU's aura was extremely terrifying. He was in the first level of the spiritual god realm, but he was still killed by the burly man's blood spear. It was truly terrifying. How dare you question Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death. The burly man coldly said. Many people kept quiet out of fear and broke out in cold sweat. Cold Blood Hall was too domineering. They could even kill spiritual god realm beings. This was the overlord force. The spiritual gods of some small forces were like ants in their eyes. They could kill them if they wanted to. If you don't hand over your storage ring, you'll die. The burly man said coldly, his eyes sweeping over the person closest to him. I'll pay, I'll pay. Those who were scanned by the burly man's eyes had a change in expression. They could only take off their storage rings and hand them over. In the crowd, Lu Ming frowned. That burly man was too strong. He was definitely not at the first level of the spiritual god realm. He was most likely at the third level or even the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. In the spiritual god realm, the gap between each level was huge. It was not too difficult for a higher level to kill a lower level, let alone a few levels higher. Let's go. Cold Blood Hall only has a few hundred people, but we have tens of thousands of people. Let's go together. That's right, storage rings are all we warriors have. If we hand them over, how can we cultivate in the future? At worst, we'll just fight. Charge! Roars suddenly came from the crowd, and some people began to charge in all directions. With someone leading the way, the crowd instantly became chaotic and exploded. No one wanted to hand over their storage rings. Seeing others breaking out of the encirclement, many people also followed. Tens of thousands of people broke out in all directions, and the plain was in chaos. Courting death, kill, kill without mercy. The burly man roared with a violent killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. The Cold Blood Hall experts released powerful auras and released beams of blood-red light. There were more than 20 spirit god experts. The others were all at the high level of the spirit embryo realm, and there were even quite a number of old monsters. Kill. Whoosh. Whoosh. Beams of blood-red light formed sword gleams, saber gleams, and fist forces that shot towards Lu Ming and the rest. Instantly, miserable screams rang out. Hundreds of people were killed in an instant, and their corpses scattered on the ground. A spear's gleam was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and shattered the spear's gleam. His figure flashed and he rushed towards the mountain range on his left. Only by rushing into the mountain range could he avoid the experts of Cold Blood Hall with the help of the complicated terrain and the fierce beasts in the mountain range. If he ran to either side of the plain, he would definitely be caught and killed. One of the experts had his eyes on Lu Ming. Blood-red light flashed in his hands, forming a spear ray that stabbed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his body movement technique and dodged the spear's radiance. He ran at top speed. Ah! The plains were completely drowned out by screams. A large number of corpses fell, and blood filled the air. Devour! Some Cold Blood Hall experts used the bloodthirsty technique to swallow the thick blood chi. Boom! Boom! In Cold Blood Hall, there were a few extremely terrifying masters, such as the burly man and the two elders. Their auras were explosive, and with a wave of their hands, the sky and earth shook. Under the cover of their palm prints, a large number of experts were killed. There were a few spiritual god powerhouses in Lu Ming's group. However, they were no match for them and they fell one by one. I'll hand over my storage ring. Someone was scared and shouted to hand over his storage ring. However, there were also people who continued to attack, not wanting to hand over their storage rings. Young Master Lu, save me. Just as Lu Ming was charging forward, he suddenly heard a cry. He turned his gaze and was slightly stunned. Zhou Xian. He saw Zhou Xian. At this moment, Zhou Xian was in an extremely sorry state. She was also running with all her might in an attempt to escape. Let's go! Lu Ming pulled Zhou Xian and they moved forward at top speed. Stay here. An old man had his eyes on the two of them. A terrifying aura erupted as he charged toward the two of them. This elder's aura was even stronger than an ordinary first-level spiritual god realm. He should be an expert in the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming pulled Zhou Xian along and used the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps to run at high speed. His body was like a stream of light, but he was carrying someone and his speed was affected. The elder caught up with him very quickly. The old man threw a punch and a blood-red fist force was sent flying towards Lu Ming. Along the way, someone tried to stop him, but he was directly smashed into dust by the fist force. Chapter 1043. 1043 Escaping Danger, arriving at the Zhou family. Lu Ming let go of Zhou Xian and unleashed his dragon power. He circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique to its maximum and threw a punch. Boom! When the two fists met, Lu Ming's body trembled and he took a few steps back. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This old man was too strong. He was at the second level of the spiritual god realm, which was several times stronger than the first level. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art to its maximum and barely managed to block the punch. However, he was still injured. When the elder saw that Lu Ming, an ant with a great circle of the spirit embryo realm, could actually block his punch and not die, he was shocked. He was a little dazed and did not continue to attack for a moment. At the same time, the essential core in the dimensional stone was flowing into Lu Ming's body. He pulled Zhou Exen along and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to sprint forward. Zhou Exen had given him the purple jade that contained the Nanyuan stones back then. Now that they were in danger, how could Lu Ming leave her in the lurch? The two of them left in a flash. Only then did the old man react. His killing intent exploded as he angrily shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" It chased after Lu Ming at top speed. Buzz! Buzz! In front of them, Cold Blood Hall experts were also charging toward Lu Ming. Their attacks enveloped the two of them. This was the attack of an expert at the perfected spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming was unafraid of it alone. However, he had Zhou Exen with him. Lu Ming wanted to launch an attack to help Zhou Exen block the attack. In that case, his speed would be slowed down. Behind him, the old man was chasing after him at an extreme speed. "Hand over your storage rings and I'll let you go," the old man roared. Zhou Exen gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. Her face was filled with anxiety and worry, but she didn't seem to have any intention of handing over her storage ring. "Forget it, I'll risk it." Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a voice entered Zhou Exen's ears. "Don't resist." Lu Ming's voice rang out and Zhou Exen nodded. Then, a light flashed between Lu Ming's brows and the mountain and river diagram appeared. He rolled Zhou Exen up and kept her into the mountain and river diagram. Buzz! Lu Ming was the only one left. His speed increased sharply, and the Cold Blood Hall expert with a perfect spirit embryo burst into pieces as Lu Ming rushed past him. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and moved like a stream of light. For a moment, the elder could not catch up with him. How can he be so strong? Who is this young man? The old man was shocked. He tried his best to chase after Lu Ming, but he realized that Lu Ming was getting further and further away. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Ming rushed into the mountain range at the side. There were terrifying ferocious beasts entrenched in the mountain range. Not long after Lu Ming charged in, he encountered several ferocious beasts of the spirit embryo realm, all of which he rushed past. Behind him, the Cold Blood Hall elder was still in hot pursuit. Lu Ming could only run as fast as he could. Roar! A huge black tiger appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall, like a small mountain, and a terrifying aura spread out. With a loud roar, the clouds in the sky exploded. This was an extremely powerful vicious beast that had the bloodline of a divine beast. However, it was unwilling to transform into a human form and was hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. When he saw Lu Ming and the Cold Blood Hall elder, his eyes glowed with ferocity. He roared and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked it with the mountain and river diagram and threw a punch. However, he was still sent flying by the black tiger's palm and broke dozens of boulders. However, the black tiger's target was clearly not Lu Ming but the old man. As the old man posed a strong threat to the black tiger and Lu Ming's aura was weak, the black tiger could not be bothered with him after the slap and pounced on the old man. Suddenly, the black tiger and the old man began to fight, and the old man was suppressed. Not far away, a rock exploded and Lu Ming rushed out of it. In a flash, he left the place and went far away at top speed. Damn it! The Cold Blood Hall elder bellowed, but he was helpless. Suppressed by the black tiger, he could only barely protect himself as he watched Lu Ming leave. This black tiger is really powerful. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt an excruciating pain all over his body. He had been slapped by the black tiger and suffered a serious injury. However, it was worth it to shake off the Cold Blood Hall elder. Next, Lu Ming slowed down a little and restrained his aura. He focused his mind and sensed carefully. If he sensed a powerful aura, Lu Ming would go around it. Lu Ming spent a full day to cross the mountain range. After crossing the mountain range, Lu Ming did not stop. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. After flying for a few million miles, Lu Ming stopped by a small river. He took a bath in the river and changed his clothes. Then he sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Although he was injured, They were all physical injuries. Now that his physical body was strong, these injuries were healed in less than half a day. Who? Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and Zhou Exan appeared. The moment Zhou Exan appeared, she scanned her surroundings vigilantly. When she saw that Lu Ming was alone, she heaved a long sigh of relief. Don't worry, Miss Zhou. We're already far away from that mountain range. Lu Ming said. I, Zhou Exan, would like to thank young Master Lu for saving me once again. I am extremely grateful. Zhou Exan bowed to Lu Ming and expressed her gratitude. You're welcome, Miss Zhou. Back then, you gave me the purple jade that you had your eyes on. Since I saw you in danger, it's only right that I help you. Where are your servants? Lu Ming smiled and asked. Back then, Zhou Exan had servants and guards by her side. Now, not a single one of them could be seen. Zhou Exan's eyes were red as she said, They're all dead? Oh. Lu Ming did not say much. He pondered for a moment and said, Miss Zhou, where do you live? Do you need me to send you back? I'm from the Zhou family of Yengu Mountain. I was just about to invite you to my Zhou family as a guest. Zhou Exan replied. Along the Gushen. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Previously, he had bought a map of the central continent and had a rough idea of the direction along the Gushen. It was also to the west, and it would not go in the opposite direction of the direction Lu Ming wanted to go. All right, then I'll go with you. Lu Ming nodded. Zhou Exan was overjoyed. The two of them rose into the air and left the place. After a few million miles, they arrived at a small faction with a teleportation formation. On this side of the mountain, Cold Blood Hall did not have the power to control other people's teleportation formations, because this side already belonged to the Sky Eagle Fort. The two of them took the teleportation formation and crossed a distance of hundreds of millions of miles, which was equivalent to the distance of dozens of big regions in the East Baron. Then, they flew for another 2 days before they arrived at Yengu Mountain. There were not many plants on the mountain because it was filled with fire-type spiritual qi. The plants here were all of the fire type and were very few in number. Yengu Mountain was the Zhou clan's territory. On the way, Lu Ming learned that the Zhou family was not a big force. There were not many spiritual god realm experts in the Zhou family, and they could be counted on one hand. Miss is back. As soon as they entered the vicinity of Yengu Mountain, someone cheered. So you're the young miss of the Zhou family, Lu Ming said with a smile. My father is the head of the Zhou family. He's just a small force. Young Master Lu, please don't laugh at me. Zhou Exan pursed her lips and smiled. Sheener. A moment later, a middle-aged man came out to greet him. Chapter 1044. 1044 Chapter 1044 Conspiracy, Crisis. Father. Zhou Exan was overjoyed and flew up. Father, come, let me introduce you. This is young Master Lu, Lu Shaoqing. It's all thanks to young Master Lu that I'm able to come back alive to see you. Zhou Exan pulled the middle-aged man aside and introduced him to Lu Ming. Junior Lu Shaoqing greets the Lu family head. Lu Ming went forward and cupped his fists. The young Master Lu, you are too kind. You saved my daughter, so you are the benefactor of the Zhou family. Come, let us go in first. You must have had a hard time coming here. Take a rest first. Tomorrow, I will order someone to prepare a banquet to thank young Master Lu. The clan leader of the Zhou clan said courteously. Zhou family head is too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The group of them walked into the Zhou residence. The Zhou family was huge, and there were palaces, pavilions, cultivation rooms, and training rooms built among the peaks. The air was filled with dense fire-type spiritual qi. It was obvious that the Zhou family was cultivating fire-type cultivation techniques. After entering the Zhou family residence, they quickly arranged an elegant courtyard for Lu Ming to stay in. In the room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. This is a good place to comprehend the fire concept. Then, he closed his eyes and started to comprehend the intent realm. After this period of cultivation, his mentality had all improved. However, other than the water mentality, his other mentalities had not broken through to the 4th level. Although the wind, fire, and thunder intents were very close to level 4, they were still lacking and had not broken through. In the Zhou family head's room, Zhou Xen was standing in front of him. At this moment, the Zhou family head's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at Zhou Xen and said, "Xen, did you really get that treasure?" "Father, I've already obtained it." Zhou Xen was also excited. Her palm glowed and a jade box appeared. She handed it to the Zhou family head. The Zhou clan leader took the jade box with trembling hands. He took a deep breath and opened the jade box. There was a jade token inside. The Zhou clan leader took out the jade token and scanned the contents of the jade token with his mind. Slowly, his body began to tremble and he revealed a look of wild joy. It's true, it's true. It's a supreme treasure, a supreme treasure. It's just as the ancient records say. With it, the Zhou family has hope of rising again. Ha! The Zhou clan leader couldn't help but laugh. But father, the materials on it are not easy to find. Zhou Xian replied. The Zhou clan leader took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yes, it's not easy to find the materials, but there's always hope if we take it slow. By the way, how did you escape? I've received news that Coldblood Hall has mobilized a large force this time. Did you really rely on that Lu kid to save you? Zhou Xian nodded. Indeed, I only managed to escape because Lu Shaoqing saved me. Lu Shaoqing is a peerless heaven's favorite. I heard that even the Blood Luo disciples lost to him. What? Even Blood Luo Z was defeated by him. Lu Shaoqing? The head of the Zhou family was shocked and in disbelief. He had never heard of Lu Shaoqing's name before. The Zhou clan leader then asked, "Who is this Lu Shaoqing? Even if he's a peerless talent, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to save you from Coldblood Hall." Father, it's like this. Zhou Xian then told him all the information she had heard about Lu Ming and how he had saved her. What? A grotto heaven treasure? You're saying that Lu Shaoqing has a grotto heaven treasure? After listening to Zhou Xian's explanation, the Zhou family head's eyes widened in shock. His eyes flashed with an incomparably hot flame. That's right, that must be a treasure of the heavenly abode. It's a universe of its own, and living beings can live in it. It stretches for 100,000 miles, exactly the same as the legendary heavenly abode treasure. Zhou Xian was certain. She was shocked when Lu Ming first put her into the mountain and river diagram. A grotto heaven treasure. A grotto heaven treasure. The fire in the Zhou clan leader's eyes grew more and more intense. He then asked, "Shiner, which overlord force do you think Lu Shaoqing is from?" "Yes, that's what Lu Shaoqing said to others." Zhou Xian replied. "Good, that's good." A killing intent flashed in the eyes of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. "Father, what are you doing?" Zhou Xian was shocked. As you know, tens of thousands of years ago, our Zhou family also gave birth to a supreme martial artist and was a powerful force second only to the overlords. However, we have not become what we are today. If this continues, we will be destroyed in the central continent sooner or later. It's not enough to rely on that kind of treasure alone. The materials are too difficult to find. However, Lu Shaoqing actually has a grotto heaven treasure. He must have encountered a great opportunity. He's so powerful at such a young age. His cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, secret skills, and even other treasures are absolutely amazing. If everything he has belongs to the Zhou family, with that treasure, the Zhou family will have a chance of rising. The Zhou clan leader said coldly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Father, do you want to kill Lu Shaoqing?" Zhou Xian said in a trembling voice. "No, we'll take him down first and seal all his cultivation. Then, we'll force him to hand over his grotto heaven treasure and all his treasures. He'll tell us his secrets, and then we'll kill him. After all, a treasure as important as the grotto heaven treasure must have been kept in his sea of consciousness. We won't be able to take it out if we kill him." The Zhou clan leader's gaze was extremely cold, and his voice was even colder. Zhou Exin shivered and said in a trembling voice, "But father, Lu Xiaoqing has saved my life. He has saved me twice. I can't bear to treat him like this." "Silly." The clan leader of the Zhou clan waved his sleeves and berated, "So what if he saved you? This world is cruel. If you're indecisive and your methods are not ruthless enough, you won't be able to rise. You'll die in the hands of others sooner or later. Those who do great things don't care about the trifles. As long as we get Lu Xiaoqing's secrets and treasures, our Zhou family will have a chance to rise. Do you want to see our Zhou family fall forever? There's one more thing. You met Lu Xiaoqing in the ancient herb garden, and then you were surrounded by Cold Blood Hall. You risked your life and didn't hand over your storage ring. Don't you think Lu Xiaoqing would be suspicious? If this news gets out and Cold Blood Hall comes to us, the Zhou family will be destroyed. So no matter what, we can't let Lu Xiaoqing live." The head of the Zhou family stared at Zhou Exin with his bright eyes. Under his gaze, Zhou Exin wavered. "Father, I will listen to you." She sighed. That's more like it. How about this? We'll hold a banquet for him tomorrow. I'll put Qingming powder in the food and wine. This medicine is colorless and tasteless. No matter how high your cultivation base is, you won't be able to sense it. Once you take it, you won't be able to use your true essence. This Lu Xiaoqing is so concerned about you. I guess he's interested in you and won't be on guard against you. When he takes the clarity powder, he'll be at our mercy." The Zhou clan leader had a look of confidence. "Father, Lu Xiaoqing is no small matter. A single type of clarity powder might not be enough to guarantee our safety. We can't let our guard down against a prodigy like him." Zhou Exin replied. "That's right. You're right. I was careless. I'll report this to the patriarch and ask him to come out of seclusion. Even if something goes wrong, the patriarch can easily suppress Lu Xiaoqing." The clan leader of the Zhou clan nodded. Chapter 1045. 1045 Take Action, Ungrateful Wretch. The father and daughter discussed for a while more before Zhou Exin left the room. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Zhou Exin sighed. "Lu Xiaoqing, I hope you don't blame me. You're all peerless heaven's favorites with deep opportunities and high positions. However, we're not the most talented. If we want to rise, we'll have to use some tricks. How can we compare to you?" Zhou Exin mumbled to herself and slowly, her eyes became determined. The night passed quickly. The next afternoon, Zhou Exin's voice could be heard from outside Lu Ming's door. "Young Master Lu." Zhou Exin called out softly. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and opened the door. He saw Zhou Exin standing at the door. Today, Zhou Exin had dressed up and looked like a lotus flower that had emerged from the water. To be honest, Zhou Exin was a rare beauty and many men would be moved by her. However, Lu Ming had seen too many beautiful women. Xian Yanqing, Jing Kongling, and Goddess Tan Xiang were all devastatingly beautiful. Qiu Yu and Mulan were also rare in the world. Zhou Exin could not be compared to them. Hence, Zhou Exin was very ordinary in Lu Ming's eyes. "Miss Zhou." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Young Master Lu, my father has prepared a banquet to thank you." Zhou Exin smiled. "You're too kind, clan leader Zhou. Let's go over then." Lu Ming smiled. He then followed Zhou Exin out. Soon, they arrived at the main courtyard of the Zhou clan's clan head residence. "Ah, young Master Lu, you're here. Please." As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the Zhou family's master came forward to welcome him. There were two elders beside him. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and realized that the two elders had strong auras. They were both spiritual god realm powerhouses. However, he should not be too strong. He should be at the first level of the spiritual god realm. The Zhou family's master was obviously stronger. Lu Ming guessed that the Zhou family's master might be at the second level of the spiritual god realm. Zhou family head is too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked into the courtyard with the Zhou family's master and the rest. The courtyard was already filled with fine wine and delicacies. It was extremely sumptuous. The dishes weren't ordinary. There were dragon tendons, lightning bird wings, thousand-year fire lobsters, and so on. They were all rare delicacies. If eaten frequently, they would be of great benefit to a martial artist's cultivation. They were extremely expensive, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them in their entire lives. Everyone sat down and Zhou Exin poured wine for everyone. She raised her glass and said, "Young Master Lu, Zhou Exin toasts you. Thank you for saving me." "Ha, Miss Zhou, clan leader Zhou, you're too polite." Lu Ming smiled. The father and daughter of the Zhou family were too polite. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. Lu Ming picked up the glass of wine. He did not feel that anything was amiss and then drank it all in one go. Seeing Lu Ming drink the fine wine, the Zhou family head and the two elders were overjoyed. Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with pity, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "Good wine." Lu Ming drank it and exclaimed in admiration. He still did not seem to notice anything unusual. Since young Master Lu thinks it's good wine, then drink a few more." The clan leader of the Zhou clan laughed. "The wine is good, but it's a pity that it's poisoned, so it's no longer good." Lu Ming suddenly said. "What?" The Zhou clan leader and the others were slightly taken aback. "Kill!" Lu Ming suddenly roared. His dragon power burst out and he struck a palm at one of the elders. The elder was caught off guard by this palm. He could not defend himself in time and was hit by Lu Ming's palm. With a scream, the old man's body was torn into pieces. "Damn it! You're courting death!" The clan leader of the Zhou clan bellowed. An elder in the spiritual god realm was killed in an instant. His heart was about to bleed. There were only a few spiritual god realm existences in the Zhou clan. They had been accumulated over thousands of years, and now one of them had died. Boom! A violent aura burst out from the clan leader of the Zhou clan and he threw a palm at Lu Ming. The palm was so powerful that it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The heavens and earth shook, and the table and the dishes on it were instantly turned into fine powder. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. This was the power of the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and struck out with his palm, which collided with the palm of the Zhou family's master. An earth-shattering force gushed forth. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying. He took more than 10 steps on the ground. With every step he took, a huge pit was blasted out and the ground shook continuously. "What powerful strength, let's go!" Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He took a step forward and the entire mountain shook violently. A terrifying force exploded and the mountain was about to explode. If it were not for the fact that the main peaks of the Zhou family had people inscribing formations, they would have exploded. Lu Ming's body soared into the sky. "Stay here!" The clan leader of the Zhou clan and another old man soared into the sky. Their terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. "I'll smash it!" Dandan rushed out, its 4 limbs retracted into the turtle shell, and smashed towards the Zhou clan leader. Boom! The Zhou family's head slammed his palm on the turtle shell, sending Dandan flying. However, with this delay, Lu Ming had already soared into the sky and was ready to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to escape. Boom! Above Lu Ming's head, a vast, terrifying, and unstoppable force erupted and fell on Lu Ming's body. It was as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. He fell like a cannonball and smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Lu Ming knelt on one knee on the ground. His face was pale and he kept coughing out blood. In the sky, a white-haired elder appeared. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying, vast, and unfathomable. It was this old man who had sent Lu Ming flying with a single palm. Dandan wanted to escape, but the old man waved his hand and condensed a huge palm, covering the sky and the sun, and grabbed Dandan. 4th level spiritual god realm and above. Lu Ming's heart sank. The elder's cultivation must have reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm or even higher. He did not expect the Zhou family to have such a powerful existence. Lu Ming then turned to look at Zhou Exin. His eyes were cold as he shouted, "Why?" Lu Ming was in disbelief. He had never expected that the Zhou family would attack him. "Lu Shaoqing, hand over your grotto heaven treasure and the martial arts techniques you've cultivated. Tell me the secret of your strength. Don't tell me it's because of talent. If a heaven's favorite wants to rise, talent is one aspect, but luck is another." The clan leader of the Zhou family walked up to Lu Ming and said coldly, "Haha, I see." Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud. He realized that the Zhou family wanted his mountain and river diagram and some other treasures. Ingrate, the people of the Zhou family were a bunch of ingrates. He had saved Zhou Exin twice, but the Zhou family turned on him in the blink of an eye and wanted to deal with him. How ridiculous was this? Zhou Exin's eyes flashed with a hint of pity, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and soared into the sky. 9 dragons? It's actually the bloodline of the 9 dragons? The Zhou family head and the Zhou family's elder exclaimed in unison. They were filled with shock. Chapter 1046. 1046 Trapped. You won't be able to leave today, so stay. The Zhou family elder let out a long howl. His aura was like a pillar that shot up into the sky, shaking the world. He struck out a palm as large as a mountain, blocking Lu Ming's path of retreat. The palm landed on the 9 dragons. Lu Ming exploded with all his strength. 7 streams of dragon energy, 5 types of concepts, and the prison-suppressing heaven technique were also unleashed to the extreme. With 9 consecutive steps, Lu Ming launched a peak attack. Boom, boom, boom. The Zhou family elder's giant palm started to tremble. The Zhou family elder's face was extremely serious, he sighed. A perfected spirit embryo is actually so powerful. It's simply terrifying. Since we've already offended this person, we absolutely can't let him leave. The Zhou family head and the other elder were also shocked. The Zhou family's elder was in existence at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, but he was still sighing. It was truly shocking. Boom! The Zhou family elder's aura became stronger and his palm force exploded. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons continued to explode and then collapsed. Lu Ming's figure reappeared and he fell to the ground, coughing up blood. The Zhou family elder was too strong. Even if he used all his strength, it would still be difficult for him to escape. Buzz! The Zhou family's elder appeared in front of Lu Ming and pointed his finger at him. Lu Ming could not stop him at all. Streams of finger force seeped into Lu Ming's body and a majestic essential core surged in, sealing all of Lu Ming's essential core. Lu Ming could not mobilize any essential core. Buzz! A small pagoda flew out from the Zhou family patriarch's glabella. The small pagoda expanded rapidly and floated above Lu Ming's head. It scattered down rays of light that entered Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that not only could he not circulate his essential core, but even the intent runes were sealed. He could not even use the intent. I've already sealed this brat with the essence sealing pagoda. Be it true essence, bloodline, or intent realm, he can't use them. He can't escape. The Zhou family elder said. One of his hands was covered in light and was sealed inside. You little thieves, quickly let me go, or else I'll make you die without a burial place in the future. Dandan's 4 limbs were retracted into the turtle shell, and a voice came from the turtle shell. Little demonic beast, you're looking for death. Zhou family elder scolded. He used his true energy and squeezed, wanting to crush it. But in the next moment, Zhou family elder's expression changed. He realized that Dandan was not moving at all. Ha, old man, you want to kill me with your pitiable strength? Keep dreaming. Let me tell you, let me go now, and let that kid go as well. Otherwise, when I show my power, you'll be dead. Dandan laughed and clamored. Dandan had taken a lot of spirit herbs recently and had recovered a lot. The Zhou family elder's face turned red. He couldn't even crush a little turtle, so he said coldly, I'm going to refine you in a moment. Then he looked at the clan leader of the Zhou clan and said, "This kid has been suppressed. He must have a big secret. I'll leave the rest to you." With that, the Zhou family elder stepped into the air and left. "Lu Shaoqing, you're in our hands now. Hand over your grotto heaven treasure and your cultivation technique." The clan leader of the Zhou clan looked at Lu Ming. "Hee, if you want to kill, then kill." Lu Ming's gaze was extremely cold. He swept his gaze across the Zhou family head, Zhou Exin, and another elder, causing them to shiver. "Umph." The Zhou clan's clan master snorted coldly. He reached out and sucked the storage ring on Lu Ming's finger into his hand. He scanned the storage ring with his mind, and after a long while, his face darkened and he looked terrible. There were many things in the storage ring, but they were not particularly valuable. There was nothing rare or valuable that could move him. Lu Ming sneered. Most of his precious treasures were stored in one of the mountain peaks in the mountain and river diagram. He had set up an illusion reality switching formation on this mountain. No one could find it except for Lu Ming. It was dangerous to venture outside. He was afraid that the treasure would not fall into someone else's hands if he encountered danger one day. "Lu Shaoqing, hand over the treasure of the grotto heaven, or I'll make you wish you were dead." The Zhou clan leader's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Hee." Lu Ming sneered, his gaze turning colder. "If I get out of this one day, I'll definitely exterminate the entire Zhou family." "You won't have the chance." The clan leader of the Zhou family said coldly. His essential core spread out and formed a ribbon, carrying Lu Ming as he stepped into the air. Zhou Exin and the other old man followed. Very soon, the Zhou family had brought Lu Ming to a cave and walked in. The cave slanted downwards, leading to an unknown place. Lu Ming felt that as he went deeper and deeper, the surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher, making him feel hot all over. The people from the Zhou family tried to use their vital essence to resist, but Lu Ming could not. The terrifying temperature affected his body directly, causing him to feel a sharp pain. However, Lu Ming did not even frown. He allowed the Zhou family's clan leader to lead the way. They walked for half an hour before they reached the end. They were in a huge underground cave. They stood on a cliff and looked ahead. Below them was endless purple-red lava. The temperature here was terrifyingly high. The surface of Lu Ming's body was turning red and he felt a sharp pain. Given Lu Ming's current physical strength, even if ordinary flames were to roast him, they would not be able to burn a single hair on his body. Clearly, the lava and flames here were extraordinary and the temperature was terrifyingly high. The temperature of the lava here was more than 100 times higher than that of ordinary lava. Not only did Lu Ming feel pain in his body, but the blood in his body was also boiling. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart and there were waves of intense pain. God-burning earth flame. Lu Ming frowned. He recognized the flame. "Lu Shaoqing, are you going to hand it over or not? You're a smart person. If you hand it over, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll have to enjoy the taste of this god-burning earth flame." The clan leader of the Zhou clan said coldly. However, the only response he got was Lu Ming's disdainful cold smile. "If you're so stubborn, then I'll fulfill your wish." With a push of the palm force, Lu Ming's body fell toward the lava and happened to float above the lava. Ooh! The terrifying purplish-red flames surged and enveloped Lu Ming. The terrifying temperature seeped into Lu Ming's body and began to burn. Waves of unimaginable pain drowned Lu Ming, not only in his physical body but also in his soul. Pain, unimaginable pain. Even with Lu Ming's wisdom, he let out a muffled groan and broke out in cold sweat. However, the cold sweat evaporated as soon as it appeared. Ooh! Lu Ming panted heavily, gritting his teeth and persevering. He had once stepped on the Heavenly King Steel's staircase and suffered countless attacks. Some of them had pierced his soul and were also extremely painful. Similarly, he had cultivated the Forbidden Twin technique and his soul had to be split into two. That was also an unimaginable pain. Therefore, Lu Ming's endurance was better than ordinary people. He adjusted his breathing and calmed himself down. The Zhou clan leader's eyes started to turn cold, but slowly, they were filled with shock. Lu Ming actually withstood it. Chapter 1047. 1047. The third bloodline awakened. In his imagination, Lu Ming would roar, wail, scream, and beg for mercy. However, he did not see any of this. He was very clear on how terrifying the god-burning earth flame was. He had brought many people who had offended him in the past, and none of them could last for 5 minutes. They all screamed and begged for mercy. There were even some who wished for death, because being in the god-burning earth flame was worse than death. But now, more than 10 minutes had passed and Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged calmly on the lava as if he was sitting on an ordinary spot. This kid is too shocking. He's a terrifying monster. We can't let him leave here alive. The Zhou clan leader's heart trembled slightly. Father, I'll go back first. Zhou Xian spoke from the side. Her eyes were filled with pity. All right, you can go first. The Zhou clan leader said. Zhou Xian took a glance at Lu Ming before she turned around and left. Let's see how long you can endure this. The Zhou family head's eyes were cold as he formed a seal with his hands. The essence sealing pagoda shook and a few iron chains dropped from the top of the pagoda. They pierced Lu Ming's shoulders and locked his body. Lu Ming snorted and cast a cold glance at the Zhou family's master. He then closed his eyes. The Zhou family's master had chained his physical body and used the essence sealing pagoda to suppress his essential core and artistic conception. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. He was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Terrifying flames burned Lu Ming's body from all around. He felt waves of unimaginable pain. At first, Lu Ming was suffering bitterly, but he slowly calmed down. No matter how much pain he is in, it will be difficult to shake my heart. This is just a trial on my martial arts path. No matter how many tribulations he has to go through, I will not move. Lu Ming gradually calmed down. In the end, he actually entered an ethereal state. The pain left him. In the end, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with heaven and earth. This was a wondrous state. According to ancient records, it was called Dao comprehension. Man and heaven were one, breaking away from the shackles of the physical body and comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. No one would have thought that burning Lu Ming with the god-burning earth flame would make his mind empty and he would enter a mysterious state. Time passed by quickly. Half an hour, 1 hour, 5 hours, half a day, 1 day. 3 days later, Lu Ming was still sitting calmly on the lava, not moving. The head of the Zhou family and the old man had been shocked and in disbelief at the beginning, but now they were numb. Lu Ming was sitting there, motionless. If not for the fact that there was still life in his body, they would have thought that he was dead. This kid is really heaven-defying. He can actually withstand 3 days? The old man said, his voice trembling. All heaven's favorites have extraordinary willpower. This man can defeat Blood Luo, so he's definitely terrifying. However, humans have their limits. He's just holding it in, but I don't believe he can hold it in forever. The Zhou clan leader said. He would never have dreamed that Lu Ming had already entered an ethereal state with the myriad tribulations on his body, like the face of Buddha. They continued to wait. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Lu Ming was still sitting on the lava calmly. The head of the Zhou family gritted his teeth. Lu Shaoqing, are you going to hand it over or not? If you do, you won't have to suffer this pain. The clan leader of the Zhou clan asked loudly. This was the 32nd time he had asked this question in the past 7 days. Lu Ming closed his eyes. Just like before, he could not be bothered with him. Fine, you won't say it, right? Then stay here forever and suffer the burning of the god-burning earth flame. Elder Shan, let's go. The clan leader of the Zhou clan waved his sleeve and strode out. He had lost his patience. The two of them left the place. Along the path, stone doors were closed, sealing off the area. Lu Ming's physical body was locked and his cultivation level was suppressed. He could not cause any trouble. They planned to suppress Lu Ming here and see how long he could last. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the lava, unmoving. He entered an extremely mysterious state and forgot everything. He instinctively felt the way of heaven and earth and the realm of heaven and earth. Time flowed like water, passing by quickly, day by day. In the beginning, the clan leader of the Zhou family would come here every 7 days to interrogate Lu Ming. Later on, he came once a month. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Lu Ming had been suppressed here for a full year. In a cave in the Zhou family, the Zhou family's elders sat cross-legged, his palm emitting a raging flame that was burning a turtle shell. This turtle shell was Dandan. "Little thief, I told you, you can't do anything to me. Just wait for your death." Inside the turtle shell, Dandan was clamoring. The moment the flames dissipated, the Zhou family elder looked at the turtle shell in his hand with a serious expression. In the past year, he had used all kinds of methods, but he couldn't do anything to Dandan, and he couldn't kill it no matter what. This made him extremely shocked, and he felt more and more afraid. He had also heard that Lu Ming had been suppressed in the god-burning earthly flame for a year. He had not moved at all and had actually endured it for a whole year. All of this made the Zhou family elder feel a sense of fear, and he could not calm down. At this moment, a figure walked in. It was the clan leader of the Zhou clan. "How's that Lu Shaoqing kid?" the Zhou family elder asked. "That brat still hasn't said a word. He really deserves to die." The clan leader of the Zhou clan gritted his teeth. "I can't let this continue. That kid and that turtle are both too evil. I can't let them live. I'll wait 3 more months. If that kid still doesn't say anything, I'll kill him. And that turtle, after I kill that kid, I'll go out and ask a paragon to exterminate that turtle." The Zhou clan elder spoke. "All right." The clan leader of the Zhou clan nodded helplessly. If they killed Lu Ming, they would not be able to obtain the Grotto Heaven treasure, and all their efforts would be in vain. However, he was getting more and more flustered by keeping Lu Ming around. Lu Ming was too evil. It was too dangerous to keep him around. In the underground cave, Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged on the lava. The essence sealing pagoda was suspended above his head, suppressing him. His true yuan, bloodline, and intent couldn't be moved. However, at this moment, a blood-colored light suddenly spread out from his spine. Slowly, the blood-red light became more and more intense. In the end, the blood-red light bloomed and covered the color of the purple-red lava. The entire underground cave was filled with blood-red light. Then, a drop of blood seeped out from Lu Ming's spine and floated above his head. This drop of blood was bright red and crystal clear, but it seemed extremely cold. It exuded endless killing intent and a supreme dignity. It was vast and mighty, filling the entire underground cave. Buzz! Lu Ming's eyes, which had been closed for a year, suddenly opened. "The third bloodline, this is my third bloodline." Lu Ming's eyes glowed. After sitting here for a year, his body and soul had gone through many trials. At this time, he had finally awakened his third bloodline. However, what surprised Lu Ming was that his blood meridian did not have a chakra. Chapter 1048. 1048 Chapter 1048 Passing the Spiritual God Tribulation. Lu Ming had never expected that his third blood meridian was actually a drop of blood. This drop of blood was definitely not the blood essence of the 9 dragons, but a blood meridian that had been awakened in his body. Moreover, there were no chakras around the drop of blood, which was a little unbelievable. It was exactly the same as when he had just awakened his 9-dragon bloodline. When the bloodline of the 9 dragons was first awakened, there was not a single chakra. However, it would continue to improve after devouring blood essence. But now, was the third bloodline the same? Lu Ming's mind merged with the third bloodline and he sensed it carefully. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as Lu Ming merged with the third bloodline, a deafening roar exploded in his mind. The voice was mighty and majestic. It was filled with killing intent, and Lu Ming was instantly drowned in it. Kill! Lu Ming let out an explosive roar, his eyes filled with a terrifying killing intent. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless killing intent, as if he wanted to slaughter all the living creatures in the world. Boom! 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 At the same time, Lu Ming could feel an endless amount of energy in the drop of blood in his third blood meridian. In Lu Ming's eyes, the drop of blood was no longer a drop of blood. It was a sea of blood, an endless sea of blood that was filled with endless energy. Lu Ming felt that even a martial royal realm expert would be as insignificant as an ant in front of this energy. At this moment, a trace of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. This trace of energy was not even 1 in a billion of the entire energy in the blood sea. But it was already extremely terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed again. His murderous intent was boundless. At this moment, a layer of blood-red light emanated from his body. The strange thing was that his hair had turned blood-red as fresh blood. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. A terrifying energy burst out from his body. Bang! 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 The few iron chains that were originally hanging down from the essence sealing pagoda instantly collapsed and turned into powder. The light that scattered from the essence sealing pagoda, the light that suppressed Lu Ming's cultivation, was also crushed by this force. Without the power to suppress it, Lu Ming's essential core, which had been suppressed for a year, started to roar wildly. His spirit embryo was beating violently like a heart. At the same time, the intent symbol shone and rapidly grew longer. Boom! 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 A 5-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky and struck the essence sealing pagoda. The essence sealing pagoda shook continuously and finally exploded. Intent. Lu Ming's 5 types of intents had all broken through to the 4th level. A terrifying energy surged, causing the lava below to roil and the cave above to shake. At this moment, in the Zhou family, the Zhou family elder was shocked. His aura rose to the sky and his eyes were filled with shock. He shouted, "Not good, something's happened in the underground cave." After saying that, he quickly rushed into the underground cave. 4th level intent. 4th level intent. Lu Ming roared. In the end, his spirit was not crushed by the endless murderous thoughts, and he still retained a part of his spiritual intelligence. Then I'll break through to the spiritual god realm. Roar! The 9-dragon bloodline roared and emerged. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of raw gemstones appeared in the air. There were millions of raw gemstones in this pile. There were still about 500,000 raw gemstones given to him by the 9 Suns Supreme Master. In addition to the raw gemstones he had obtained from killing some enemies during this period of time, he had a total of more than 1 million. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed the 1 million raw gemstones in one go. Thump, thump, thump. In his dantian, his spirit embryo was beating rapidly, as if a living being was being born. At this moment, the spirit embryo burst out with a strong suction force, attracting Lu Ming's soul into the spirit embryo. Boom! The next moment, the spirit embryo shattered, and a figure appeared in his dantian. This figure was clearly a miniature version of Lu Ming. It looked exactly the same as Lu Ming, but it was very small and mini, only the size of a fist. This was the spirit god, formed by gathering the essence, qi, and spirit of a warrior. Lu Ming let out a long howl, his body moved and he soared into the sky. The rocks above the cave exploded and shattered like tofu. At this moment, the entire Drumedge Mountain and the entire Zhou family started to shake violently. Buzz! Then, a blood-red light rushed out of the ground and floated in the sky. In the blood-red light, Lu Ming stood in the air. His entire body was shrouded in blood-red light, and his killing intent was like a tide. Kill, kill, kill. From his 3rd bloodline, there were constant roars and killing intent surging into Lu Ming's mind. You? How did you escape? Not far away, a voice of disbelief came. It was the Zhou family elder. At this moment, Many figures were flying over from all over the Zhou family. They were all alarmed. Buzz. Bush. One figure after another appeared. The head of the Zhou family, the elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Exit. How is that possible? How did you manage to escape? The clan leader of the Zhou clan shouted in disbelief. His eyes were so wide that they were about to burst. Ha, I knew it. You guys can't trap this kid. The Zhou family elder laughed heartily. So what if you come out? This time, I'll kill you completely. Zhou family's elder shouted and charged at Lu Ming. However, the next moment, his hair stood on end as a terrifying sense of danger arose in his heart. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. His pupils suddenly contracted as he shouted, "Heavenly tribulation, it's heavenly tribulation, you're going to undergo the tribulation." At this moment, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky. Endless dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air, covering the sky and the sun. Endless lightning flashed in the dark clouds, exuding a terrifying power. At this moment, Lu Ming had not completely entered the spiritual god realm. He still needed to undergo the spiritual god tribulation. Only after passing the spiritual god tribulation could he be considered to have truly entered the spiritual god realm. If he could not pass it, he would be reduced to ashes. Not good, retreat, quickly retreat. The Zhou family elder roared. If they were dragged into the heavenly tribulation, they would have to undergo it as well. Moreover, the power of the heavenly tribulation would change according to the cultivation of the warrior. If they were not prepared and got envelevered, they would be courting death. The Zhou family's elder retreated quickly, wanting to stay far away. He would come and kill Lu Ming after he transcended the tribulation. He was confident that even if Lu Ming entered the first level of the spiritual god realm, he would still be able to kill him. In the spiritual god realm, the gap between each level was extremely huge. He did not believe that Lu Ming could cross 3 levels and fight him while he was in the spiritual god realm. Old dog, where do you think you're going? Lu Ming fixed his eyes on the Zhou family patriarch. He took a step forward and used the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9 dragons heaven stomping steps was several times faster than it was a year ago. It seemed that Lu Ming's 9 dragons heaven treading steps had also broken through in the past year. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he approached the Zhou family patriarch. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky churned and a bolt of lightning as thick as a water tank struck down at Lu Ming. The 5 wills gathered and formed a 5-colored armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming did not even look at the lightning and continued to chase after the Zhou family patriarch. Boom! The lightning drowned Lu Ming, but he charged past it and was unharmed. Boom! 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 There was a deafening roar in the sky. This time, 3 bolts of lightning struck at Lu Ming. Chapter 1049. 1049 Killing the Zhou family's elder. 3 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a water tank, streaked across the sky as if it was tearing the sky into several pieces. The supreme heavenly might filled the air, and many of the Zhou family disciples below trembled as if a great disaster was about to befall them. However, facing such a terrifying lightning, Lu Ming did not care and rushed towards the Zhou family patriarch. Get lost! Get lost! The Zhou family elder was terrified. He rushed forward and roared. He was terrified and aggrieved, but he did not dare to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was undergoing a lightning tribulation. If he attacked Lu Ming, he would be directly implicated in the lightning tribulation. He was looking forward to Lu Ming being killed by the lightning tribulation. Boom! 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 The 3 bolts of lightning struck Lu Ming, but he was completely fine. He did not even slow down as he approached the Zhou family elder at top speed. Freak, freak! Zhou family elder was even more terrified. Lu Ming was simply abnormal. He did not resist the lightning tribulation at all. It was simply unbelievable. The heavenly tribulation was a sharp blade hanging over the head of every martial artist. Countless martial artists were turned into ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Before he broke through to the spiritual god realm, he had prepared for hundreds of years. When the final lightning tribulation descended, he was also surrounded by danger and barely survived. How could it have been so easy? "Ha, little thief, are you afraid now? Just wait for your death." Dandan laughed loudly, extremely arrogant. "You're the one who'll die first. Go into the lightning tribulation." The Zhou family elder hardened his heart and threw Dandan into the lightning tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. Once he entered the lightning tribulation, the tribulation clouds in the sky became even more terrifying. Lightning rumbled and filled the sky, causing the earth to shake. Chi-la! Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck Dandan. Dandan stretched out her limbs and head, opened her mouth, and swallowed the lightning. Then she stretched lazily and shouted, "Ah, I'm finally out. I've been a coward for a year. Ha, this is so comfortable." This guy's body was emitting electricity, but his eyes were shining with excitement. The Zhou family's elder and the Zhou family's people's eyes almost popped out. "Pervert, demon, all of you are perverts. Go, go." The Zhou family elder had lost his sense of propriety and only knew how to run for his life. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. He turned into a stream of light and closed in on the Zhou family elder in a few moments. In the sky, dark clouds rolled and covered the Zhou family elder. "No!" The Zhou family elder roared in anger, but it was useless. Thunder and lightning rumbled and a bolt of lightning shot towards the Zhou family elder. This bolt of lightning was even more terrifying than the one that was shooting towards him. The Zhou family elder fought back with all his might and destroyed the lightning. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, 9 bolts of lightning shot toward Lu Ming, but he easily blocked them. At this moment, Lu Ming had 5 intents on him and was extremely powerful. The lightning tribulation could not touch him at all. Gah! Suddenly, another cry rang out in the sky. A huge bird swooped down from the dark clouds and pounced at Lu Ming. This bird was actually completely condensed from lightning. The lightning condensed into the bird, making it look like a real living creature. The manifestation of lightning was a lightning tribulation that only supreme geniuses would encounter. No, the lightning tribulation. No, how could this be? The Zhou family elder shouted in despair. Don't. The clan leader of the Zhou clan also roared. Lu Ming was going through a lightning tribulation. The Zhou family's patriarch was enveloped by the heavenly tribulation. He would definitely have to face a lightning tribulation. If it was an ordinary lightning tribulation, he might have some hope. However, he had no hope at all in a lightning tribulation. He was desperate and angry, but immediately 3 more bolts of lightning struck down, and the Zhou family elder could only block them with all his might. After the 3 bolts of lightning, Zhou family elder's hair was disheveled and he spat out blood. But in the sky, another 9 bolts of lightning descended and struck at the Zhou family elder. The Zhou family elder was terrified and immediately used bloodline fusion. The Zhou family elder's divine level bloodline was a flame vine, which was a 4th level divine level bloodline. The blazing flame vine was hundreds of meters long. It was filled with flames and blasted towards the 9 lightning bolts. Boom, boom, boom. After 9 bolts of lightning, the leaves and branches of the flame vine withered. It was charred black and its aura was weak. It was almost struck to death. On the other side, Dandan was extremely relaxed. No matter what kind of lightning struck him, he would swallow it in one gulp and enjoy it. Lu Ming was equally relaxed. He threw a punch and the giant lightning eagle was blown apart. "Go, you guys go quickly, leave this place." The Zhou family old ancestor knew that he had no hope. He shouted and hoped that the Zhou family head and the others would escape. "Kill!" Lu Ming hollered and strode towards the Zhou family elder. "If I die, you won't have an easy time either." The Zhou family patriarch roared madly. The flame vine twisted wildly and lashed at Lu Ming. Since he was already under the lightning tribulation, he planned to die together with Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His murderous intent was like a tide, and his eyes had turned blood-red, looking extremely evil. The third bloodline on his head, a drop of blood, started to wriggle and turned into a sword. Lu Ming grabbed the sword. At that moment, endless killing intent surged into Lu Ming's body, making his killing intent even stronger. Buzz! The blood-red sword cut through the void and the space was torn apart, revealing a dark crack with an unfathomable depth. The combat sword was invincible. It slashed through the Zhou family elder's attack and cut the flame vine into two. Zhou family's elder let out a shrill scream. The flame vine disappeared, and Zhou family's elder's body reappeared. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Kill! The killing intent was like a tide. The battle sword slashed, and there was only a blood-red sword light in the sky, which was extremely stunning. Poochie! The Zhou family elder didn't even have time to scream before he was killed. No! In the distance, the clan leader of the Zhou family shouted at the top of his lungs when he saw this scene. The old ancestor of the Zhou family was the backbone of the Zhou family. Now that he was killed, even if Lu Ming died now, the Zhou family's strength would be greatly reduced. They would be devoured by other forces. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and devoured all of the Zhou family elder's blood essence, vital essence, and energy. Then he took a step forward and chased after an elder from the Zhou family. At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room and he realized that the Zhou family still had 3 spiritual god-level powerhouses. The Zhou family had a total of 5 spirit god powerhouses. One of them was killed by Lu Ming a year ago. Now that the Zhou family's elder was dead, there were 3 more left. The clan leader of the Zhou clan and 2 other elders. The 2 elders were both in the first level of the spiritual god realm. A first-level spiritual god was much slower than Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught up to the elder in no time. The blood-red sword slashed down, and the elder screamed in pain. He was killed by Lu Ming before he could strike him with the lightning punishment. Lu Ming turned around and charged at another elder. Don't spare me! The elder begged for mercy, but he was met with a blood-red sword light. Blood gushed out, and the elder was killed. The clan leader's face was filled with despair. The Zhou family was finished. He knew that the Zhou family was completely finished. The only thing he could think of now was to run for his life. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. He could not escape at all. Lu Ming caught up to him before he could fly 10,000 miles. Boom, boom, boom! Bolts of lightning struck down on the Zhou clan leader. He tried his best to block them, but after 2 rounds of lightning tribulation he was heavily injured. Lu Ming stepped forward and threw a punch, completely crippling the Zhou family's clan leader's cultivation. Chapter 1050. 1050 Stepping into the spiritual god stage. Then, he grabbed the Zhou clan's clan leader with one hand and struck out with the other hand, scattering a thunder tiger that had been condensed from thunder and lightning. At that moment, more living beings condensed from lightning pounced at Lu Ming but were defeated by him one by one. Lu Ming took a step forward and returned to the sky above the Zhou family. At this moment, the other members of the Zhou family were still looking at the sky in shock, not knowing what was happening. They did not understand why a person would be undergoing a tribulation in the Zhou family's sky, nor did they understand why the few spirit god experts had scattered and fled. Everything happened too quickly. It had only been a few minutes since Lu Ming rushed out of the underground cave and started his tribulation transcendence. No, please let them go. They are innocent. The clan leader of the Zhou family was in Lu Ming's hands. Even if there were lightning bolts that struck him, they were all destroyed by Lu Ming. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair and incomparable regret. He regretted it. He regretted being so greedy for Lu Ming's treasures. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so freakish. He was suppressed in the god-burning earthly flame, but he could still break through and even attract the lightning tribulation. This was unbelievable. However, it was too late to regret. He only hoped that Lu Ming would let the Zhou family off. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was unimaginably strong. He only wanted to destroy and kill everyone in the Zhou family to take revenge for the suffering he had suffered this year. Kill. There was only coldness in Lu Ming's eyes. In his mind, there were constant roars. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and shouted. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and the terrifying devouring power burst forth, enveloping all the Zhou family members. Don't. Help. Screams rose and fell. One by one, the essence, qi, and spirit of the Zhou family members were devoured, turning into dried corpses. All the blood essence, vital essence, and energy were devoured by the 9 dragon bloodlines. They were constantly refined into vital essence and poured into the spirit god. No, no, no. The Zhou family head's eyes were dazed as he watched everything. Almost all the disciples of the Zhou clan were dead. The Yengu mountain was covered with corpses. No, there was one more person who was limply lying on a mountain peak with a dull look in her eyes. It was Zhou Xian. Although Lu Ming's killing intent was overwhelming and he was affected by the 3rd bloodline, he still retained a trace of rationality and deliberately made Zhou Xian stay. He took a step forward and appeared not too far away from Zhou Xian. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, there were still lightning creatures pouncing at Lu Ming, but they could not do anything to him. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He had cultivated 5 types of heaven and earth intent realms and had an outburst of dragon energy. The most terrifying thing was that the trace of energy that had surged into his 3rd bloodline not only made Lu Ming's killing intent surge, but his combat strength had also become more terrifying. He could easily withstand the lightning punishment. Do you regret this? Lu Ming said coldly. His blood-red eyes were fixed on Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian looked at the clan leader of the Zhou family in a daze and then at Lu Ming. That's right. It's all our fault. It's karma. This is karma. We've brought this upon our Slaviers. We can't live. Shiner, it's all my fault. Lu Shaoqing, I'm begging you. I'm begging you to spare Shiner. It's all my fault. The clan leader of the Zhou clan shouted. You all deserve to die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and he was unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he threw the clan leader of the Zhou clan out. A bolt of lightning struck down, and the clan leader of the Zhou clan turned into ashes. Father! Zhou Xian called out. Zhou Xian, you gave me the purple jade back then. There are spatial stones in the purple jade, which are of great use to me. However, I've saved your life twice after that. That's enough to make up for the spatial stones you gave me. After that, you guys attacked me and suppressed me. Today, it's only natural for me to kill you. Everything is your own fault. You should kill yourself. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. He had no intention of letting Zhou Xian off. Good, then let me follow my father. Zhou Xian laughed bitterly. Her body suddenly moved and she charged towards Lu Ming. Chi-la! The lightning struck Zhou Xian and she was reduced to ashes. At this point, the Zhou family was almost completely dead. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning tribulation was still continuing, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming punched continuously, blowing up a few thunder-shaped creatures. At the same time, he refined the blood essence and primordial qi of the Zhou family members into his own primordial qi in his 9-dragon bloodline. Lu Ming's spiritual god was becoming fuller and more solid. At the same time, Lu Ming poured the energy of the blood essence into the 3rd bloodline. However, he realized that the 3rd bloodline did not absorb the energy of the blood essence at all. What's going on? Why aren't you absorbing it? Lu Ming had initially thought that the 3rd bloodline did not have a meridian cycle. It was like the 9 dragons bloodline in the past, where it needed blood essence energy to level up. Now, it seemed that it was not the same at all. The 3rd bloodline seemed to be the same as well. It did not have a chakra. Since the third bloodline could not be absorbed, Lu Ming transferred the energy of the blood essence to the second bloodline and let the prison-suppressing steel bloodline absorb it. Not enough. The energy is still not enough. Lu Ming took out the Zhou family patriarch's storage ring. With a thought, a huge pile of raw gemstones appeared. There were at least 1 million of them. They were devoured by the 9 dragons and continued to refine. Boom. Boom. As time passed, the power of the lightning tribulation grew stronger and stronger. However, Lu Ming still managed to block all of them. After 15 minutes, the dark clouds in the sky finally disappeared, and the lightning disappeared. Lu Ming had finally survived the lightning tribulation and become a spiritual god. The lightning tribulation that was difficult for others was not difficult for Lu Ming. Once the lightning tribulation was over, the endless spirit qi in the world gathered toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's aura rose rapidly. Let's leave this place. Lu Ming's figure moved and he disappeared from the place. A few hours later, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak a few million miles away. At this moment his aura had already stabilized, and he had officially stepped into the spiritual god realm, first-level spiritual god. At this moment, all the blood was absorbed into Lu Ming's body. His hair turned black once again. When he opened his eyes, he became calm, pure, and free of any killing intent. Phew, the third bloodline, so powerful. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. The vast and endless killing intent was too shocking. Previously, Lu Ming had almost been controlled by it. It's because I have a strong desire to kill the Zhou family. Otherwise, I should be able to control this power. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Previously, he already had a strong killing intent towards the Zhou family. With the addition of the third bloodline, he was almost overwhelmed by the killing intent, which led to him almost killing the entire Zhou family. With Lu Ming's original personality, he would not have gone so far. At most, he would have killed the higher-ups of the Zhou family. He would have let off those of lower cultivation levels. However, when he was faced with the tide-like killing intent earlier, he only wanted to kill. He wanted to kill everyone in the Zhou family to vent his hatred. However, what had already happened. Lu Ming would not regret it. Since the Zhou family had treated him that way and suppressed him for a year, he had to bear the consequences. What exactly is this third bloodline? A drop of blood? But there's such a vast power inside? Previously, Lu Ming had only borrowed a trace of the power, but his strength had increased greatly. However, his will had almost been crushed by the killing intent. This made Lu Ming shiver in fear. He had to be careful when he used his third bloodline in the future. If he were to borrow even more power, his mind would probably be drowned by boundless killing intent in an instant and he would become a puppet that only knew how to kill. Chapter 1051. 1051 Wind and Clouds Gathering in Central Continent. I've gained a lot this time. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. In the god-burning earthly flame, Lu Ming entered an ethereal state. Just like that, a year passed. In this 1 year, he had actually been comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth and various martial arts techniques. In that state, it was much faster to comprehend various concepts and martial arts techniques. In addition to Lu Ming's current level of comprehension, his progress was naturally terrifying. Unknowingly, his 5 kinds of intent realm had already broken through to the 4th level. Thus, when his third bloodline awakened and he broke through the chi ceiling pagoda that suppressed him, his 5 kinds of intent realm began to improve rapidly and broke through to the 4th level. At the same time, he also began to break through to the spiritual god realm. Now, Lu Ming could clearly sense that his 5 types of intents had all reached the peak of level 4 beginner. He was only 1 step away from level 4 lower tier. Moreover, he had also cultivated the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps to the 7th step. Its power was equivalent to the highest level of a low-grade divine martial technique, and its power was amazing. In the next moment, with a thought, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged with 6 golden chakras. After refining the Zhou clan's blood essence, The prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline had also advanced by 1 level, reaching divine level 6. My body, under the burning and tempering of the god-burning earthly flame, has also broken through and reached the 9th grade. Lu Ming smiled. In the future, I'll have to be more careful. If I don't trust people, I can't easily expose a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. This incident had taught Lu Ming a lesson. One should not reveal one's wealth, not to mention an important treasure like the mountain and river diagram. It was easy for others to be greedy. This time, if it were not for the Zhou family who wanted to force out his secret and force him to hand over the mountain and river diagram, he would have been dead. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just awakened his 3rd bloodline, which was so powerful that he didn't need to use his genuine yuan, he wouldn't have been able to escape. He was lucky this time, but Lu Ming did not want to have a second time. Ha, awesome. On the other side, Dandan laughed loudly, lightning still flashing all over her body. This fellow had absorbed a huge amount of tribulation lightning energy earlier, and he was still digesting it. What a freak. The power of God tribulation lightning was something that even the bloodline of the 9 dragons couldn't devour. Lu Ming, I didn't misjudge you. Dandan flew over and laughed. I didn't expect you to last a year. Lu Ming said. Don't you know who I am? My defense is unrivaled in the world. That guy refined me for a year, trying to refine me, but in the end he didn't even hurt a single hair of mine. Dandan said smugly. You have fur? Lu Ming was full of disdain. It's just a list. Your bloodline, on the other hand, is very shocking. Even I feel flustered when I look at it. Dandan sized up Lu Ming. Can you tell what bloodline it is? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he asked. I don't know you. To be honest, I don't even know your 2nd bloodline. You're a pervert. I don't know you have 2 bloodlines. But your 2nd bloodline looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. She mumbled, but in the end she still couldn't remember anything. It's as good as not saying anything. Lu Ming looked at him in disdain. He then stood up and left in the air. It's been a year. I wonder what cultivation level those geniuses have reached? Lu Ming yearned for it and left quickly. Next, Lu Ming went to the Savage Mountain to look for powerful demonic beasts to fight with. His main purpose was to test the power of his 3rd bloodline. As expected, every time Lu Ming activated his 3rd blood meridian, there would be an endless surge of killing intent. Moreover, Lu Ming could sense the boundless sea of blood from that drop of blood, and he could also borrow the power of the sea of blood. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could only borrow a trace of it. Moreover, every time he borrowed the power of the 3rd bloodline, he was filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to kill all the living creatures in the world. The killing intent was too shocking, and it seemed to contain boundless hatred. Why does he have such a strong killing intent and such a strong hatred? It said that any bloodline can be traced back to ancient, primordial and immemorial creatures, divine weapons, and heaven and earth spirits. What kind of creature does this drop of blood belong to? Lu Ming was filled with doubts and his imagination ran wild. As he moved forward, he cultivated and explored at the same time. Slowly, Lu Ming became more and more familiar with the use of the 3rd bloodline. He could already maintain his calm mind and not be affected by the surging killing intent. In 9 Dragons of the East Continent, the Divine Emperor, Dongfang Yu, stood respectfully in front of Martial Emperor Di in a palace. On both sides of the palace stood the family masters of the 6 ancient families. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Young Master Di Shen has successfully broken through to the spiritual god realm. If you see Lu Ming again, you will definitely be able to kill him easily. The patriarch of the Wang clan congratulated him with a smile. That's right. With young Master Di Shen's talent, once he becomes a spiritual god, he will be able to exert a terrifying power of the space mentality. It will be easy to kill Lu Ming. The master of the Jiang family also took the opportunity to flatter him. Martial Emperor Di nodded and said, Shen is indeed not bad. He is invincible in the East Continent, but don't underestimate the heroes of the world. The central continent has always been a place where geniuses are born in large numbers. In this era, there are many geniuses who are not weaker than Xin. The top 5 young warriors are even more powerful. You can't be complacent. Shinner knows. The Emperor God bowed and said, "Yes, I've received news that the Wanxiang Jade Wall of the Central Continent's Xianxia Academy will be open to the public. Heroes from all over the world can go and see it. You too can go to the Central Continent together and see the heroes of the world. You can also train yourself," said Martial Emperor Di Shen, and Dong Fengyu's eyes lit up with anticipation. The Central Continent had always been known as the center of the divine wilderness. How strong and prosperous was it, and how strong were its geniuses? They were looking forward to it. The same thing was happening in the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley. In a huge ancient tomb in the Sky Corpse sect, Blood Sword One and Corpse Warrior stood respectfully in front of the Corpse Emperor. Now that the myriad-form Jade Wall of the Tianxia Academy in the Central Continent is open to the public, all of you can go to the Central Continent together and try your luck. According to my guess, the Heaven's favorites from the Northern Plains, Western Desert and Southern Nether will also be heading to the Central Continent. The Central Continent will become a place where the wind and clouds will gather. You can go and experience it. The Corpse Emperor said. Yes. Blood Sword One, Corpse Warrior bowed and said. In the Heavenly Demon Valley, AO2 and Feng Xian also stepped into the teleportation array to the Central Continent under the instructions of the Demon Emperor. Roar! In a barbaric mountain range, a black panther with 3 heads roared and pounced at Lu Ming. A brutal aura filled the forest. The 3 heads let out 3 loud roars. The clouds in the sky were scattered, and the mountain range rumbled. Its 3 heads spewed out flames, lightning, and ice respectively. It was extremely terrifying. It was a ferocious beast in the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Chapter 1052. 1052 Chapter 1052 Illusionary Breath Technique. A drop of blood appeared on top of Lu Ming's head. It was the 3rd bloodline. Then, a trace of blood light surged into Lu Ming's body. In an instant, Lu Ming's body was covered in blood light. His long black hair turned blood red, and his eyes were like bright red rubies, emitting endless killing intent. The 3rd blood meridian squirmed and transformed into a combat sword that Lu Ming held in his hand. Whoosh! The combat sword slashed down and the space cracked. A blood-red sword light with a hint of black cut through the sky and slashed at the 3 Black Panthers. As the sword light slashed, the 3 Black Panthers' attacks were destroyed. The sword light continued forward, cutting the 3 Black Panthers in half. The 3-headed Black Panther, which was equivalent to the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm, was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. After breaking through to the spiritual god realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased too much. Just now, he had only used the power of his 3rd bloodline. He didn't use his dragon power or intent. Of course, at the spiritual god realm, Lu Ming naturally could not kill enemies that were 5 to 6 levels higher than him like he was at the spirit embryo realm. That was unrealistic. To be able to cross over to the spiritual god realm, they were already the cream of the crop. When they were in the spirit embryo realm, they were already able to kill enemies that were several levels higher. When facing such a cream of the crop, Lu Ming naturally could not kill enemies that were 5 or 6 levels higher. That would be too exaggerated. Moreover, the difference between each level of the spiritual god realm was extremely huge. Lu Ming was not sure how many levels he could kill if he went all out. When I borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline, it actually contains a powerful slaughter domain. With a thought, the 3rd bloodline entered Lu Ming's body. His hair turned black again, the blood-red light disappeared, and so did his killing intent. He returned to his original appearance, but he was a little surprised. The killing intent domain was an extremely terrifying intent domain. It was filled with killing intent and was extremely terrifying. This kind of intent domain was one of the most terrifying intent domains in the world. It was not weaker than the time and space intent domains. This was not the concept that Lu Ming had personally comprehended. However, he could borrow it when he used his third blood meridian. Although Lu Ming did not comprehend it himself, it could be used as his killing move. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and with a palm force, he devoured the blood essence and demonic power of the 3 Black Panthers. Then, with a flash of his body, he left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged, refining the energy of the 3 Black Panthers' blood essence. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline emerged and shook continuously. Its 6 golden chakras were extremely bright. Not long after, the 7th golden chakra emerged. His prison-suppressing steel bloodline had also advanced to divine level 7. Along the way, Lu Ming had killed many ferocious beasts and refined their blood essence. Now, he had finally accumulated enough to advance the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to divine level 7, which was on par with the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, Lu Ming's cultivation did not improve much. He had only reached the middle stage of the first-level spiritual god realm. After refining the energy of the 3 Black Panthers, the dimensional stone appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming continuously channeled his essential core into the Na Yuan stone. When Lu Ming's essential core was almost completely depleted, the Na Yuan stone was full. Sure enough, it's similar to my previous speculation. This Yuan storage stone can only store my true essence of the first level of the spiritual god realm. If my cultivation continues to improve, this Yuan storage stone won't be of much use. Lu Ming kept the storage elemental stone and took out the rough stone to devour and recover. When Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered, he waved his hand and a pile of storage rings appeared in the air. Most of these storage rings came from the Zhou family, as well as some from the experts he had killed previously. Lu Ming had not been able to sort them out properly before this. Now was the perfect time to do so. Lu Ming was already very familiar with sorting out the storage ring. He first categorized the items, separating the valuable items, rare items that Lu Ming did not recognize, and the rest. Lu Ming spent an entire day tidying up everything. There are only about 1,000,000 raw gemstones left. Lu Ming sighed. The Zhou family's master, patriarch, and a few elders were all at the spiritual god realm. There were a few million raw gemstones in total. However, Lu Ming had used more than half of them to break through to the spiritual god realm. Now, he only had about 1,000,000 left. If Lu Ming used 1,000,000 origin stones to improve his cultivation now, he was afraid that it would not even be enough to advance to the second level of the spiritual god realm. It would not be of much use. There were also a few other miscellaneous items that were not worth much. What's in this box? They're so heavily protected? Lu Ming found a box in the Zhou family head's storage ring. He did not know what material it was made of, but it was extremely hard. It was covered with runes and arrays. Lu Ming was interested in how well the Zhou family's clan master had hidden it. Lu Ming observed it carefully. Although the inscription array was advanced, Lu Ming was still able to discover its flaws and weaknesses very quickly. Dandan, come and break it. Lu Ming did not have any mental fire now and could only be called Dandan. Simple, leave it to me. Dandan scuttled over and observed it for a moment. She waved her claws and runes entered the box. The inscriptions on the box glowed, and after a while, the inscriptions on the box trembled and collapsed. If there are any treasures, give me a share. Dandan shouted, her eyes shining, and hurriedly opened the box. After opening the box, Dandan's face sank and revealed a look of disappointment. Because the items in the box were very simple. There were only 2 items, a small jade box and a book. They were not some kind of treasure at all. Without any natural treasures, Dandan immediately lost interest and walked to the side to gnaw on spirit herbs with a bored face. Lu Ming was somewhat interested. He picked up the book and opened it to read. After a long while, Lu Ming revealed a look of surprise. This book recorded a secret technique, the illusionary breath technique. According to the records, one could change one's aura into another aura by cultivating the illusionary aura technique. This was completely different from the previous method of concealing one's aura. Concealing one's aura was just concealing one's own aura so that others would not be able to detect it easily. However, the illusionary breath technique transformed one's aura into another kind of aura. This was simply an escape. A top-secret art of disguise could sometimes save lives. As long as he changed his aura and appearance, no one would be able to recognize him. In the world of martial Dao, it was easy to change one's appearance, but one's aura could not be changed. Everyone's aura was unique, so this kind of secret skill was very precious. No wonder the Zhou clan's clan head had such a good collection. If I had cultivated the illusionary breath technique, I wouldn't have to be afraid of being recognized even if I met someone I knew. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He could not help but look at the jade box. If it was placed together with the illusionary breath technique, then what was in the jade box? Lu Ming opened the jade box expectantly. There was a jade tablet in the box. Lu Ming took a look and knew that it was a record jade card. He picked it up and scanned it with his mind. At first, Lu Ming was stunned. Then, he had a look of disbelief on his face. There's actually such a heaven-defying pill in this world? Lu Ming was tongue-tied and extremely shocked. This jade token contained a pill recipe, a heaven-defying pill's refining method. Nirvana pill. This was a pill formula called the Nirvana pill. However, the nature-defying function of this pill left Lu Ming dumbfounded. Chapter 1053. 1053 Nirvana Pill, World City. Taking the Nirvana pill could give a warrior's bloodline a chance to undergo Nirvana. After Nirvana, one's bloodline would have a chance to upgrade. However, the upgrade level was not fixed. It depended on one's potential and luck. Some people could advance 1 level, some could advance 2 levels, and some could even advance higher. Heavens! This kind of medicinal pill was seriously too heaven-defying. It was very difficult to level up one's bloodline after birth. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was a special case. In addition, Xianxia's bloodline was special. With the help of Emperor Tsang, he achieved the nirvana of his bloodline and evil levered. Throughout his journey, Lu Ming had only seen Xianxia's nirvana bloodline upgrade once. He had not seen or even heard of it. And this nirvana elixir was actually so heaven-defying. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause chaos in the world and set off endless waves. Think about it, if a martial artist with a 9th level king bloodline were to take the nirvana elixir, even if he were to advance by 1 level, he would most likely be promoted to a divine bloodline and have the qualification to break through to the spiritual god realm. For some martial artists with divine bloodlines, if they could upgrade their bloodline by 1 or 2 levels, their talent would undoubtedly be higher and they would be able to go further in the future. This was especially so for those supreme geniuses who had awakened divine level 6, 7, or even 8. If they were to consume it, they might even be able to advance to the highest divine level, level 9. Just how alluring and heaven-defying was this? It would be strange if people didn't go crazy after knowing about it. However, according to the records, every warrior only had 1 chance. After taking the nirvana pill once, the second time would have no effect. It would create resistance, but it would not reduce the value of the nirvana pill. Back then, Cold Blood Hall made a big move and said that a treasure had been taken away. Zhou Xian happened to be there. Could it be? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of many things. They had met Zhou Xian in the ancient herb garden, but she did not want to work with Lu Ming. She wanted to work alone. Later on, Cold Blood Hall seemed to be looking for a treasure in the ancient herb garden, but it was taken away. It led to a large-scale operation by Cold Blood Hall. They blocked the teleportation array and even besieged them on the plane, demanding them to hand over their storage rings. There, Lu Ming met Zhou Xian again and saved her. Logically speaking, Zhou Xian's cultivation level was not high. In such a situation, it was very likely that she would hand over her storage ring to save her life. However, Zhou Xian did not do so. She had no intention of handing over her storage ring. At that time, Lu Ming did not think too much about it. However, when he saw the pill formula of the Nirvana elixir, he could not help but link all of these together. Perhaps, Zhou Exin had obtained this elixir recipe from the ancient medicine garden, and the reason why Cold Blood Hall had mobilized so many people was most likely to find this elixir recipe. He did not expect that it would eventually fall into Lu Ming's hands. Although the pill formula was not of much use to Lu Ming, as he had the 9 Dragons bloodline and did not need the Nirvana pill to improve his bloodline, he was still very excited. To him, although it was not of much use, he had family and friends. This kind of pill formula would be of great use to his family and friends. However, the spirit herbs required to refine the Nirvana pill are too rare. Lu Ming sighed again. Although the Nirvana elixir was heaven-defying, the materials and spiritual herbs it required were extremely rare. It required dozens of spiritual herbs and materials. Most of the supplementary materials were the top grade of level 8, and 7 of the main materials were level 9. Moreover, they were the best of level 9 materials. Lu Ming was speechless. It was extremely difficult to collect these materials. Forget it. There's no rush. Take it slow. Lu Ming smiled. He memorized the pill formula of the Nirvana elixir and kept it in the mountain and river diagram. Then, he opened the secret manual of the illusionary breath technique and started reading. Next, Lu Ming cultivated the illusionary breath technique as he moved forward. Time passed day by day. It had been a month since Lu Ming left the Zhou family. One day, Lu Ming arrived at a huge city. This city was incomparably majestic, filled with vicissitudes and a grand and domineering aura. On the city gate, there were 3 big words: World City. I actually came to World City. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. The World City was next to the World Academy. It was one of the 10 ancient cities of the central continent and had a long history. The Xianxia Academy was located northwest of the Sky Eagle Castle. Lu Ming had unknowingly crossed the Sky Eagle Castle's territory and arrived at the Xianxia Academy. Since he was here, Lu Ming naturally had to go and take a look. After entering World City, he realized that it was really bustling with people coming and going. Why are there so many young heaven's favorites? Lu Ming was a little surprised. On the streets, he could see young geniuses walking by from time to time in groups of 3 to 5. Each of them had an imposing appearance, beautiful looks, and the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They were definitely powerful elites. Lu Ming could sense that many of them had awakened divine bloodlines. Although the central continent had many outstanding talents and many times more heaven's favorites than the East continent, it was still unrealistic to meet a group of divine-level heaven's favorites in a big city. Could it be that something big has happened in Xianxia City or Xianxia Academy that has gathered so many geniuses? Lu Ming made a guess. Who's that? Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. He discovered 2 familiar faces. Blood Sword 1 and Corpse Battle. The Heavenly Corpse Sex Blood Sword had appeared in the central continent, in the World City, in a battle with a corpse. This surprised Lu Ming. Interesting. The most powerful sovereign of the Heavenly Corpse sect is here. Did the Divine Emperor and the others come? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Blood Sword 1 and Corpse Warrior did not notice Lu Ming. Instead, they walked into a shop. Lu Ming came to a secret place and his body began to change. After a while, he turned into a dark-faced, honest young man. Then, he activated the illusionary breath technique and his aura changed. Now, no matter how familiar they were with Lu Ming, they would not be able to recognize him when they stood in front of him. Lu Ming smiled and strode down the street. In front of him, Shui Jian and Corpse Warrior walked out of the shop and walked past Lu Ming, but they did not react at all. He completely treated Lu Ming as a stranger. Lu Ming smiled in satisfaction and walked into a restaurant. Did you guys hear? A month ago, the Cold Blood Hall disciple also broke through to the spiritual god realm. What? Blood Luo Zi had also broken through? Shui Luo Zi is not very strong among the second-grade heaven's favorites, but I didn't expect him to have a breakthrough. It seems that most of the second-grade heaven's favorites have broken through to the spiritual god realm. The top 5 young warriors have all broken through to the spiritual god realm a year ago. Now, even the second-grade heaven's favorites have broken through to the spiritual god realm. From now on, the world will belong to the younger generation. The younger generation will be ushering in the era of spiritual gods. In the same era, there are actually so many young geniuses who have entered the spiritual god realm. This is unbelievable. Lu Ming heard a discussion not long after he entered the restaurant. Lu Ming nodded to himself. It had been more than a year since the ancient herb garden. It was normal for those second-grade geniuses to step into the spiritual god realm one after another. After all, those geniuses had powerful forces supporting them. They did not have to worry about resources at all. Lu Ming could not compare to them. Chapter 1054. 1054 AO2 is suppressed. This era is truly a great era, not only our central continent. It is said that northern plains, western desert, and southern nether are all filled with geniuses and experts. Some time ago, a heaven's favorite from northern plains entered central continent and challenged one of the top 5 young warriors, Yang Patin. That battle could be said to be a peak battle, but in the end, it ended in a draw. I've also heard about that battle. It was truly shocking to think that northern plains would have a heaven's favorite at the level of the top 5 young warriors. Not only northern plains, in this period of time, western desert has sent young saint monks into central continent, displaying their unparalleled battle strength. There is also a terrifying dark child from southern nether. According to reliable sources, western desert and southern nether both have geniuses that are not weaker than the top 5 young warriors. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and was secretly shocked. Who would have thought that southern nether, northern plains, and western desert would all have heaven's favorites at the level of the top 5 young warriors? The future was bound to be even more intense and brilliant. What about the East Continent? Are there any powerful heaven's favorites in the East Continent? Not the East Barren. The reason why it has the word barren is that it is a savage land. Since ancient times, it has been the weakest of the 5 territories. How can there be any geniuses? That's true. I heard that there are only 2 people in the East Continent who are good. One is called Lu Ming, and the other is called Dishan. They should be second-grade geniuses. The others are not good. They are just clowns who are not worth mentioning. That's true. I heard that there was a great war in the East Continent and Lu Ming was trapped. I guess he's in trouble. Now, there's only one emperor god left who can be used. Well, what's there to talk about in a savage land? Let's drink. A burst of laughter came from the surroundings. When they talked about the Eastern Barren Territory, their words were full of contempt. A bunch of popinjays dare to talk about the world's heroes. At this time, a cold snort sounded and spread throughout the restaurant. Everyone's gazes turned to a corner of the restaurant. There were 2 figures there, a man and a woman. The man was extremely burly and majestic, more than 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles. The woman's figure was graceful and beautiful. Her face was unparalleled, and she was devastatingly beautiful. AO2 Feng Xian. Lu Ming was stunned. He recognized the 2 of them. They were the 2 most powerful heaven's favorites of the heavenly demon valley in the East Barren. Oh, so, you're considered a hero? The people they had been talking about were 3 young men with swords on their backs. They were all dressed in white swordsman robes and were obviously from the same force. At this moment, one of the young men with a sword on his back looked at AO2 with a cold smile. I don't know if I'm a hero or not, but I can easily suppress you. AO2 laughed coldly. He was extremely confident. In the Eastern Barren Territory, he was second only to Lu Ming and the Emperor and deities. He was at the top and few people could defeat him. Naturally, he was confident. Even when he came to the Central Continent, he was still confident that he would not be weaker than others. Suppress me with a single palm? I've never seen you before. Are you from the East Continent? The young man asked. That's right, AO2 from the East Baron. AO2 said. Trash from the East Continent. You're just a bug, and you dare to say that you can defeat me? You're really a big shot. The young man with the sword on his back shouted coldly. What did you just say? AO2 rose to his feet in a fit of rage, and a cold, killing intent shot out from his eyes. A violent aura burst forth, and the entire restaurant was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. The sword-carrying youth actually dared to call him a reptile, which made him want to kill him. The young man sneered. He pointed his finger forward like a sword and cut through AO2's aura. Let's go out and fight. I'll let you know if you're trash or not. The young man with the sword on his back stepped out and flew into the sky. AO2 also stepped out. Ha, that insect from the East Continent, how dare he fight with Senior Brother Song? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Let's go out and take a look. The other two young men laughed and followed. Then Feng Xian also followed him out. That's the Heaven's Martial Sword Sect's supreme talent. That guy just now seems to be Song Fei, the third-ranked supreme talent of the Heaven's Martial Sword Sect. That flood dragon from the East Continent is going to fight Song Fei. Interesting, let's go and see. Let's go. Everyone flew out of the restaurant and stood in the air to watch. Lu Ming followed the crowd and flew out of the restaurant. In the sky, AO2 and Song Fei were confronting each other. The powerful aura they released attracted many people. That's a flood dragon from the East Continent. Do you think he can win? That's impossible. Song Fei is the third Heaven's favorite of the Heavenly Sword faction. He is extremely powerful. That dragon is no match for him. Many people were discussing. There were 18 overlord forces in the Central Continent. Of course, there were also strong and weak overlord forces. The Heavenly Martial Sword School was one of the top forces in the Central Continent. It was stronger than the Floating Mountain, Cold Blood Hall, and Sky Eagle Fort. It had many experts and geniuses. As the third Heaven's pride of the Heavenly Martial Sword School, it was needless to say that it was powerful. Boom! Boom! Their auras rumbled in the sky, creating a terrifying whirlwind. Kill! AO2 was the first to attack. He transformed into his true form, revealing a flood dragon that was several hundred meters long. His entire body was shimmering with a golden light as if he was made of gold. Golden storm splitting slash. AO2 roared. He opened his mouth, and 9 beams of dark golden light shot out. They cut through the air and flew toward Song Fei. Buzz! A sword cry resounded, and a sword light burst out like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the void and cutting through everything. Wherever the sword light passed, AO2's 9 beams of golden light were all shattered. However, the sword chi also dissipated. Golden Gilded Dragon Claw. AO2's flood dragon claws turned pure gold. They were sparkling and resplendent, and they emitted terrifying ripples. With a single claw, space was torn apart. It was extremely terrifying. AO2's level had reached the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. When he went all out, he was comparable to a spirit god. However, Song Fei's cultivation was also at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. You have some skills, take this. Go. Song Fei shouted, and his bloodline appeared. It was a Silavir sword with 7 golden chakras. World-breaking sword. Song Fei transformed into a combat sword. The Silavir white combat sword emitted a dazzling light as it slashed down toward AO2. The combat sword and AO2's gilded dragon claw collided. The sky was filled with golden and Silavir light, so dazzling that many people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, AO2 was seen retreating frantically. A deep sword wound had appeared on his dragon claw. His scales had been shattered, and blood was flowing out. Buzz! The Silavir sword slashed down again, and endless sword chi scattered. It was extremely terrifying, and even the space was left with deep marks. AO2 roared and fought with all his might, but Song Fei's sword chi was extremely sharp and could cut through anything. It broke through AO2's attack and his defense, leaving sword wounds on his body. AO2 was completely at a disadvantage. Before long, a dozen sword wounds appeared on his body, each of which was several meters long. Blood gushed out of them, and some of them even fell to the ground. This blood contains the bloodline of a true dragon. Keep it. Someone was unkind enough to collect all the blood left by AO2, which made AO2 roar in anger. However, he was no match for Song Fei even if he tried his best. Your flood dragon is not bad. I just happen to be lacking a mount. From now on, you will be my mount. Song Fei said coldly. The sword light became even more terrifying. Chapter 1055. 1055 Chapter 1055 Myriad Image Jade Wall. Don't even think about it. AO2 roared in rage, feeling extremely aggrieved. He, AO2, had more than 70% of the true dragon's bloodline. He had been surrounded by halos since he was a child and was the #1 genius of the heavenly demon valley. He was known to be able to compete with the emperor gods. There were few in the younger generation in the East Baron who could be on par with him. Although he was defeated by Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence, only Lu Ming and the Emperor God were above him in the entire East Baron. The only people who could be on par with him were Bloodsword 1 and Feng Xian. He was still a peerless genius with a brilliant halo and was high above. However, in the Central Continent, a young heaven's favorite he met casually suppressed him and even wanted to capture him as a mount. At this moment, his self-confidence took a heavy blow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of Asilavir sword light cut through the sky and slashed toward AO2. Even though AO2 had the bloodline of a true dragon, he was still unable to defend himself. He was completely suppressed and torn apart by the terrifying sword chi. Surrender and be my mount. I won't kill you. Otherwise, you'll die today. Song Fei's cold voice came from the Asilavir sword. Don't even think about it. AO2 roared. With his pride, he would rather die than be Song Fei's mount. Then go to hell. The Asilavir combat sword bloomed with thousands of rays of light. Sword chi tore through the air as it slashed toward AO2's head. AO2 retreated frantically, using all his strength to defend himself. However, he was still almost beheaded, leaving a deep wound on his neck. His body shrank rapidly, and he fled into the distance. You want to leave? Stay. Song Fei obviously had no intention of letting AO2 go. He chased after AO2. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix was heard. A divine bird that looked like a phoenix flew towards Song Fei. With a flap of its wings, flames filled the sky and spread towards Song Fei. Song Fei was shocked. Sword chi whistled and broke through the flames. However, this delay had allowed AO2 to rush into the distance and disappear without a trace. The phoenix-like divine bird had extreme speed. It flapped its wings and turned into a beam of light, flying into the distance. Song Fei shouted and chased after it, but after a while, he couldn't catch up. Lu Ming could clearly see that the phoenix-like divine bird was Feng Xian. She had the blood of the phoenix and was astonishingly fast. Song Fei returned to his human form and snorted, "What, Dong Huang the heaven's favorite? He's just a piece of trash." After saying that, he flew back into the restaurant with the other 2 disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction and continued to eat and drink. In the crowd, Blood Sword and Corpse Warrior were also watching the battle. Their faces were ugly, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Song Fei's combat strength was shocking. Blood Sword knew that he was no match for Song Fei. I didn't expect there to be so many geniuses in the Central Continent. I heard that Song Fei is only the 3rd heaven's favorite of the heavenly martial sword faction. Corpse Warrior sighed. The battle just now had shocked him. The Central Continent is indeed the center of the divine wilderness continent. There are so many geniuses. In the entire Eastern Wilderness, only Lu Ming and the Emperor God duo can defeat Song Fei. Blood Sword 1 nodded and the 2 of them left. Lu Ming did not feel anything. He was not surprised by this result. AO2 and Song Fei were both 3rd-grade heaven's favorites, but AO2 was only in the middle. Song Fei, on the other hand, was at the top of the third-grade heaven's favorites. He was close to some weaker second-grade heaven's favorites. AO2 was no match for him. Lu Ming also returned to the restaurant and continued to eat and drink. Very soon he received some new information. The reason why so many talents gathered in Xianxia City was that the Xianxia Academy's Wanxiang Jade Wall would open in 3 days. The Xianxia Academy's Wanxiang Jade Wall was said to contain endless mysteries. If a warrior comprehended from it, he could obtain great opportunities and gain great benefits. There were even rumors that the Wanxiang Jade Wall contained a great secret, a divine treasure. However, it had not been opened for many years. The Xianxia Academy's Wanxiang Jade Wall had never been opened to the public before. This time, it suddenly announced to the world that it was willing to be opened to the public. All the heroes in the world could freely visit and comprehend it. This news naturally attracted a large number of heaven's favorites. Wanxiang Jade Wall? Since we're here, we can't miss this. Lu Ming continued to eat and drink. The news that he heard next was not too important. He heard about which prodigies they were, how powerful they were, and which beauties were more beautiful. After finishing his meal, Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant and found an inn to stay in. 3 days passed by quickly. Lu Ming left the Xianxia city and rushed to the Xianxia Academy. He was not the only one. All the heaven's favorites stepped into the air and left. There were many of them. The sky was filled with rainbow lights like a meteor shower. Xianxia Academy was very close to Xianxia City, so they arrived not long after. Looking from afar, Lu Ming was a little shocked. A palace as white as jade was floating in the air, emitting a brilliant light. This palace was extremely huge, like a city in the sky. It seemed to be completely made of fine jade. This was the core of the Xianxia Academy. Under this palace was a misty divine mountain. The spiritual qi was rich, spiritual herbs were everywhere, and spiritual beasts were flying. It was a scene of a fairyland. The endless divine mountains below and the white jade palace above formed the complete Xianxia Academy. However, only the core of the Xianxia Academy could enter the white jade palace. Naturally, Lu Ming and the rest could not enter. They landed outside the Xianxia Academy and walked along an ancient bluestone road. Soon, they saw a huge stone tablet with 4 big words written on it, Xianxia Academy. The words were bold and powerful, and at a glance, there was a terrifying majesty. It was said that these 4 words were left behind by a saint emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty, and they contained the will of the saint emperor. Tens of thousands of years ago, before the ancient Saint dynasty had declined and ruled the world, the Xianxia Academy was the place where the ancient Saint dynasty had nurtured its heroes. For generations, countless powerful cultivators had emerged from the Xianxia Academy. However, after the decline of the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty, the Xianxia Academy became independent and became a dominant force. Passing by the stone tablet, there was a white jade staircase. Everyone climbed up the white jade staircase and came to a huge square. At this moment, the square was already packed with people. At a glance, there were probably more than 10,000 people, all of whom were geniuses. Everyone, the Wanxiang Jade Wall is in front. Please follow me, he said. A white-haired old man appeared and smiled. Then he flew forward and everyone followed. After flying over dozens of mountain peaks, the terrain in front of them became flat. There were no mountains, only hills. On top of the hill, the clouds and mist blocked their view. Even with everyone's eyes, they could not see through it. A formation. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was said that the Xianxia Academy was a force that cultivated both inscription and martial arts. There were strong cultivators who specialized in martial arts and strong cultivators who cultivated the way of inscription. There were even rumors that there were more than one emperor in the Xianxia Academy, but 2. One was the emperor of martial arts, and the other was the emperor of inscription. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a flash, a total of 8 old men appeared. Including the one who led the way, there were 9 in total. The 9 old men floated in the air and began to inscribe runes. One by one, the runes seeped into the surrounding space. Ooh! The wind seemed to have started blowing, and the clouds and mist began to dissipate. Soon, the clouds and mist completely dissipated, and countless people looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Chapter 1056. 1056 Chapter 1056 Enlightenment. In front of him, countless jade walls were floating in the air. At a glance, it was densely packed with jade walls. Each jade wall seemed to be made of polished white jade, smooth as a mirror. They were suspended vertically in the air, and there was no end to them. This was the Wanxiang Jade Wall, which was very different from what he had imagined. In Lu Ming's imagination, the Wanxiang Jade Wall might be a huge piece of jade wall. He did not expect there to be so many pieces. This is the Wanxiang Jade Wall. There are mysteries on it. You can study it yourself, but you can't damage the jade wall. Otherwise, the Xianxia Academy won't be polite. The old man's last sentence caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Everyone nodded and answered that they didn't dare to. Well, did you see that? In front of each jade wall, there is one or more jade platforms. Only by sitting cross-legged on the jade platforms can one gain enlightenment. The old man introduced. So that's what the jade platform is for. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In front of each jade wall, there was one to a few jade platforms suspended in the air. Lu Ming had noticed this a long time ago. It turned out that they were used for comprehension. In other words, only a few people could comprehend each piece of jade wall at the same time because the jade platform was very small and only one person could sit on it. All right, you guys can comprehend it on your own. The old man nodded and left with the other 8 old men. Buzz. Bush. As soon as the old man left, some people flew forward in search of the jade wall to comprehend. Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered many familiar faces. Jing Kongling, Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjin, and Hai Ziming of the Floating Mountain Martial School were all present. In addition, he also saw Goddess Tan Xiang, In Bupo of the Sky Eagle Castle, the Cold Blood Hall's master, the other supreme talents of the Cold Blood Hall, and Jun Yu of Devil Mountain. Moreover, Lu Ming saw some familiar faces from the East Continent. They were Blood Sword 1, Corpse Warrior, Ao 2, and Feng Xian. Emperor God. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved and he saw the Emperor God. Beside the Emperor God was Dong Fangyu. It seems that all the top heavens favorites from the East Continent are here. Lu Ming pondered and flew forward. He came to the first piece of jade and examined it carefully. Suddenly, an overbearing saber intent spread out, causing Lu Ming's expression to change slightly. There was only a jade platform in front of the jade wall, and a young man was already sitting cross-legged on it. Lu Ming continued to move forward. He realized that the feeling that each piece of jade wall gave off was different. It's really wonderful. There seems to be unique skills with artistic conceptions, but they're so mysterious. If you want to gain something, it depends on your comprehension and luck. Lu Ming strolled around casually. Many people had already found their targets and were sitting cross-legged on the jade stage. Lu Ming, the arrangement of these jade walls is very intriguing. In my opinion, there's a big secret. On his shoulder, Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Big secret? What secret? What do you see? Lu Ming's heart stirred. There were many rumors about the Wanxiang Jade Wall in the outside world. However, the most widely accepted rumor was that the Wanxiang corn was connected to a wondrous place with a divine treasure. In ancient times, the Xianxia Academy was able to open it, but later on, that method was lost and the Xianxia Academy had not opened it for many years. It was rumored that that place was extremely wondrous. In ancient times, supreme experts would often enter seclusion to cultivate, leaving behind many relics and cave abodes of experts. This was very tempting, but it was a pity that they couldn't enter the back. I don't know. I can't figure it out in a short time. I need time, she said darkly and jumped down from Lu Ming's shoulder. She walked around on her own. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He searched for the jade wall alone. Before long, Lu Ming came to a jade wall. He suddenly heard a faint dragon's roar and a true dragon pounced at him. This one. In front of this jade wall, there was only a jade platform. No one had come yet. Lu Ming flew up and sat cross-legged on the jade platform, closing his eyes to comprehend. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming seemed to see a real dragon walking in the void. The dragon's might was vast and mighty for tens of thousands of miles, causing the void to collapse and the earth to sink. It seems like every move of his contains unparalleled combat power. Is this a true dragon combat technique? No, I don't think so. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He felt that the battle dragon's every move was like a battle technique, but it also seemed like it wasn't. It was hard to grasp and capture. Lu Ming tried to understand it, but he gained nothing in the end. No, why should I learn any combat skills from it? I can compare it with my 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he began to comprehend. As a result, he felt that he had gained a lot. His understanding of the 9 dragons' heaven treading steps had increased rapidly, and he had made great progress. He had already cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven treading steps to the 7th step. At this step, it was even more difficult to cultivate. Every step was extremely difficult. If one did not have the right opportunity, they might not be able to cultivate it successfully in their entire lives. Every bit of improvement was precious. Lu Ming had been sitting cross-legged for 3 days. After feeling that he could not gain anything more, he got up and left in search of the next piece. In the sky, in the huge white jade palace, a few elders were discussing some matters. "Sect Master, will this really work?" One of them asked. "That's the only way. The Saint Mansion hasn't been opened for many years. This time, the great era is coming, and the geniuses are gathering. Everyone has great opportunities. Perhaps this is an opportunity, and someone may be able to open the secret realm of the Saint Mansion." A white-haired old man with a sage-like appearance said, "I hope so." The others sighed. Lu Ming continued to look at a few more jade walls, but none of them were suitable for him. After looking at more than 10 jade walls, Lu Ming finally found a suitable one. Dragon roars were still coming from this piece of jade. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the jade platform. Just like the previous piece of jade, there was a real dragon rolling in the void. However, the difference this time was that there were 2 true dragons. The 2 true dragons were engaged in a fierce battle. Their roars shook the heavens, and the battle was tragic. This is a true dragon combat technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 2 true dragons fought each other. Their dragon claws grabbed out and their dragon might lashed out. The dragons soared into the sky, and each of their movements was filled with killing power. It was clearly a powerful true dragon combat technique. This combat technique is comparable to a god-level technique. It's very useful to me. Lu Ming revealed a look of excitement. After he used the bloodline fusion, he transformed into the 9 dragons. Usually, he would only use the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and then use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Other than that, the 9 dragons would rely on brute force to fight and lacked killing techniques. If he had this true dragon combat technique, he would definitely be stronger when he transformed into the 9 dragons. Lu Ming carefully observed the battle between the 2 true dragons. He sat there for 10 days. After watching the battle between the 2 true dragons at all times, Lu Ming's understanding of true dragon combat techniques had already reached a rather high level. "Get lost, this piece of jade is mine." Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, causing many people to turn their heads to look. Bloodsword 1 and Huang Kuei. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In front of a jade wall, Xue Jinyi sat cross-legged on a jade platform. Huang Kuei coldly looked at him. He was the one who had told Xue Jinyi to get lost. "Brother, I came here first." Xue Jinyi frowned. "So what if you came first? He's just a country bumpkin from the East Continent. What right do you have to study on the myriad form jade wall? Get out of here." Huang Kuei coldly shouted. Chapter 1057. 1057 looking down on him. Huang Kuei shouted coldly. His eyes were cold and filled with disdain. He was like a young master from a big city looking at a country bumpkin from the countryside. Blood Sword One's face turned ugly. He had his own pride. Before the Battle of Providence, he was ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents, second only to the Emperor and the deity. In the East Continent, who dared to talk to him like this? In this place, Huang Kuei had actually told him to get lost, saying that he didn't have the qualifications to comprehend here. The arrogant Xue Jianyi's eyes were filled with flames of anger. What's with that look? Country bumpkin, are you looking for death? Huang Kuei berated. Let's see if you have the ability to get this piece of jade. Blood Sword One said coldly. What do you mean by this? Do you want to challenge me? Huang Kuei said. Not bad. He couldn't bear to be looked down on by someone as proud as him in the Tao of the Blood Sword. He wanted everyone to know his strength. Haha, since you're asking for it, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go out and fight. Huang Kuei laughed as he shot into the sky, flying out of the region of the myriad jade wall and into the sky. Xue Jianyi's figure flickered and he also rushed into the sky. He arrived in front of Huang Kuei and the two of them stood in the air. Interesting. That guy seems to be from the East Continent. There aren't any experts in the Forsaken Land. This brat is just asking to be humiliated by challenging Huang Kuei. Let's go and take a look. Many people smiled and rose into the sky, watching from a distance. Many people raised their heads to watch from under the Wanxiang Jade Wall. The East Baron has always been the weakest of the 5 regions. There are almost no masters. The so-called proud sons of heaven in the East Baron are all snobbish. They think they are invincible because they are the best in the East Baron, but they don't know that there is always someone better. That's right. A while ago, there was a flood dragon from the East Continent. It was also very arrogant, but it was completely defeated by Song Fei of the Heavenly Martial Sword School. He was almost captured as a mount. Haha, really? Disdainful comments were heard from all around. Ao2, Feng Xian, and even the Divine Emperor and Dongfang Yu frowned. At this moment, Huang Kuei and Xue Jianyi's bodies were covered in a blood-red light. Both of them had cultivated blood concept. Blood concept? He's really showing off his skills before an expert. Huang Kuei sneered. Blood sword unsheathe. Buzz. Blood sword. Blood Sword One shouted coldly. A blood-red sword flew out from his glabella and grew to more than 10 meters long. As the sword grew, it split into 2, then 4, and finally into 16 huge blood-red swords, flying around Blood Sword. Kill! The Xue Jian shouted as he formed a finger with his hand. With a wave of his finger, the 16 combat swords turned into 16 blood-red sword lights and shot toward Huang Kuei. As the 16 combat swords danced in the air, they exploded with endless sword chi. The 16 blood-red swords were wrapped in boundless sword chi as they flew toward Huang Kuei. Blood Sword One's battle power was more than 10 times stronger than it had been in the Battle of Providence. His cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, and his will of blood and sword had combined into one. As the sword chi swept past, terrifying scars were left in the space. Blood Flame Emperor Claw. The Huang Kuei didn't dare to be careless. Blood-red light filled the air as he struck out with his claws. In an instant, he had struck out hundreds of times. Huang Kuei clawed out several hundred times in a row, sending endless blood-colored claw projections toward Xue Jian. Each claw ray was terrifyingly sharp and emanated a scorching aura. They had the terrifying power of burning and corrosion. Huang Kuei's cultivation was also at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-red claw radiance and the sword chi that filled the sky collided with each other, causing the air to shake continuously. The blood-red light soared into the sky, and the sword chi surged. The blood-colored claw radiance and the blood-colored sword chi were neutralizing each other. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Huang Kuei's expression was unsightly and extremely dark. He couldn't even take down a country bumpkin from the East Continent, which made him feel very embarrassed. Kill. The bloodthirsty world. Huang Kuei roared as he unleashed his bloodthirst technique, causing a blood-red barrier to envelop Shui Jian. Blood Sword One's expression changed when he was enveloped by the bloodthirsty technique. He felt the blood in his body boiling as if a powerful force was trying to pull his blood. Swish! Shui Jian quickly retreated, trying to escape the range of the bloodthirsty technique, but Huang Kuei was holding him back so tightly that he couldn't escape from Huang Kuei's attacks. Helplessly, Blood Sword One could only use bloodline fusion to form a blood-red sword. However, Huang Kuei also used bloodline fusion to form a blood-red claw. The blood claw and the blood sword collided, and the blood sword flew back at an extreme speed. Under the influence of the bloodthirsty technique, Blood Sword was at a disadvantage. He was no match for the blood claw. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of clashes, Huang Kuei gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed Blood Sword One. After a few dozen moves, the blood-red sword collapsed. Blood Sword One spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Shui Jian had lost. He was no match for Huang Kuei. With a flash of light, the blood claw transformed back into Huang Kuei. He looked at Blood Sword in disdain and sneered, "I've told you, a country bumpkin like you is not qualified to cultivate on the Wanxiang Jade Wall." Shui Jian's expression was ugly, but he didn't say anything. He had lost. What could a loser say? "I heard that you used to rank second on the list of top 1,000 talents in the East Baron. It seems that the East Baron is really not good enough. If the second is so weak, then the first will not be any better. I heard that the first is called the Emperor God. I think he must be here today. Ask him to come out. I'll take care of him today. Then, you people of the East Baron will pack up and go back to the East Baron." Huang Kuei was extremely arrogant. Today, he was going to trample on the people of the East Continent and make himself more famous. "You're looking for me?" A cold voice rang out, and a figure stepped out. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. That was the Emperor God. "You are the Emperor God?" Huang Kuei looked at the Emperor God. "Not bad." The Emperor God nodded. His eyes were calm and his voice was cold. "You've come at the right time. Make your move. I'll take care of you too." Huang Kuei sneered. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrible sword power rose from the Emperor God. The sword chi was as high as the sky and emitted supreme pressure. Facing this pressure, Huang Kuei's expression changed drastically as cold sweat poured down his back. "Spiritual God, you're in the spiritual God realm." Huang Kuei shouted in shock. Buzz. The sword hummed as the sword chi slashed down toward Huang Kuei. "No." Huang Kuei retreated in shock and used his bloodline fusion to block with all his strength. However, it was all for naught. The sword chi slashed past and the blood claw exploded. Huang Kuei's body smashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a huge crater. He lay in the crater and coughed out blood continuously. The crowd was silent for a moment, then burst into an uproar. "This person is so strong. He defeated Huang Kuei in one move. He must be a spiritual God realm expert. I can't believe there's such a genius in the East Baron. His name is Di Shen." Before the Battle of Providence, he ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents in the East Baron. Later, he was defeated by a man named Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence and is now second. What? Is there anyone stronger than him in the East Baron? The sound of discussion spread out, somewhat in disbelief. Chapter 1058. 1058 The Battle Between the Spiritual God Prodigies. The Emperor God didn't even look at Huang Kuei. He turned around and headed for the myriad jade wall. "You want to leave after beating up my cold blood hall people?" A cold voice was heard. A young man in a blood-red robe appeared in the air and blocked Di Shen's way. "It's Blood Luo Zi," someone exclaimed. "Shui Luo Zi is about to attack." Even more people's eyes lit up. Some time ago, they heard that Shui Luozi had entered the spiritual god realm, and so had the supreme god realm. The two spiritual god realm Heaven's Pride experts were about to fight, which made many people's eyes light up. There was no reason for this. The Emperor God was definitely a second-class Heaven's favorite since he could break through to the spiritual god realm at this age. It was rare for two second-class Heaven's favorites to fight. You want to make a move? Then let's do it. I also want to see what's so special about the Central Continent's Heaven's Pride experts. The Emperor God said calmly, but his tone was full of confidence. Now that he had made a major breakthrough in his space mentality, he was confident that he would not be weaker than anyone. Even if he were to face Lu Ming again, he was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Shui Luozi's eyes were cold, and his body was filled with a shocking blood light. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. At this moment, many figures appeared in the sky, all of them dragons and phoenixes among men. Jing Kongling, Goddess Tan Xiang, Junyu, In Bupo, Kong Exin. Some people recognized them. They were all second-grade Heaven's favorites, and there were more than 10 of them. This made people's hearts tremble. Other than the Battle of Providence, this was the largest gathering of second-class geniuses. Obviously, the battle between Shui Luozi and the Emperor God had attracted them. Boom! Boom! Shui Luozi and the Emperor God released a terrifying aura at the same time. A saber radiance shot up from Shui Luozi's body, while a sword radiance shot up from the Emperor God's body. The saber ray and the sword ray clashed with each other, and their power was extremely terrifying. Buzz! The sword ray and the saber ray met in the air, causing a deafening boom. At this moment, Shui Luozi and the Emperor God moved at the same time. Blood Sky Blade. Tiangang Emperor Sword. As soon as they made their move, the two of them used low-grade divine level martial techniques. At their level, there was no need for any probing. The moment they made their move, they would use their killing move. They had to carry out an incomparably terrifying killing move. Boom! The saber and the sword collided, and the saber radiance and sword chi overflowed, cutting the space into two hollow ears. One side was a world of blades, and the other was a world of swords. The two of them retreated at the same time and then clashed again. Boom! 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 In just a few breaths, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of moves. The sky was constantly torn apart with spatial cracks. The deep spatial cracks seemed to be able to suck people's minds in. It was extremely terrifying. Many people kept retreating, not daring to stand too close. It was because their combat strength was too strong, far exceeding that of an ordinary first-level spiritual god realm. Even the chi that leaked out could kill an ordinary first-level spiritual god realm expert. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Only a dozen or so people could stand at the front and watch the battle. They were all Heaven's favorites on the same level as Blood Luo. Emperor God's combat strength has made a major breakthrough. It's even more unfathomable. Lu Ming did not fly high into the sky. He remained seated on the jade platform in front of the jade wall, looking up. He felt that the Emperor God had not used his full strength at all. The bloodthirsty world. Shui Luozi used the bloodthirsty world, but it was useless. The Emperor God's sword split it. Shui Luozi's face turned serious. He had lost his confidence since the beginning of the battle. How can he be so strong? The Emperor God is only ranked second in the East Continent. How could there be such a master in the East Continent? Shui Luozi's mind raced. In the end, he used bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-red bat. After performing the bloodline fusion, Blood Luozi let out a cry and released a terrifying sound wave attack. At the same time, he flapped his wings and charged at the Emperor God like a blood-red lightning. However, the Emperor God stood there motionlessly. You actually didn't dodge, go to hell. Shui Luozi's eyes were filled with killing intent. He rushed toward the Emperor God, but when he reached the Emperor God, he felt that something was wrong. It was just a shadow, not a real body. At this moment, The surrounding people saw the Emperor God suddenly appear behind Shui Luozi and slash out with his sword. This is the space mentality? Many people's pupils contracted sharply, revealing a look of disbelief. Not good. Shui Luozi sensed the danger and dodged it with a flap of his wings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the Emperor God stepped in the air, his body flashing in the air. He was extremely fast and rushed toward Shui Luozi. Instant step. However, compared to the Battle of Providence, the Emperor God's instant step was much stronger and extremely fast. In a flash, he could cover several miles, which was unpredictable. The space mentality, it really is the space mentality. This time, even more people could see it, and some people exclaimed, "My God, it really is the space mentality. How is it possible? I can't believe someone in the East Continent has comprehended the will of space. Unbelievable, unbelievable." Yang Padian, one of the top 5 young warriors, has comprehended the space mentality. I didn't expect that someone in the East Continent had also comprehended the space mentality. Cries of disbelief came from the surroundings. Time and space were kings, and the concept of space was too strong. It was not just empty talk. Even Jing Kongling and the other second-grade Heaven's favorites had a serious look in their eyes. In their hearts, they had already regarded the Emperor God as an extremely terrifying opponent. Space mentality, it's actually the space mentality. Then I'll break your space mentality. Shui Luozi roared, and the blood-winged bat opened its mouth and whistled. A terrifying sound wave burst out. Wherever the sound wave passed, the space would ripple like water and finally split open, forming deep spatial cracks. The Emperor God frowned, and his aura grew stronger as he slashed out. This sword contained 3 concepts: sword concept, golden flame concept, and space concept. This sword moved the space and formed a huge space crack. The sword light was unstoppable as it slashed towards Shui Luozi. Shui Luozi shouted. Blood light filled the air. The blood-winged sky bat's wings were like blades as it struck out with its strongest attack. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled violently as boundless light swept through the sky. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. It was as if a hole had been punched in the sky. Bang! A figure retreated quickly. It was the blood-winged sky bat. As the blood-winged sky bat retreated, it transformed back into its human form. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. Blood Luozi was injured. Do you still want to fight? The Emperor God's long hair fluttered in the wind. He stared at Blood Luozi with lightning-like eyes, as if he was invincible. Let's stop here today. We'll fight another day. Shui Luozi's expression was ugly. He snorted and then flashed away. Blood Luozi left just like that. Everyone knew that Blood Luozi had been defeated by the Emperor God. After everyone was stunned for a moment, they burst into an uproar. Chapter 1059. 1059 Tianshu Cave, Marrow Cleansing Pool. The proud Emperor God from the East Continent had defeated Shui Luozi, which was shocking. This Emperor God is so powerful. He didn't even activate his bloodline. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful figure in the East Baron. I've heard that the Emperor God is a direct descendant of a martial emperor in the East Continent. He is very talented and is ranked 2nd in the East Continent. What? Emperor Gods could only be ranked 2nd in the East Continent? I thought he was the number 1 Heaven's favorite in the East Baron. Then who's first? The one in first place is called Lu Ming. It's amazing. Di Xin is so powerful, but Lu Ming can suppress him. What kind of genius is he? It seems that this generation is indeed a great era. Even the East Continent has risen and given birth to geniuses like Lu Ming and the Emperor God. Many people sighed and marveled at the power of the Emperor God. They were also curious about how handsome Lu Ming was, who could suppress the Emperor God. This Blood Luo is really unlucky. He has lost a few rounds in the past year. A year ago, he was defeated by a sovereign called Lu Shaoqing. Now he's defeated by an emperor god. This is how geniuses fight for hegemony. The weak will sooner or later become the stepping stones of the stronger. Some people who had a grudge with Cold Blood Hall deliberately dug out the secrets of Cold Blood Hall. It seems like I'll have another strong opponent in the future. Demon Mountain Junior said, his eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. This person is indeed terrifying. Yin Bupo nodded. His combat strength was almost the same as Shui Luozi's, so he was probably no match for an emperor god. Xianxia Academy has released news that Tianshu Cave is open. Anyone who passes can enter the marrow cleansing pool once. Suddenly, a piece of news came and caused an uproar. What? The Tianshu Cave is open, and those who have passed can enter the marrow cleansing pool. Is this for real? It's true. It's absolutely true. This news was passed down by the headmaster of Xianxia Academy. Heavens, it's great that I can enter the marrow cleansing pool. I want to try it too. Stop dreaming. Everyone in the world knows that the Tianshu Cave of Xianxia Academy is frighteningly difficult. Only a few people have ever passed it. You won't know if you don't try. I heard that Tianshu Cave doesn't look at strength. Everyone who enters Tianshu Cave will face a different situation. There was even a martial king who managed to break through Tianshu Cave. That's true, let's go and try. After a heated discussion, countless people flew in one direction. Tianshu Cave? Marrow cleansing pool? I didn't expect that the Xianxia Academy would actually open the marrow cleansing pool. I can fight for it. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Xianxia Academy's marrow cleansing pool was famous all over the world. Entering the marrow cleansing pool could allow a warrior's body to transform, complete sublimation, and finally reach perfection. One of the most important conditions to break through to the martial emperor realm was that one's physical body had to reach the complete 9th grade. However, after the body reached level 9, it was actually very difficult to reach perfection. There would be a threshold that was not easy to cross. However, in the marrow cleansing pool, the body could be perfected, and the first foundation to break through to the martial emperor realm could be laid. This moved many of the heaven's favorites who wanted to become emperors. For example, Jing Kongling, Jun Yu, etc. Even those heaven's favorites who knew that they had no chance of breaking through to the martial emperor realm were tempted. Who wouldn't want to have a stronger body? Lu Ming was also tempted because his physical body had reached the 9th grade. If he could cultivate his physical body to perfection in the marrow cleansing pool, he would have fewer things to do in the future. Lu Ming also got off the jade platform and followed the crowd in a certain direction. Soon, they arrived at a huge mountain peak. This mountain was extremely huge, and the bottom of the mountain was at least 100 miles wide. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave. It was the Tiangang Cave. From this side of the Tianshu Cave to the other side of the mountain, it was 100 miles long. As long as one passed through the Tianshu Cave from this side and came out from the other side, they would be considered to have passed the Tianshu Cave and would be able to obtain a quota to enter the marrow cleansing pool. However, the Tianshu Cave was extremely mysterious. It was said that everyone who entered would encounter different things. Since ancient times, there were very few people who could pass through it, and it was extremely wonderful. I'll try. A young man rushed into the Tianshu Cave, but not long after, a light flashed outside the Tianshu Cave, and he was transported out. He returned to the crowd dejectedly. What's going on? What did you encounter? Someone asked. As soon as I entered, I met a powerful fierce beast. It severely injured me with one slap, so I was teleported out. Fortunately, the injury was fake, and I recovered as soon as I came out. The man replied. I'll try. Another person rushed in, but after a while, he was also teleported out. Someone asked him, and he said that he had encountered a sword and cut him down. Everyone looked at each other. Sure enough, everyone encountered a different situation when they entered. It was impossible to know what flaws, weaknesses, and rules there were. Following that, the paragons entered the Tianshu Cave one after another, but all of them failed. Not a single one succeeded. Junyu and the other heaven's favorites didn't move. Instead, they stood in the air and watched quietly. Lu Ming did not move. He was not in a hurry and let the others go first. In the end, Lu Ming closed his eyes and tried to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. For 10 consecutive days, countless people went in, but not a single one succeeded. They all failed and all of them were dejected. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjin, and the other third-grade heaven's favorites also entered, but they all failed. Yin Bupo has gone in. Someone called out, and many people were shocked. Finally, a second-grade heaven's favorite made his move. Yin Bupo went in for a very long time. Half an hour had passed and he still hadn't come out. Don't tell me that Yin Bupo can make it through. Someone guessed. It was very possible that he had not come out after half an hour. It was possible for him to make it through. Second-grade geniuses were indeed different. Some people simply went to the other side of the mountain peak to wait, to see if Yin Bupo would come out from the Tianshu Cave's exit. However, at this moment, a light flashed at the entrance of Tianshu Cave, and Yin Bupo was also transported out. AI. Yin Bupo sighed. He had also failed. This Tiangang Cave is too difficult. Even a second-grade heaven's favorite can't pass it. It's indeed too difficult. I wonder if the top 5 young warriors can make it through. Many people sighed. Buzz. A blood-red light rushed in. It's Blood Luo Zi. Someone recognized it. Apparently, Shui Luo Zi had recovered from his injuries. He also appeared here, planning to explore the Tiangang Cave. Unfortunately, just like Yin Bupo, he was also teleported out after half an hour and failed. Next, Junyu, Goddess Tan Xiang, and the others tried, but they all failed. Wu Qingkong has gone in. Someone muttered. A white-robed young man with a long sword on his back stepped into Tiangang Cave. Wu Qingkong was the #1 genius of the Tianwu sword faction. This was an extremely terrifying and powerful figure who was extremely famous in the central continent. There were strong and weak second-grade heaven's favorites, and Wu Qingkong was undoubtedly the most powerful one. He was known as one of the strongest people under the 5 young giants. Everyone watched quietly, wondering if Wu Qingkong could make it through the Tiangang Cave. Chapter 1060. 1060 Chapter 1060 Yang Patin. It had been almost an hour since Wu Qingkong entered, but he still failed and was teleported out. Even Wu Qingkong failed. Can we even pass the Tiangang Cave? That's right, this is too difficult. It can't be that he can't even pass the 5 giants, right? That's not necessarily true. Tianshu Cave doesn't test pure combat power. Many people around sighed. Even Wu Qingkong could not pass it. It was too difficult. Wu Qingkong carried his sword and flew to the side. He sat in the air, looking calm. I'll try. The pure spatial spirit's body was surrounded by clouds and mist as he stepped into the sky and entered the rising sky cave. However, no one thought highly of the pure spirit. Even Wu Qingkong failed, so no one thought that the pure spirit could pass. However, after nearly an hour, a cry of surprise came from the exit of Tianshu Cave. It's a success, the pure spatial spirit has succeeded. The exclamations rose and fell. What? The pure spatial spirit had succeeded? Let's go take a look. Immediately, the figures flew to the other side of the mountain. Even Goddess Tan Xiang, Junyu, Wu Qingkong, and the others could not help but fly to the other side of the mountain. When he flew over, he saw Qing Junling standing in the air. The pure void spirit had actually passed through the Tiangang Cave. Buzz! Buzz! At this time, 2 beams of light flew down from the white jade palace in the sky and turned into 2 white-robed elders. They were the 2 elders of the Tianxia Academy. Ha, Miss Jing Kongling, congratulations on obtaining a spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Here's a token for you. The marrow cleansing pool will be opened in half a month. You can use this token to enter the pool. An elder laughed as he took out a token and passed it to Jing Kongling. Many thanks, senior. Jing Kongling thanked him and took the token. Countless people looked at Jing Kongling with envy. This was the token that allowed one to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Yin Bupo, Master Shui Luo, Jun Yu, and the others were even more envious. They were all people who had the ambition to become emperors, and the marrow cleansing pool could save them a lot of time. Wu Qingkong's eyes were filled with fire as he looked at Jing Kongling with possessiveness. Everyone knew that Wu Qingkong was a pursuer of Jing Kongling, but Jing Kongling did not seem to be interested in him. Sister Kongling, congratulations. Goddess Tan Xiang smiled and walked towards Jing Kongling to congratulate him. Fairy Tan Xiang didn't feel much about the marrow cleansing pool. She cultivated the Tao of inscriptions, so the strength of her physical body didn't matter much. The pure spatial spirit was also quite happy. At first, she didn't expect to pass. Then, everyone returned to the entrance of the Tianshu cave. A tall and straight figure stepped in. It's him, Di Shen. Many people's eyes moved. After defeating Blood Luo Zi last time, Di Shen's fame had increased and he had attracted a lot of attention. Many people were watching and guessing whether the Emperor God could pass through the Tiangong cave. It shouldn't be possible to pass. The pure spatial spirit is a special case. I really don't know what conditions are required to pass the Tianshu cave. It's too difficult to pass through the Tianshu cave. According to this ratio, there are less than 10 people in the world who can pass through it. Indeed, the Tianxia Academy had long known that not many could pass, so they opened the marrow cleansing pool. Otherwise, if anyone could pass, the Tianxia Academy would have suffered a great loss. Some people were chatting and waiting. Suddenly he passed. The Emperor God passed. Another cry of surprise rang out. What? You passed? How is that possible? A group of people was shocked and hurriedly flew over to take a look. As expected, they saw the Emperor God's figure at the exit of Tianshu Cave. The Emperor God had really passed through the Tiangong Cave. This Emperor God is amazing. Some people sighed and began to re-examine the Emperor Gods. The Emperor God had first defeated Blood Luo Zi, and now he had passed through Tianshu Cave. It was amazing. Naturally, many people thought of the name Lu Ming. Anyone who knew about the East Baron's proud sons of heaven knew that the number one in the East Baron was Lu Ming, not the Emperor God. Even Wu Qingkong's eyes shot out two beams of sword light as he stared at Di Shen. No wonder he's the Emperor God, the strongest junior of Di. In the crowd, Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. The Emperor God was indeed very powerful and had amazing talent. He had comprehended 3 kinds of intent realms and even had a terrifying intent realm like Space Intent Realm. In the War of Providence, Lu Ming had relied on the combination of the Tao of Inscription to barely suppress the Emperor Gods. In Lu Ming's heart, he had never underestimated the Emperor Gods. Now, more than a year and a half had passed, and the Emperor God had become even more terrifying. The 2 old men flew down from the White Jade Palace above and looked at the Emperor God in surprise. Another person passed, and it was indeed beyond the expectations of the Tianxia Academy. Young Master Di Shen, please take this token. You can enter the marrow cleansing pool to cultivate with it. An old man gave the Emperor God a token. The Emperor God took it and thanked the old man. Yang Padian has come. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the front. What? Yang Padian, one of the 5 magnates, has arrived. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Then they all charged forward. In the air, a young man stepped through the air. This young man had his hands behind his back and his hair was loose. He was tall and burly, and his eyes were bright and full of wildness. Step by step, he walked very slowly, but he exuded a supreme majesty. Everyone felt a huge pressure on their hearts. Wu Qingkong, Jun Yu, and the other heaven's favorites looked serious. The Emperor God's eyes were filled with fighting intent. Yang Padian, like the Emperor God, had also cultivated space intent. So this is Yang Padian, one of the top 5 young warriors. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at Yang Padian. Yang Padian gave him a very strong pressure. He had a feeling that this person was very strong and very dangerous. Yang Patian stepped on the air and walked into the Tianshu cave without looking at the crowd. He then disappeared. Let's go to the exit. Yang Patian should be able to pass through the Tiangang cave. Many people flew towards the exit of Tianshu cave. Even the two elders from Xianxia Academy didn't leave. Instead, they waited at the exit. Half an hour later, a tall figure stepped out of the Tianshu cave's exit. Yang Patian. He had indeed passed through the Tiangang cave. Amazing, amazing. The 5 magnates should all be able to pass through the Tiangang cave. That's right. The 5 magnates are too terrifying. In the past, they were all heaven's favorites that only appeared once in 1,000 years. But now, there are 5 of them in this generation. Many people sighed. The 5 magnates were the pinnacle of all heaven's favorites in the central continent. The ultimate goal of all the young people was really powerful. It was a sure thing that they would become supreme martial artists. In the future, it was also very likely that they would break through to the emperor realm. It could be said that they were all young emperors. I should also try. Lu Ming smiled. He came to the entrance and stepped in. Lu Ming did not attract much attention when he stepped into the Tianshu cave. Even if some people saw Lu Ming entering, they only regarded him as a small fry and did not take him seriously at all. Chapter 1061. 1061 Lu Ming passed. After Yang Patian received the token from the World Book Academy's elder, many people returned to the entrance of Tianshu cave. After Yang Patian put away the token, he directly stepped into the air and left, as if there was nothing worth his attention here. Someone else went in. Who was it? I wanted to go in and give it a try. I don't know. I don't know him. He's just a small fry. I think he'll be out in less than 2 minutes. What an exciting day. 3 people passed the Tiangang cave in a row. Yeah, but the strongest group of people have already entered. There shouldn't be anyone else who will pass. Many people were chatting casually, planning to wait for Lu Ming to fail and be teleported out. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes had passed and Lu Ming still had not come out. Nest, that guy can actually hold on for so long. Strange. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe he'll come out in a while. However, Lu Ming still did not come out after waiting for a long time. They could not help but look at each other. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the Tianshu cave, the surrounding environment changed. He came to a platform. A formation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Tiangang cave had an extremely powerful formation. No, my cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked to find that his cultivation level was dropping rapidly. From the spiritual god realm to the spirit embryo realm, then to the spirit ocean, then to the king realm, and then to the grandmaster realm. In the end, Lu Ming's cultivation level dropped to 9th grade warrior realm before it stopped. His domain, 2nd and 3rd bloodlines were all sealed. Only the bloodline of the 9 dragons had not been sealed. The combat strength he could exert was actually similar to when he was in 9th grade warrior realm. There was a long spear stuck in the ground beside Lu Ming. In front of the platform, a figure condensed. It was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back. Judging from his aura, he was at the 1 Dan Master realm. That long spear is a weapon for you. If you can defeat me, you will be able to move on to the next stage. The middle-aged man said coldly. Then he unsheathed his sword. A sharp sword light cut through the air, making an ear-piercing whistling sound, and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out the long spear beside him. He shook the long spear and cast the fire gun technique. Whoosh! The long spear turned into a rainbow light and arrived first. It pierced through the middle of the middle-aged man's eyebrows and killed him. The middle-aged man's figure collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Is this a test of my combat strength when I'm in 9th grade warrior realm? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared in front of the platform. They were 3 middle-aged men with the same cultivation and were all at the 1st grade master realm. The 3 of them unsheathed their swords at the same time and charged at Lu Ming. He shook his long spear and fought with the 3 middle-aged men. In a short while, he had killed the 3 men. When Lu Ming was in the 9th grade warrior realm, it was not difficult for him to kill a 1st grade master realm martial artist. After killing the 3 of them, the surroundings changed again. Lu Ming appeared on another platform. My cultivation has reached the 9th grade master realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized that his cultivation had reached the 9th grade master realm. Another middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He looked the same as the previous man, but his cultivation was completely different. The aura that this middle-aged man was emitting was clearly at the 1st grade Great Martial Master realm. As expected, it was testing Lu Ming's combat ability at each stage. There was nothing much to say. The 2 of them started fighting and Lu Ming killed the middle-aged man in 1 move. In the next moment, 3 1st grade Great Martial Master middle-aged men appeared. They were also killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the 9th grade Grandmaster realm, while the opponent he faced was a 1st grade martial arts Grandmaster. The result was the same. Lu Ming overcame all difficulties and passed this round. In the next round, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the half-step king realm, and his opponent was at the 1st level of the martial king realm. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that he could use the power of his 2nd bloodline, but it could only exert the power of a half-step king. Lu Ming spent some time in this battle. This was because the further one advanced, the more difficult it was to cross realms and fight. However, Lu Ming still managed to clear it. Then, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to peak tier king while his opponent became at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier. This battle took even more time, but he still made it through. After that, it was the great circle of the spirit sea realm and the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. Also passed. However, when Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm and he fought against the 1st level of the spiritual god realm, he finally met with a real challenge. In the beginning, when he was facing a 1st level spiritual god, Lu Ming could still be more relaxed and kill him in the end. However, he encountered a huge challenge when he fought against the 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts. Lu Ming did his best to fight against 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts. This battle lasted for half an hour. Lu Ming finally managed to kill the 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts with great difficulty. He was also severely injured. This is too difficult. If it's this difficult, how did the pure spatial spirit pass? How did the emperor god pass? Lu Ming was speechless. It was hard to say for Yang Padian, but Lu Ming was certain that it was impossible for the pure space spirit and the emperor god to kill 3 1st level spiritual god realm experts when they were at the perfected spirit embryo realm. Everyone faces a different situation in Tianshu Cave. Could it be that I'm unlucky and have encountered a difficult one? Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. At this moment, the surrounding environment changed. Lu Ming discovered that there was a cave in front of him and bright light was shining from the cave. Lu Ming had passed through the Tianshu Cave's exit. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that his cultivation had recovered to the 1st level of the spiritual god realm and the injuries he had suffered earlier had also healed. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward. As soon as he went out, he saw some people outside the cave staring at him with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. There were undoubtedly more people guarding the entrance of the Tianshu Cave, but at this time, some people were already impatient. Who is it? Why didn't he come out after so long? I've been waiting for an hour. Yeah, who went in just now? Could he be another 2nd grade Heaven's favorite? I didn't see it just now. No, I've never seen that person before. I don't know him. You don't know him? He's just a small fish and he was able to go in for so long. Could it be that he'll pass? Impossible. It's impossible to pass. At this moment, a cry of disbelief came from the direction of the Tianshu Cave's exit. Passed. Someone else passed. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? The voice was clearly transmitted over, causing the people at the entrance of Tianshu Cave to be dumbfounded and look at each other. He actually passed? Who was it? Let's go and take a look. Almost everyone flew toward the Tianshu Cave's exit. They were all surprised to see Lu Ming. This was because no one really knew who he was. They had never seen him before. Lu Ming looked around with a bitter smile, a simple and honest smile on his tanned face. Are they from the East Continent? Someone asked the Divine Emperor. No, I've never seen him before. The Emperor God shook his head. He is also not from our northern plains. The ones who spoke were a few burly young men who were carrying maces and axes on their backs and seemed to be mad. These were the heaven's favorites from northern plains. Chapter 1062. 1062. It would be a waste to give it to you. He is not from Eastern Barren Territory or Northern Plains. He is definitely not from Western Desert. Could he be a heaven's favorite from Southern Nether? Impossible. No one from the Southern Underworld has come here. The crowd around them continued to discuss and guess Lu Ming's identity. However, they could not guess that no one knew Lu Ming. The Tianshu Cave is very mysterious. It doesn't necessarily mean that only the strongest heaven's favorites can pass through it. Some ordinary geniuses can pass through it if they are lucky. Someone said. As soon as he said this, the crowd's eyes were filled with different expressions. Some people looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze. Buzz. Buzz. Two white-haired elders descended from the sky. They were the two elders of the Xianxia Academy. The two elders were also very surprised to see Lu Ming. They had thought that after Yang Padian, no one would be able to clear the Tiangang cave. They did not expect that someone would be able to. Young friend, take this token. In half a month, the marrow cleansing pool will open. You can use this token to enter the pool. An elder took out a token and passed it to Lu Ming. Many thanks, senior. Lu Ming took the token and thanked him with cupped fists. The two old men smiled and turned to leave. Many people looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand with burning eyes. Among them, Wu Chengkong, Shui Luo Zi, and the other second-grade geniuses were the most excited. Excuse me, please. Lu Ming put away the token and smiled. He squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall. He was no longer interested in who would challenge the Tianshu Cave next. In the crowd, Blood Luo Zi's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming's back. Dandan, how's the research going? When he came to the Wanxiang Jade, he found that Dandan was still walking around and observing seriously. There's already some progress. Little brat, don't disturb this lord. After a while, this lord will definitely give you a big surprise. After saying that, he ignored Lu Ming and continued his research. This guy. Lu Ming smiled and ignored her. He looked for a suitable jade wall and continued to comprehend. The myriad image jade wall was all-encompassing and could really find anything. Before long, Lu Ming found an extremely mysterious jade wall. In front of this jade wall, Lu Ming could comprehend the profound principles of the concept of fire. Lu Ming studied it carefully. With his current level of comprehension, he had gained a lot. In just a few days, Lu Ming's concept of fire had gained a lot. He felt that he could make a breakthrough at any time and reach the lower tier of level 4. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to comprehend. After another 3 days, Lu Ming's concept of fire really broke through in one go and reached level 4 lower tier. This trip to the Xianxia Academy was worth it. He had gained a lot. Young hero, my young master would like to see you. At this moment, a young lady walked to Lu Ming's side with a sweet smile. Who is your young master? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Young master will know when you get there. It's on that mountain peak not far away. The woman pointed to a mountain peak in the east. All right, I'll go with you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and followed the young woman, flying toward the mountain peak. The mountain was only 100 miles away from the Wanxiang Jade Wall. There were 2 figures on the mountain peak. One of them was actually a Blood Luo master, while the other was an old man in a blood-red robe. He must be a master from Cold Blood Hall. Seeing Lu Ming, Shui Luo Zi smiled. How should I address you, brother? I'm from the mountains, So even if I tell you, Brother Shui won't know. I wonder why Brother Shui has called me here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, it's very simple. I want to buy your token to enter the marrow cleansing pool. How many raw stones do you need? You can name a price. Blood Luozi said. As expected, it's because of this matter. Lu Ming sneered in his heart. The moment he saw Blood Luozi, he guessed that he was looking for him because of the token in his hand. Brother Shui, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I don't have any plans to sell the token. Lu Ming smiled. Blood Luozi's face darkened at Lu Ming's refusal. You'd better think about it. The quota for the marrow cleansing pool is of little use to you. It'll only be a waste. Only in my hands will you be able to bring out the greatest effect. Zhang Xian said. There was a threatening tone in his voice. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of disdain. He meant that it was a waste for Lu Ming to have the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. Whether I waste my time or not is my own business. There's no need for Brother Shui to worry. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming said coldly and turned to leave. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying and powerful aura rose up and a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. It was Shui Luozi. At this moment, Shui Luozi's eyes were cold as he said, Kid, you have to give it to me even if you don't want to. It's a pure waste of a heavenly treasure to keep it on you. It can only display its greatest effect on me, you know? It'll only be of the greatest use on you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He looked at Blood Luozi in disdain and said, First, you were defeated by Lu Shaoqing, and then you were defeated by the divine emperors. How can a loser like you act so high and mighty? In my opinion, it's a real waste to give you the spot. How audacious! Shui Luozi roared with a cold look. Kid, I was going to buy it from you with raw stones, but it seems like I don't have to. Just hand it over, or you'll know the consequences. The old man beside Blood Luozi also stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. That old man was definitely an expert, the terrifying expert. He gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. However, Lu Ming was not afraid because he was in the Xianxia Academy. Idiot! Therefore, Lu Ming looked at Blood Luozi in disdain and said, You think this is Cold Blood Hall? This is the Xianxia Academy, and the Emperor is in charge. I'm afraid the Emperor has seen what you've done. Do you still want to rob it? Phew! Shui Luozi gritted his teeth. Indeed, this was the Xianxia Academy. Lu Ming had obtained the quota to enter the marrow cleansing pool through the Tianshu cave. If Lu Ming gave the quota to him, the Xianxia Academy might not care. But if they wanted to snatch it, the Xianxia Academy would not sit by and do nothing. He thought that with his status, Lu Ming, this kid who appeared out of nowhere, would definitely be scared to death. He would give him face and give him the token obediently. He did not expect Lu Ming to not give him any face at all. Kid, you can't hide in Xianxia Academy forever. You'd better leave yourself a way out. The old man coldly spoke. This was a blatant threat. It meant that if Lu Ming left the Xianxia Academy, no one could protect him. Hee. Lu Ming sneered. He was too lazy to say more. He ignored Blood Luozi and the elder and turned to leave. This made the old man and Blood Luozi so angry that their faces turned green. They were actually ignored by Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall but was stopped by another person on the way. Wu Qinkong from the Heavenly Martial Sword Sect. He carried a long sword on his back, his posture as straight as a sword, and stood in front of Lu Ming. Chapter 1063. 1063 Chapter 1063 Perfected Physical Body. Your Excellency, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked coldly. Hand over your token and give me the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. Wu Qinkong went straight to the point. Lu Ming sneered. It was indeed because of the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. These people really treated him as a soft persimmon. Jing Kongling had the floating mountain sect behind him, and Yang Patian was someone they didn't dare to offend. The Emperor God had displayed great combat strength, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was behind him. They didn't even look for him, but instead, they looked for him. There was no doubt that Lu Ming, this person who had suddenly appeared, had become highly sought after. Idiot! Lu Ming did not bother with Wu Qingkong. He took a step forward and, like a stream of light, arrived at the nature jade wall in an instant. He continued to look for the corresponding jade wall to comprehend. Wu Qingkong's eyes were sharp and cold as he looked in the direction where Lu Ming had left. Lu Ming was very displeased. If these guys continued to pester him, Lu Ming did not mind using thunderous means to teach them a lesson. He continued to search for jade pieces. Not long after, Lu Ming found a jade piece with a profound thunder concept and studied it in detail. Time flowed like water. Half a month had passed since Lu Ming passed through the Tianshu cave. At this moment, someone came to inform Lu Ming that the marrow cleansing pool had been opened and he could enter. Lu Ming followed the person and flew over many mountains. They came to a small hill. When he arrived, he realized that Jing Kongling, Di Xin, and Yang Patian had already arrived. Seeing Lu Ming, Qing Junling smiled. The Divine Emperor sized Lu Ming up curiously. Yang Patian, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back and did not even look at Lu Ming. "All right, open the marrow cleansing pool." There were a few white-haired old men here. The mental energy fire between their eyebrows jumped and runes appeared, entering the hill. Kaka! The hill split open, revealing an ancient bluestone road that led to the front. Go, the marrow cleansing pool is just ahead. You only have 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, you must come out. An old man reminded, and everyone nodded. Yang Patian took the lead and walked towards the ancient bluestone road. After that, Di Xin, Jing Kongling, and Lu Ming stepped onto the ancient road and moved forward. After stepping on the ancient road, a place full of spiritual qi appeared in front of them. On the ground, there were 9 pools, which were covered with a faint mist, like 9 celestial pools. This was the marrow cleansing pool. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He did not expect that there would be 9 marrow cleansing pools. However, the area wasn't large. Each bite was only a few meters in radius. The 4 of them each chose one and walked over, stepping into the marrow cleansing pool one after another. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the marrow cleansing pool, he immediately felt a mysterious power in the surroundings that continuously drilled into his body. It was the pool water. It was the power transformed from the pool water. The water in the marrow cleansing pool had a mysterious power. Of course, it was not just the water. The entire marrow cleansing pool had a field energy that aided the water to permeate every part of Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming could feel that his physical body was improving rapidly. Initially, Lu Ming's physical body had already reached the 9th rank. At this moment, he was constantly climbing toward the peak of the 9th rank. "It's so comfortable." Lu Ming sighed. Originally, cleansing one's meridians and marrow was an extremely painful thing. However, there was no pain at all here. Instead, he felt comfortable all over. Lu Ming could clearly feel that the impurities and dirt in his body were being cleared by a kind of wonderful energy. It made his body purer and dustless. Time passed by quickly. 3 days passed just like that. Voila! Lu Ming rushed to the marrow cleansing pool with a burning gaze. So good! Lu Ming felt refreshed and his body was empty. Right now, his body was simply perfect with perfect lines. His body seemed to be made of stainless divine gold, powerful and pure. Complete grade 9, complete grade. Is this the limit of the physical body? Lu Ming felt it carefully and his face was filled with joy. He had a feeling that his physical body had reached perfection and had reached a limit. It was impossible for him to improve it any further. If it continued to rise, it would no longer be a mortal body, but a whole new level. Jing Kongling, Di Xin, Yang Patian, and the others also came out of the marrow cleansing pool with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they had also gained a great harvest. Yang Patian was the first to step out, and then the others came out of the marrow cleansing pool one after another. Outside, a few old men were still waiting. When they came out, the old men carved inscriptions and the hill returned to its original state. Boom, boom, boom. It was at this moment that 9 pillars of light shot up into the sky in the distance. The heavens and earth shook, and it was extremely shocking. Everyone looked in that direction in shock, because that was where the myriad elephant jade wall was. What was going on? Could this be the Holy Mansion? The Holy Mansion has opened. A few elders from the Xianxia Academy were excited and their voices trembled. Holy Mansion. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked. It was said that the 10,000 elephant jade wall had a great secret. It was connected to a divine treasury and a secret realm. It was very mysterious. 30,000 years ago, that divine treasury could still be opened occasionally, and supreme experts would enter to cultivate and comprehend the Tao. It contained great opportunities. However, 30,000 years ago, a terrifying war broke out in the central continent. There was a rebellion in the ancient Saint dynasty. That war directly weakened the power of the ancient Saint dynasty's Xie clan, and the central continent was split up by the various emperors. In that battle, the world's academies were also seriously affected. In the end, even the method to open the divine treasury was lost. From then on, no one had ever opened the divine treasury and the Saint Mansion. Could it be that it had opened again? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming and the rest rose into the air and flew in the direction of the myriad elephant jade wall. At this moment, Lu Ming saw beams of rainbow light flying out from the huge white jade palace in the sky. Beams of light flew out from all the peaks of the Xianxia Academy toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall. Very soon, Lu Ming and the group arrived. At this moment, all of the Wanxiang Jade Walls glowed, and inscriptions emerged. They gathered into 9 huge pillars of light that shot into the sky. Outside the 9 pillars of light, there were countless figures standing. Apparently, the heroes who were meditating on the myriad elephant jade wall had been expelled for some reason. Buzz! As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a little turtle leaped onto his shoulder. Dandan, what's going on? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Ha Lu Ming, how is it? I've deciphered the secret of this place and activated the formation. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming smugly. You did it. Lu Ming was a little speechless. In fact, he had already guessed that it might be because of Dandan. He did not expect that it was really Dandan who did it. This place is connected to a secret realm. It's amazing. Dandan sighed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, more and more people appeared in the air. Some of the elders were exuding terrifying auras. Supreme martial artists. There are so many supreme martial artists. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this aura. It was the aura of a supreme. Some of them were martial arts supreme masters, while others were inscription Dao supreme masters. There were no less than 10 of them. Chapter 1064. 1064 The Secret Realm of Saint Mansion. The Xianxia Academy did indeed have people who cultivated the way of inscription and martial arts. Their strength was extremely powerful and unfathomable. There were also many whose auras were weaker than Supremes, but that was only in comparison. In fact, they were also extremely powerful and were definitely high-level spiritual gods. The Saint Mansion has opened. The Saint Mansion that hasn't been opened for 30,000 years has actually opened. The headmaster's decision is correct. The voices echoed in the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, an old man stepped out and rushed towards one of the light pillars. However, as soon as he rushed in, a look of horror appeared on his face and he let out a miserable scream. The next moment, his body exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Many people gasped and shivered. The old man was definitely a high-level spiritual god, but he had died just like that. What was going on? How could this be? It said that anyone can enter the Holy Mansion, so why did Elder Wu die? A voice of disbelief was heard from the Xianxia Academy. 30,000 years ago, no matter if it was male or female, old or young, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, they could enter the Saint Mansion to find opportunities and cultivate there. But just now, why did that old man die? Has the rules of the Saint Mansion changed? Someone made a guess. Many people thought it was possible. After all, the Saint Mansion had been closed for 30,000 years. It was possible that the rules had changed. In this way, no one dared to act rashly. No one knew if they would die if they rushed in. After that, the Xianxia Academy sent experts to investigate and see what was going on. The news of the reopening of the Sage Mansion of the World Academy spread like a storm. Dandan, do you know what's going on? Lu Ming brought Dandan to a mountain peak 100 miles away and asked. According to my speculation, those 9 pillars of light are the spatial paths, the passages to the secret realm. However, these passages contain an aging array, which has a requirement for the age of the entrance. However, I haven't studied the specific age restrictions, so I'm not too sure. Dandan explained. There's an age requirement? That's strange. Lu Ming was a little surprised. According to the rumors, there was no age limit in this mystic realm 30,000 years ago. However, there was no point in overthinking. Lu Ming then cultivated while waiting for news. Lu Ming did not want to miss it if he could enter the secret realm. It was said that there were great opportunities in the secret realm. In the past, there were often ultimate powerhouses cultivating in there. If those ultimate powerhouses could leave something behind, it would be a great opportunity. That was because the strongest people in the world were all emperors. As time passed, more and more people came to the Xianxia Academy. Many major forces received the news and a large number of people rushed over. In fact, some of the overlord forces even sent their supreme martial artists. For example, the forces closest to the Xianxia Academy, such as the Floating Mountain, Cold Blood Hall, Sky Eagle Castle, Tianmu Sword Sect, Demon Mountain, and the Ji family. There were also many people from smaller forces. Even more geniuses had arrived. For a time, the world's academies were filled with strong people. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At this time, the Xianxia Academy released news that they had already investigated the rules of the entrance to the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Only creatures under the age of 50 could enter. Those above the age of 50 would die if they entered. Moreover, the Xianxia Academy and the supreme leaders of the various forces had already discussed that anyone from the major forces could enter. However, because there were too many people who came to the Xianxia Academy, many of them were below the age of 50. It was obviously not feasible for so many people to enter. Therefore, the Xianxia Academy planned to conduct a screening. Only those whose combat strength had reached a certain level could enter. It was said that the secret realm of the Saint Mansion was very dangerous. If one didn't have enough combat power, they would die. A day later, a huge array rose in a huge square of the Xianxia Academy. This array was the selection place. Anyone under the age of 50 could come here to participate in the general selection. Only those who passed could enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. The square was surrounded by a sea of people. Countless people from all the major forces had gathered. Lu Ming was also among the crowd. There were some people standing in the sky. Many of them were old men, and some of them looked young. Everyone knew that these people were the supreme being experts of the major forces. In this formation, puppets will be formed. You guys can enter and kill them. Every time you kill a puppet, there will be essence chi covering your body. At first, it will be red, but as more and more essence chi is gathered, the color of your essence chi will change. Then it will be orange, yellow, green, and finally purple. Only when the color of the spiritual essence gathered in your body reaches yellow will you pass the test and enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If you don't reach the yellow color, you will be eliminated. The test begins now. In the sky, an old man from the Xianxia Academy announced the selection rules. The rules were simple. They had to enter the formation, kill the puppets, and accumulate essence chi. Once the essence chi reached a certain standard, they would pass the test. As soon as the old man finished speaking, many people rushed into the formation. There were many young men, but most of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s. This time, those below the age of 50 could enter. Those who were 50 were half to one generation older than Lu Ming's generation. Naturally, there were more people. This formation could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. However, a few minutes later, people were continuously being teleported out. They were covered in a layer of light, but they were all red. He had clearly been eliminated. These people haven't even reached the spirit embryo realm, so they naturally can't enter. Lu Ming shook his head. He could tell the cultivation of these people. More than 10 minutes later, more people were eliminated. Many of these people were covered in an orange glow, but they were still eliminated. Most of these people's cultivation was below the 6th level spirit embryo realm. After that, the people who were teleported out were all covered in yellow. These people all revealed looks of joy, because they had succeeded. As long as the light on their bodies reached yellow, it would be considered a success. It seems that it's more or less enough to reach the 6th level spirit embryo realm and above. Lu Ming thought to himself. He realized that the people who had succeeded were generally at the 6th level spirit embryo realm or above. However, there were also young prodigies whose cultivation was below the 6th level spirit embryo realm, but their combat strength had obviously reached the 6th level spirit embryo realm or above. More than an hour later, the first batch of people who went in came out. The strongest few people were covered in purple light, which was extremely shocking. Lu Ming saw that Junyu and Xue Luozi were all covered in purple light. However, most of the people who were covered in purple light were in their 30s or 40s. These people had been cultivating for a long time, and their combat strength was very strong. In the second batch, tens of thousands of people entered. From this, it could be seen how many people were gathered in Xianxia Academy. And this was only for those below the age of 50. If there was no age limit, the number of people would be terrifying. Lu Ming was also in the second group. Once he stepped into the formation, a puppet that looked like a demonic beast formed and pounced at him. Those below the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming threw a punch, turning all the puppets into dust. At the same time, red essence chi flew over and covered Lu Ming's body. Following that, more puppets were formed. However, they were too weak and were easily killed by Lu Ming. The light that enveloped Lu Ming's body also slowly solidified and brightened. Slowly, the strength of the puppets that appeared became stronger and stronger. They had reached the spirit embryo realm, but Lu Ming still dealt with them with a single punch. Chapter 1065. 1065 Chapter 1065 Entering the Secret Realm. A few minutes later, the glow covering Lu Ming's body had turned orange. Just wait until you pass. Lu Ming thought of this and slowed down. Lu Ming planned to pass the test. Entering the secret realm of the Saint Mansion and making a fortune quietly was the most important thing. If he was too dazzling, he was afraid that many people would target him. Lu Ming deliberately used his movement technique to avoid many puppets. After dragging it out for more than 10 minutes, the light on Lu Ming's body turned yellow. At this time, he deliberately let one of the demonic beasts scratch him. Then, a ray of light shone on Lu Ming and he was teleported out. When Lu Ming went out, many eyes fell on him. As Lu Ming had passed the Tianshu cave previously, he naturally received a lot of attention. However, at this moment, when they saw the glow on Lu Ming's body, they immediately caused a commotion. Nest, it's the kid who broke through the Tianshu cave. Why did he only hold on for so long? And why is he still emitting a yellow light? Like I said, he's just lucky. I guess he just happened to encounter something easy when he was challenging the Tianshu cave. It's said that in ancient times, someone passed the Tianshu cave without encountering anything. He's just lucky. He's trash. That's right, so this person is a weakling. I thought he was a rare heaven's favorite. I'll spit. All around them, pairs of disdainful eyes looked at Lu Ming and sneered at him. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He knew very well what was going on. Why should he care about other people's opinions? Lu Ming walked to the side and closed his eyes to rest. So you're a good-for-nothing. Shui Luozi sneered. Wu Qingkong's eyes were cold. The selection continued. More than 100,000 people participated in the selection. In the end, 20,000 people passed the selection and could enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Junyue, come up. Shui Luozi, come up. Kong Ling, come up. At this moment, the supremes of the major forces were summoning their heaven's favorites. Then Junyu, Shui Luozi, Jing Kongling, Wu Qingkong, and the other strongest heaven's favorites all flew up into the sky. What's this for? Someone was surprised. I know. It said that 30,000 years ago, the strong people of the world's academies could get a rare treasure from the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, called the Saint Mansion Life Talisman. They would carry a piece of the Saint Mansion Life Talisman with them. If they were killed in the secret realm, the Life Talisman would save the wearer's life and let them resurrect outside the Saint Mansion's secret realm. What? There's actually such a valuable treasure? That's right, but there aren't many of them left. I guess the major forces spent a lot of money to buy them from Xianxia Academy to protect the lives of their strongest geniuses. This is simply cheating. Many people sighed. They were both envious and helpless. With such a life talisman, he could be unscrupulous in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. He didn't have to worry about losing his life. In that case, he could go to some dangerous places without worry. Naturally, Lu Ming heard everyone's discussion. He could only sigh. It was really good to have a big power as a backer. Very quickly, the various heaven's favorites were distributed. Everyone, I can tell you that the secret realm of the Saint Mansion is divided into 9 areas, so there are 9 light pillars. Each light pillar will appear in a different area. Now, each of the 9 forces has a light pillar. The other forces will follow the 9 forces in. Let's set off now. I'll say it again. Those who don't pass the screening are prohibited from entering. Otherwise, kill without mercy. A white-haired old man from the Xianxia Academy announced the rules. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He was extremely majestic. Everyone trembled. This was a supreme being, and no one dared to disobey him. They immediately flew toward the Wanxiang Jade Wall. All of you, follow us in. Some of the young men from the Sky Martial Sword faction pointed at a group of people. These people were from the smaller forces and had to enter with the 9 forces. This time, a total of 8 Overlord forces had come, in addition to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Although the Valley of the Medicine Masters was not an Overlord force, it had a good relationship with all the major forces and was very strong. It could be considered a major force and occupied the 9 pillars of light. The people from the small forces that were selected by the Sky Martial Sword faction followed the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction obediently and entered a light pillar. As expected, those below the age of 50 were fine. With a flash of light, they disappeared. You guys, come with us. The Demon Mountain experts pointed at a group of people and entered a light pillar. Each force selected a group of people and entered a pillar of light, disappearing. You guys follow me. A brawny man from Cold Blood Hall pointed at a group of people. Lu Ming was among them. No, we're following Cold Blood Hall. Why do I have a bad feeling? Someone said in a low voice. He was very afraid of Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall had always been known for their ruthlessness. What's wrong? You don't want to follow us? Then don't go in. What are you bunch of trash going in for? The man from Cold Blood Hall shouted coldly, his eyes cold. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. He saw a cold gaze staring at him. It was Blood Luozi. Lu Ming sneered. There were no senior experts in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If these people continued to push their luck, Lu Ming would not mind killing them. In the end, the chosen ones still followed Cold Blood Hall and entered the light pillar. This was a great opportunity. Who would want to miss it? There was a flash of light. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself on flat ground. This area was very flat, but there was a huge mountain standing in the distance. From the top of the mountain, a ray of light was emitted, forming a light shield that covered a huge territory. Lu Ming and the rest were now in the light shield. My true essence is being suppressed. It's hard for me to even fly. Me too. It's that light barrier. It has a powerful suppressing effect. At this time, a series of voices came from the surroundings. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and saw many Cold Blood Hall members. There were also many people who had entered the light pillar with him. Those who entered the same pillar of light would appear together. Lu Ming gave it a try and realized that his essential core was indeed greatly suppressed. Even if he could fly, his speed was extremely slow. There's a treasure on the peak of that giant mountain. Let's go and take a look. Many people had their eyes on the mountain and rushed forward. Suddenly, a scream came from the front. Light flickered, and flames soared into the sky. Someone was turned into ashes in the flames. Formation, there's a great formation here. Someone shouted. Lu Ming also rushed forward and observed carefully. Indeed, the path leading to the mountain was filled with arrays and it was very dangerous. However, this further proved that there was a treasure up ahead. Otherwise, how could there be so many formations? Look, there are spirit herbs in front. Someone exclaimed. There was a small purple tree on a small hill in front of them. The small tree was crystal clear as if it was made of purple jade. One look and one could tell that it was extraordinary. There's more than one. Someone had found another spirit herb. On the way to the mountain, they found a lot of spirit herbs, all of which were extraordinary. Some people speculated that they were all at least level 8 spirit herbs, and there might even be level 9 spirit herbs. Many people's eyes were burning. Chapter 1066. 1066 The Overbearing Cold Blood Hall. Finally, someone couldn't help but carefully identify the formation, looking for a gap in the formation and carefully move forward. However, the formation glowed, and a few more people were killed in the formation. Everyone was finally afraid. Although spirit herbs were good, one had to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Many people wanted to retreat and leave this place to seek opportunities elsewhere. Buzz. Bush. Suddenly, a group of people in blood-red robes surrounded them. They were all Cold Blood Hall experts. What are you guys doing? Why are you blocking our way? Someone asked. What are you doing? Since we let you come in with Cold Blood Hall, you should at least do something and make a difference. Otherwise, what's the point of you trash coming in? Go ahead and lead the way. A burly man said in a cold voice. This man was in his 40s, half a generation older than Lu Ming and the others. His chi and blood were surging, and his aura was extremely powerful. His cultivation was unfathomable. This time, he was the leader of the people from Cold Blood Hall. What? You want us to explore the way for Cold Blood Hall with our lives? No, I won't agree to that. A man in his prime refused. There were formations in front of them. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went to scout the way for Cold Blood Hall? You don't agree? Then die. Buzz. The brawny man from Cold Blood Hall took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of the man. The man wanted to resist, but he was enveloped by a terrifying force and could not move. Poochie. The brawny man from Cold Blood Hall stabbed his hand into the man's chest like a knife. The man let out a shrill scream, and then, under everyone's horrified eyes, his body shriveled up and turned into a dry corpse. Cold Blood Hall's bloodthirsty technique. Someone's voice trembled and his face was filled with fear. Now, are you guys going in or not? The brawny man from Cold Blood Hall looked at the crowd coldly. Everyone's face turned pale. I knew it. I wouldn't have a good ending if I followed Cold Blood Hall. I shouldn't have come in. Someone sighed. However, at this time, it was useless to say anything more. The group of people could only move forward. Brat, hurry up and go. Huang Kuei was among the Cold Blood Hall disciples and he had his eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Huang Kuei but did not make a move. Instead, he walked forward with the others. Xue Luozi stared at Lu Ming and sneered, his eyes cold. "Hurry up. If you don't leave, kill." The brawny man shouted coldly. His name was Xue Feng, and he was the top master of the previous generation in Cold Blood Hall. Many people gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Light flickered, and a large array appeared. In an instant, more than 10 people were killed. It's too dangerous. I'm just looking for death if I go up like this. I beg you, let me go. Some of them were trembling in fear and begging for mercy. What is it called? Some people were not fine? If you keep shouting, I'll kill you right now. Xue Feng said maliciously. Sure enough, some people were fine. They didn't encounter the formation even after moving forward for 100 meters. This area was not completely filled with formations. There were some gaps that could be used to move forward. However, one needed to observe with good eyesight, and not everyone could see it. Lu Ming's figure flickered and he continued to move forward for more than 100 meters, but nothing happened. This kid's luck is pretty good. Blood Luozi stared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Previously, Lu Ming had refused to give him the opportunity to enter the marrow cleansing pool. As a result, he harbored a grudge against Lu Ming and had been looking for an opportunity to kill him. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the area and identified it carefully. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell which places were gaps and there were no arrays. His figure flickered left and right mountains before he came to a small hill. There was a small purple tree growing here. It was only a meter tall and was like purple jade. Essence chi filled the air and it was very extraordinary. Purple gold tree. Lu Ming recognized the small tree. It was an upper 8th grade spiritual herb. If it was nurtured well, it could even bear purple gold fruits and evolve into a 9th grade spiritual herb. Lu Ming dug out the purplish gold tree and kept it. He would plant it in the mountain and river diagram when he had the time. Hey kid, what are you doing? Who told you to keep the spirit herb? Quickly throw it out and give it to us. Huang Kuei had been staring at Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming had put away the spirit herbs, he immediately shouted, "Idiot!" Lu Ming cast a glance at Huang Kuei and said indifferently, "What did you just say? Kid, you're looking for death, you're dead, you know you're dead." Huang Kuei shouted angrily. Xue Feng and the others also looked at Lu Ming. "Oh, come and kill me." Lu Ming pursed his lips. "If you have the ability, don't come out." Huang Kuei looked at Lu Ming ferociously, his face flushed red. However, he did not dare to step forward. "You cowardly rat." Lu Ming pursed his lips. His figure flashed and he went to another spiritual herb. Very soon, he had also kept the other spiritual herb. No, he knows the Tao of inscription and can see the gaps in the formation. Xue Luozi roared as he saw through the situation. Lu Ming's movements were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. He was so fast that it did not seem like he was trying his luck. Instead, he could see the gaps. Haha, this group of idiots. On his shoulder, Dandan laughed heartily, her eyes shining. There were so many spirit herbs here that he was almost drooling. During this period of time, Dandan had eaten a large amount of spirit herbs. He felt that he was constantly recovering. He had already recovered a little and remembered many things. When he saw the spirit herbs at this time, his eyes simply shone. Damn it. Xue Luozi, Huang Kuei, Xue Feng, and the others gritted their teeth, wishing they could kill Lu Ming. Those who were lucky enough to survive the formation stopped moving. They did not need to fear Cold Blood Hall people in the formation anyway. Lu Ming's figure flashed and at least 7 to 8 spiritual herbs entered his pocket. This group of trash, they really deserve to die, used the sealing crystal. Xue Feng's killing intent flashed as a white crystal appeared in his hand. Senior brother Xue Feng, are we going to use the sealing crystal now? Xue Luozi and the others felt their hearts ache. In order for their disciples to enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion and obtain opportunities, the major forces had prepared many secret treasures. The sealing crystal was an extremely rare treasure. Once it was used, it could freeze a formation, making it unable to explode. It was the most practical way to explore some secret realms. Yes, that mountain is no small matter. There should be a great treasure inside. Shui Feng clenched his teeth and then squeezed the crystal. Instantly, the sealing crystal shattered and turned into a layer of white light that rushed forward. Wherever the white light passed, it was as if a layer of white frost had been laid on the ground. All the large arrays were frozen. It's the sealing crystal. The formation is sealed. Let's charge. Buzz. Buzz. Those who were forced by cold blood Hall rose into the air and rushed into the depths of the mountain. You're looking for death. The cold blood Hall people shouted coldly and chased after the people from the small forces. A terrifying battle broke out in this area. Brat die. Huang Kuei was the first to charge at Lu Ming. His blood-red claw radiance was aimed at Lu Ming. The claw ray was as sharp as a knife aimed at Lu Ming's heart. It wanted to devour Lu Ming's blood and suck him dry. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming moved and slapped him. Chapter 1067. 1067 Chapter 1067 Abusing Blood Luozi. Lu Ming smacked his palm and the space trembled violently. This palm seemed to be able to suppress the heavens. Before the palm reached him, Huang Kuei felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him, and he couldn't even breathe. No, no. At this moment, he was panicking, shocked, and afraid. Lu Ming's small palm was so big that it could cover the sky and the sun in his eyes. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on his body and a terrifying force exploded. Huang Kuei's entire body exploded into pieces. This time, everyone was shocked. Huang Kuei was the second most outstanding talent among the younger generation in Cold Blood Hall, but he was killed by Lu Ming with one slap. Kid, you do have some strength, but how dare you kill the talents of Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death. That Shui Luozi roared. He stepped in the air and a blood-red light shot up into the sky. He clenched his fist in the air and a saber formed, slashing at Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had killed Huang Kuei with a single slap, Blood Luozi was still confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Huang Kuei was only at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, but he was already a spirit god. He could kill Huang Kuei with a snap of his fingers. He did not believe that Lu Ming, who had suddenly appeared, could be his match. Boom! Lu Ming made his move and it was still a slap. Boom! Blood Luozi's saber light was shattered by Lu Ming's palm. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward Blood Luozi like a stream of light. Roar! During this process, dragon roars rang out from Lu Ming's body continuously. Dragon energy burst out one after another, and soon there were 5 bursts of dragon energy. Now that Lu Ming's physical body was complete rank 9, he was extremely powerful. Even if he used all his dragon energy, there would not be any scales on his skin. He could control everything. 5 dragon energies burst forth, and Lu Ming's strength increased rapidly. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck down with his palm. Sila! In Lu Ming's hands, the space was torn like a rag. The terrifying power made Blood Luozi shiver. Not good. Shui Luozi was shocked. Blood vessels appeared above his head and turned into blood-winged bats. With a loud roar, the space surged toward Lu Ming like waves. However, Lu Ming's palm slashed across and the sound wave was split in half. A terrifying force exploded and slammed heavily on the blood-winged bat. With a shrill scream, the blood-winged bat was sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. A second-grade heaven's favorite, Blood Luozi, was sent flying by Lu Ming with one move. His blood splattered across the sky. This was simply unbelievable. Who was this person? He was too terrifying. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming participating in the selection, he thought that Lu Ming was a weakling. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had clearly hidden his strength. His actual combat strength was simply terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming took a step in the air and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His figure instantly appeared on top of the blood-winged bat's head and he stomped his feet. Boom! 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 The terrifying power exploded and the space was destroyed. The violent power hit Xue Luozi and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body collapsed and he turned into a human. Bang! Lu Ming stomped hard on Blood Luozi's nose. His face caved in and he fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge pit. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the middle stage of the first-level spiritual god realm, which was slightly higher than Xue Luozi's. In addition, his 5 types of intent realms were almost at the 4th-level lower tier. With the 5 bursts of dragon energy, the power was too strong. Moreover, after Lu Ming reached the spiritual god realm, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique was even more terrifying. He could completely crush the Blood Luozi without even having to activate his blood meridian. Stop! You're looking for death, kid! The Cold Blood Hall members reacted and charged at Lu Ming with furious roars. Those who dared to attack Lu Ming were all in their 40s or 50s. They had cultivated for 10 to 20 years more than Lu Ming and the rest, so their cultivation levels were very high. In an instant, 5 experts pounced on Lu Ming. 3 of them were 2nd-level spiritual god realm, and 2 were 3rd-level spiritual god realm. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and 2 more bursts of dragon power erupted. The 9-dragon bloodline was now at divine level 7, and there were a total of 7 dragon powers, all of which were now erupting. Lu Ming's strength was extremely powerful. When he struck out with his palm, the world shook and the space shattered. Bang! 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 In an instant, Lu Ming threw out 5 palm strikes and exchanged a palm strike with each of the 5 experts. Bang! 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 The 3 2nd-level spiritual god realm men screamed as their bodies exploded. They were killed in one move. The 2 3rd-level spiritual god realm experts were also severely injured. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and retreated rapidly, their eyes filled with fear. Around them, the eyes of the people from the small forces almost popped out. Initially, they thought that Lu Ming was a weakling. Now, they knew that he was clearly a demon king. However, they were overjoyed. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more beneficial it would be for small forces like them. They would have a chance to escape from Cold Blood Hall. Swallow! Lu Ming's left palm clenched in the air and the devouring power burst forth. The blood essence and energy of the 3 1st-level spiritual god realm experts that were killed were all devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Shaoqing, you're Lu Shaoqing. Blood Luozi was still alive and shouted. He had fought with Lu Ming before and recognized the devouring power. What? He's Lu Shaoqing? Those who had heard of Lu Shaoqing's name were shocked. Kill! Lu Ming stepped on the air and charged towards the 2 injured 3rd-level spiritual god realm experts. The 2 of them were frightened and retreated at top speed. However, their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's body was like a stream of light, closing in on them at top speed. His palm pressed down on the void and struck at the 2 of them. The 2 of them tried their best to block, but it was still useless. The palm force pressed down, and their arms exploded. Their chests caved in, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were barely breathing. Little thief, you're looking for death. Kill! Xue Feng roared. The other experts followed suit and pounced at Lu Ming. There were a few hundred people from Cold Blood Hall. Most of them were middle-aged strong men with strong cultivation and combat strength. Xue Feng was the most terrifying. Like a ray of blood light, he appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. With a punch, endless blood light flashed and spread, pressing down on Lu Ming. This attack was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed and he also threw a punch. The 2 fists collided. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was blasted away like a cannonball. He retreated 10,000 meters and smashed a first-level spiritual god expert into pieces. What powerful battle strength! Lu Ming felt his fist go numb and the blood in his body was in turmoil. He was a little shocked. Xue Feng's strength was beyond his imagination. No wonder he was the top talent of the last generation of Cold Blood Hall. How dare you kill an expert from Cold Blood Hall? No one can save you today. Xue Feng's killing intent was like a tide as he closed in on Lu Ming. Around him, there were flashes of blood as other experts charged at Lu Ming. Die. Lu Shaoqing die. At this moment, Blood Luozi had already struggled to get up. He glared at Lu Ming, his eyes about to spew fire. He was actually abused so badly by Lu Ming. His nose bridge was stepped on by Lu Ming and was deeply pressed down. His face was beyond recognition. He, the Blood Luo master, had never been humiliated like this. His hatred for Lu Ming could not be described with words. Chapter 1068. 1068 The Battle with the Last Generation Cold Blood Hall Experts. Kill. Xue Feng was still the fastest, and he was the first to arrive. His fists were like blood diamonds, shining with a crystal-like luster. With a punch, the space was shattered, and it was extremely terrifying. 4th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. Xue Feng's cultivation should be at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. He was a very powerful genius with unparalleled combat strength. Lu Ming's entire body was surrounded by the 5-colored concept, increasing the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. He threw a few punches in a row. Boom! Boom! The two fists collided and the sky shook. It was as if two gods were fighting. Then, Lu Ming was once again sent flying far away. It seems like I have to use my 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Xue Feng was too strong. Even if his talent was not as high as Xue Luozi's, it would not be lower than Huang Kuei's. He should have awakened a 7th-level divine-level bloodline. When he was young, he should have been a 3rd-grade Heaven's Pride. If they were at the same level, Lu Ming could easily kill such a prodigy. However, Xue Feng's cultivation was too high. He was at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, which was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming. In the spiritual god realm, there was a huge gap between each level, which was difficult to make up for, let alone a gap of 3 levels. Moreover, the opponent was also a top genius. Kill. In the surroundings, 3 men in their prime pounced over at the same time. Powerful auras filled the air. They were all 3rd-level spiritual gods. Moreover, these 3 people were a level higher than the 2 3rd-level spiritual gods from before. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming threw out a punch and exchanged 3 blows with the 3 of them. The 4 of them retreated at the same time. Behind him, Xue Feng quickly charged over. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain peak in the distance trembled. A bright light spread out, shocking everyone. That is, a door? Someone exclaimed. Everyone saw a door of light appear on the peak of the mountain. It was crystal clear and resplendent, emitting a brilliant light. Treasure, it must be a peerless treasure. Let's go! Some of the people from the small forces exclaimed. Then, they rushed toward the mountain peak with blazing lights. Don't even think about it. Some Cold Blood Hall people also rushed over. Brat, you're lucky. Xue Feng glared at Lu Ming fiercely. He actually let go of Lu Ming and rushed towards the mountain peak. Although Xue Feng's combat strength was strong, Lu Ming's combat strength had also exceeded his expectations. It would be very difficult for him to kill Lu Ming in a few moves. If the treasure was taken by the people from the small forces, it would not be worth it. Therefore he also rushed over. Charge! The other Cold Blood Hall members also rushed over. Xue Luozi glared at Lu Ming coldly and followed the Cold Blood Hall disciples. How can I leave when there's a treasure? Lu Ming smiled and rushed over as well. Although Xue Feng was powerful, he still had a trump card that he had not used. If he used it, he would definitely have no problem escaping. Therefore, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. Buzz. Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Everyone flew forward, and after flying for a while, they discovered that there was no formation in front of them. That can't be a medicinal garden, right? Lu Ming looked behind him. The area that he had just passed looked like a herb garden. That was why it was protected by an inscription array. As they continued forward, a huge group of palaces appeared in front of them. The palace complex seemed to occupy a large area, but it was very ancient and full of the aura of time. Many places had collapsed. The mountain was right in the middle of the palaces. It looked as if the mountain had fallen from the sky and crashed into the center of the palaces, crushing a large area. At this moment, the door of light on the mountain was even more resplendent. He could vaguely see a jade talisman floating in the light door. The light door was a strange phenomenon formed by the light emitted by the jade talisman. Treasure, it's definitely a treasure. Someone shouted greedily and rushed toward the palace. Get lost, you bunch of ants, you're looking for death. Die. Xue Feng shouted in anger as he continuously punched out. His fist radiance broke through the air and instantly, more than a dozen martial artists screamed as they were killed. The others were shocked and quickly avoided Xue Feng. However, there were many people from the other major forces, and some of them were experts. After avoiding the blood seal, they didn't give up and continued to rush forward. A few hundred people rushed towards the mountain peak. Lu Ming followed behind at a steady pace. The palace complex was not dangerous, and there were no formations either. The group flew over smoothly and arrived in front of the mountain. This mountain looked like a tiger lying there. It looked very lifelike, as if it was carved from a huge rock. On the peak of the mountain, there were strange lines protruding, like petrified tree roots. What a strange shape, what a strange mountain. However, they didn't have much time to think about it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the door of light and the jade talisman. The jade talisman was right on top of the tiger's head. Everyone flew towards the mountain peak. An intense battle had erupted. The Cold Blood Hall's experts were extremely domineering. They charged at the people from the small forces, killing a large number of experts and staining Tiger Mountain with blood. No one noticed that the fresh blood that was scattered on the mountain had seeped into the mountain and disappeared, as if it had been devoured. This is the moment. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and turned into a stream of light. He instantly surpassed the experts of Cold Blood Hall and rushed toward the light door. Brat, you still dare to come? You're looking for death. Xue Feng bellowed and continuously swung his fists at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a few steps and dodged the fist radiance. Let's attack together and kill him. Blood Luo Zi shouted and ordered everyone to kill Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Some of the Cold Blood Hall disciples charged at Lu Ming, while the rest continued to rush at the light door. At this time, dozens of people from the other small forces had been killed. The remaining people were frightened and no longer dared to fight for it. They desperately retreated. Cold Blood Hall had complete control of the battle. Xue Feng's speed was the fastest. Just as he was about to rush out of the light door, his eyes revealed a burning flame. This jade talisman was definitely a valuable treasure. It might be a powerful inheritance. Whoosh! At this moment, a dark light shot out from the mountain and swept towards Xue Feng. Xue Feng was shocked and immediately threw out a few punches to block the black light. A tree root, no, a vine. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He realized that the thing that attacked Xue Feng was a vine. Who dares to stop me? You're courting death. Xue Feng roared as he punched out with both fists, wanting to crush everything. At this moment, Lu Ming had already exchanged more than a dozen moves with the Cold Blood Hall people. There were more than a dozen people surrounding Lu Ming. There were a few powerful experts. Buzz. Buzz. Blood light filled the air as the experts of Cold Blood Hall activated their bloodlines. 3 of them had 5th-level divine level bloodlines, and their cultivation was at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. They were the most powerful and had astonishing combat strength. These 3 were the main forces to fight against Lu Ming. Some of the others had 4th or 3rd level divine level bloodlines, and their cultivation levels were in the 2nd or 3rd tier of the spiritual god realm. They were the elites of Cold Blood Hall and had strong combat strength, but Lu Ming could handle them easily. They were mainly 3 experts with divine level rank 5 bloodlines. A 5th level divine level expert was already very talented and had powerful combat strength. In addition, his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. When the 3 of them joined forces, their combat strength was naturally astonishing. Chapter 1069. 1069 Bloodthirsty Vine. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming was really angry. A drop of blood appeared on top of his head. It was the 3rd bloodline. The 3rd bloodline emerged and a trace of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body suddenly burst out with a shocking killing intent. Lu Ming's jet black hair turned blood red in an instant. His eyes were like blood-red gemstones, filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Kill! Lu Ming's strength increased greatly after he borrowed a trace of the 3rd bloodline's energy. He struck out with his palm, and the saber in the hands of a 3rd-tier spiritual god expert with a 5th-level divine level bloodline was shattered. Lu Ming's palm struck him and his body immediately exploded. Buzz! Above his head, the 3rd bloodline twisted and turned into a blood-red sword in Lu Ming's hand. His killing intent grew stronger and enveloped the dozen Cold Blood Hall experts. They shivered from head to toe. Whoosh! With a flash of blood-red light, the blood-red sword slashed out, cutting through the void. 4 to 5 spiritual god realm experts were cut into 2 by the sword and died one after another, including an expert in the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm who had awakened a 5th-level divine bloodline. Ah! The rest of the people screamed in fear and retreated frantically, distancing themselves from Lu Ming. Why would I? Not far away, Xue Feng, Xue Luozi, and the others widened their eyes in shock. How could Lu Ming be so terrifying? His combat strength was too shocking. Lu Ming could even kill a 3rd-level spiritual god realm expert in seconds. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were cold and his killing intent was like a tide. He held the combat sword and charged at the other Cold Blood Hall members like a god of death. He waved his sword and a few more heads flew up. Swallow! Then, he clenched his left palm and the devouring power burst out, trying to devour the blood essence and vital essence of the Cold Blood Hall experts. This was because he discovered that there was a powerful force in the mountain that was also devouring the blood of the Cold Blood Hall members. Lu Ming was a step too late and only devoured a small amount. Most of the blood was devoured by the mountain. What's going on? Before Lu Ming could react, banging sounds could be heard from the mountain. The tree root-like protrusions that were spread on the mountain actually moved. The rocks exploded and turned into vines that whipped toward Lu Ming and the rest. Shrill screams were heard. Some Cold Blood Hall members were pierced by the vines and shriveled at a visible speed. The vines wriggled like straws, absorbing the blood. Bloodthirsty vine. This is the legendary bloodthirsty vine. Some Cold Blood Hall disciples exclaimed. It's actually the bloodthirsty vine. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It turned out that the protrusion on the mountain was the bloodthirsty vine's vine. It was probably because too much time had passed that the vine was covered with a layer of soil. The soil had turned into rocks, so everyone thought that it was rock at first. But it was the bloodthirsty vine. The bloodthirsty vine was a terrifying creature. It had appeared in ancient times and was almost extinct in recent times. Every time the bloodthirsty vine appeared, it would cause a catastrophe and bring about a bloody storm. This was because the bloodthirsty vine could constantly devour fresh blood. As long as it devoured fresh blood, the bloodthirsty vine's strength would continue to evil-avere. It was truly terrifying. Many Cold Blood Hall disciples turned pale with fear. Whoosh! Whoosh! Some of the vines were even thicker than humans and were incomparably huge as they charged towards the crowd. Cold Blood Hall disciples were constantly killed and their blood was sucked dry. Among them, Xue Feng suffered the most attacks. Several thick vines surrounded him because his qi and blood were the most concentrated. Damn it. A blood leopard with 7 golden chakras appeared above Xue Feng's head. Xue Feng had a 7th level divine level bloodline. He had transformed into a blood leopard and had astonishing battle prowess. The blood leopard's claws slashed out, and several spatial cracks appeared in the space, tearing apart a blood-colored vine. The other bloodthirsty vines were also severely injured. Lu Ming was also attacked by 2 vines. The blood-red sword gleam slashed and one of the vines was cut off. This bloodthirsty vine has just woken up and its combat strength is not strong. Let's join forces and kill it. Xue Feng shouted. Kill! All the Cold Blood Hall experts who had awakened their divine bloodlines activated their bloodlines and attacked the blood-red vines together. Boom! Boom! The energy shot out and the rumbling continued. The blood-red vines were blown apart and broken one by one. Some of the energy landed on the mountain, causing it to explode and rocks to fly everywhere. When the rocks on the mountain exploded, everyone was shocked to find that there were hairs under the rocks. Inside were bodies of flesh and blood. Those are demonic beasts. This time, everyone was clear in their hearts. This tiger-shaped mountain wasn't a huge mountain. It was clearly a huge demonic beast in the shape of a tiger. From the looks of it, the tiger-shaped demonic beast and the bloodthirsty vine had a great battle, and in the end, both sides were injured. The tiger-shaped demonic beast was killed and fell into this group of palaces, while the bloodthirsty vine was also seriously injured and dying. It wrapped itself around the tiger-shaped demonic beast. After a long time, it had covered its body with a layer of rocks, looking like a mountain. But now, stimulated by the fresh blood, the bloodthirsty vine woke up again. Hurry up and get the jade talisman, then leave this place. Xue Feng roared. This was a bloodthirsty vine that had lived for an unknown amount of time. It had been sealed for such a long time, yet it could still wake up. It was too shocking and made people's hearts tremble. Xue Feng had a bad premonition and didn't dare to stay any longer. He wanted to take the jade talisman and leave this place as soon as possible. Squeak. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Boom! The mountain trembled, and at the highest point of the mountain, a huge protrusion shook and rocks exploded. That was the main body of the bloodthirsty vine. The bloodthirsty vine was about to awaken completely. Just now, it was only the vines that had moved. Just like an octopus, it had only moved its tentacles earlier, but now its main body was about to wake up. Xue Feng transformed into a blood leopard and pounced forward, blocking many of the vines. The other Cold Blood Hall disciples rushed toward the jade talisman. Whoosh! Lu Ming swung his sword and cut off a vine. He then used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and charged toward the jade talisman. Die! The blood sword slashed, and a terrifying blood-red sword mark cut through the sky, cutting more than a dozen Cold Blood Hall experts in half. Little thief, I will kill you. Xue Feng roared. His eyes were bloodshot. So many experts had been killed by Lu Ming. He wanted to vomit blood. Unfortunately, he was blocking a pile of vines alone and couldn't get away at all. Cold Blood Hall will be the ones to die today. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly and charged forward, killing a few more people. That damned Lu Shaoqing. In front of him, Xue Luozi was terrified. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward the jade talisman. He was only a few dozen meters away from the jade talisman. But at this moment, a few vines rushed out from the ground and whipped towards him. Damn it! He roared angrily, but he was blocked. Bang! Bang! The rocks exploded, and more vines appeared around the jade talisman, blocking all the Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming, leave the jade talisman to me. Dandan spread rumors to Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and threw her in the direction of the jade talisman. He stared at Blood Luozi. He took a step forward and charged at Shui Luozi. Chapter 1070. 1070 Peak First Level Spiritual God Realm. Damn it, stop him. Shocked, Blood Luozi quickly retreated and hid behind the other Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming dashed forward and swept his sword across. Cold Blood Hall experts were killed one by one. Of course, not all of them were in the spiritual God realm. Many of them were in the spirit embryo realm. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of Blood Luo. No. Blood Luozi screamed and tried to escape, but Lu Ming's sword cut him in half. What? The next moment, Lu Ming frowned. He saw a ball of white light wrap around Blood Luozi's body and fly into the sky. The next moment, Blood Luozi's body regrouped. He was not dead, but his eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Shaoqing, Cold Blood Hall will not let you off. With a loud roar, Shui Luozi disappeared in a flash of white light. Life Talisman. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard that the most powerful geniuses of the major forces had the life talisman of the Saint Mansion. Even if they died, they could be resurrected outside. It seemed to be true. Amazing! Lu Ming sighed. This kind of life talisman was integrated with the heaven and earth rules of this secret realm. It was mysterious and unpredictable. As long as one wore the life talisman, one could not be killed. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. However, the others from Cold Blood Hall did not have this kind of treatment. If they died, they would really die. At this time, Dandan rushed toward the jade talisman, and at least a dozen vines whipped at him. Dandan stepped in the void, and an inscription formation appeared. Its body actually flashed in the air, avoiding the vines, and rushed past, appearing in front of the jade talisman. He grabbed the jade talisman with one claw and stuffed it into his mouth. "Let's go, we got it!" Dandan shouted and ran forward. At this time, an ear-piercing sound resounded through the world. In the sky above the mountain, the rocks exploded. The main body of the bloodthirsty vine had completely awakened and let out a furious roar. It was a lump-like object, like a root, with countless vines extending out from it. Countless vines danced wildly and whistled through the air. In an instant, dozens of Cold Blood Hall disciples in the spirit embryo realm were killed by the vines and their blood was all devoured. After devouring the fresh blood, the bloodthirsty vine's aura became stronger and more terrifying. "Go, quickly go!" That Shui Feng roared. He waved his claws and broke several vines before running forward. The remaining Cold Blood Hall disciples also fled for their lives. Dandan was extremely agile, and its inscriptions glowed. The vines actually couldn't catch it. Lu Ming stepped on the air and flew in the direction of Dandan. "Buzz!" Dandan leaped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted, "Go! Quickly go!" It was because the bloodthirsty vine had its eyes on them and was chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and his speed was shockingly fast. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared into the distance. In all directions, the people from the small forces and the remaining Cold Blood Hall experts took the opportunity to escape. After running for tens of thousands of miles, the Cold Blood Hall people rushed out of the light shield. Without the light barrier suppression, their speed skyrocketed. They turned into streaks of blood light and disappeared from this place. They only stopped after they had traveled a few 100,000 miles. Then they all looked at each other. "Lu Shaoqing, you deserve to die." Shui Feng almost vomited blood as he roared with red eyes. Tragic, too tragic. Cold Blood Hall had sent in hundreds of people, but at this time, there were less than 100 people left. At least 200 people had died. Most of them were spirit embryo realm martial artists, but there were also quite a few who were strong practitioners of the spiritual god realm. The most important thing was that the 10 strongest people of the young generation of Cold Blood Hall were almost all dead. Only 2 people were left, and there were only 3 people left. including Master Xue Luo, who was still alive because of the life talisman. It was really too tragic. The losses were incomparably heavy. Among them, Lu Ming had killed more than 10 spiritual god experts. There were not many spiritual god experts even in the Overlord forces. Lu Ming had killed more than half of Cold Blood Hall's previous talents. Lu Shaoqing, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. Xue Feng roared, his voice spreading out for hundreds of miles. Lu Ming sprinted madly. After tens of thousands of miles, he had also rushed out of the light shield's range. His speed increased greatly, but the bloodthirsty vine was chasing after him. Lu Ming used all his strength and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before he managed to shake off the bloodthirsty vine. This guy is really hard to deal with. After finding a secret place, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. He heaved a long sigh and then began to refine the blood essence energy that he had devoured. Xianxia Academy, outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. Suddenly the space trembled. With a flash of light, Xue Luozi's body appeared. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Xue Luozi. Xue Luozi was dead. Everyone knew that he had died in the battle because of the life talisman. This was the first heaven's favorite to die in battle with a life talisman. Blood Luozi, what's going on? An elder from Cold Blood Hall asked. He was a supreme of Cold Blood Hall. The others also looked at Blood Luozi. They were very curious about what had happened inside. Blood Luozi had actually died in battle. Lu Shaoqing, it's Lu Shaoqing. Xue Luozi roared viciously and explained the situation briefly. What? It's that trash. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Many people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's passing of the Tianshu cave had attracted many people's attention. However, during the screening later on, Lu Ming's results were too poor. Many people thought that Lu Ming was a weakling who had passed the Tianshu cave by luck. However, after hearing what Master Xue Luo said, many people felt a lingering fear. This wasn't a battle trash. He was clearly a god of killing, a Shura. That guy is just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That's right. He's too despicable. He must have hidden his strength before. Lu Shaoqing, I've heard of him. He appeared in the city of Dan before. That time, he defeated Blood Luozi. He's a heaven's favorite who suddenly appeared. Cold Blood Hall has suffered a great loss this time. They actually chose a god of killing to go in with them. Many people were discussing loudly. Some overlords, such as the Sky Eagle Castle and the Floating Mountain, were not afraid of Cold Blood Hall at all. They looked at Cold Blood Hall with ridicule. The Cold Blood Hall members were so angry that their lungs hurt and they had the urge to vomit blood. Especially Xue Luozi, who was so angry that his stomach hurt. He was the one who had chosen Lu Ming to enter. Lu Ming had not given him the quota for the marrow cleansing pool and had even mocked him. He had planned to make Lu Ming regret it in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He had never expected to bring a god of death in. If it were not for Lu Ming, they would not have been so miserable even if they had to face the bloodthirsty vine. He was completely to blame. I hope Xue Feng can kill that bastard. The Cold Blood Hall members gritted their teeth, hoping that Xue Feng could kill Lu Ming. In the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Lu Ming was refining the blood essence with all his might. A few hours later, the energy of the blood essence had been completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly, reaching the peak of the first level of the spiritual god realm in one go. However, his bloodline did not improve. Now that Lu Ming's two types of blood vessels were at divine level 7, it was very, very difficult to improve them. He needed a huge amount of blood essence. It's a pity that a large portion of the blood essence was devoured by the bloodthirsty vine. Otherwise, if I were to devour all the energy of so many experts, it would be enough for me to break through to the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. It's still not safe here. The bloodthirsty vine is an ancient evil creature. Once it's born, it'll go crazy and kill people. Its strength will skyrocket. I'd better stay away from it first. After exiting the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming flew into the distance. Lu Ming only slowed down after flying for more than 1,000,000 miles. Chapter 1071. 1071 Chapter 1071 The place where the strong are in seclusion. Lu Ming only stopped here. The distance was far enough and the bloodthirsty vine should not be able to catch up. Dandan, what kind of treasure is that jade talisman? Lu Ming asked Dandan. He was very curious. Take it and see for yourself. She opened her mouth and the jade talisman flew out. Lu Ming reached out and took it. Dandan didn't have much interest in things that weren't spiritual medicine. Dandan, your strength has improved a lot recently. Lu Ming said. Previously, Dandan was able to snatch the jade talisman from the bloodthirsty vine and escape with ease, displaying her powerful abilities. Lu Ming was very curious. Of course, that's why I asked you to give me more spirit herbs. Also, the last time you went through a tribulation, I swallowed some thunder tribulation. That thing was very nourishing and helped me recover a lot. Dandan said with a smug look. The heavenly tribulation is a great supplement. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really mysterious. Back then, when the thunder cauldron was going through its tribulation, this guy swallowed the heavenly tribulation in one gulp. At that time, it was still an egg. How is it? Have you been subdued by my divine might? In the future, follow this Lord well and serve him well. You'll have a good life. Dandan was smug and had already started to feel smug. Go in. Lu Ming immediately grabbed Dandan and stuffed him into the mountain and river diagram. Then, he looked at the jade talisman in his hand and scanned it with his spiritual sense. After breaking through to the spiritual god realm and forming a spiritual god, one would be able to form spiritual consciousness, which was more effective than the eyes and could sense everything. The next moment, Lu Ming's face lit up. The 9 seals of the Gate of God is a sealing art, a powerful secret art. Lu Ming mumbled to himself and studied it carefully. The more he studied it, the more surprised he was. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. After a martial artist cultivated it, he would be able to form a sealing gate that could seal his opponents. When he cultivated it to a high level, he would be able to seal the heavens, the earth, people, and everything. It was extremely terrifying. Amazing, too amazing. The more he comprehended, the more amazed Lu Ming was. He discovered the formidability of the 9 seals of the Gate of God. This was a terrifying secret technique. It was left behind by an emperor in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion countless years ago. It had been lost in the outside world for countless years. Lu Ming simply found a hidden place and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree and studied it carefully. Now, the path understanding ancient tree had grown 3 leaves, and it was even more extraordinary. It was surrounded by the aura of the great path, and people could enter a state of emptiness if they sat on the side. Lu Ming was fully focused on understanding the 9 seals of the Gate of God. Slowly, a mysterious light emanated from his body. As time passed, the light began to condense and turned into a door of light. It was like a gate of God that led to an eternal unknown place. Time flew by and 3 days passed. Buzz. Buzz. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's hands formed a seal at top speed. A door of light condensed and flew toward Dandan in front of him. The door of light glowed and enveloped Dandan in an instant. What are you doing, Nest? Dandan's 4 limbs danced wildly as if she was suppressed. It was not until Dandan's entire body glowed and inscribed all kinds of formations that she managed to escape. The effect is not bad. Lu Ming smiled. Even the vampiric vine could not stop Dandan. Her escaping skills were unfathomable and she was slippery. However, even Dandan was suppressed by the sealing door for a while due to her carelessness. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the power of the sealing door. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be sealed by the sealing door. In a battle between experts, Even if one was sealed for a moment, life and death could be decided. Moreover, the power of the sealing door would increase as Lu Ming's cultivation level increased. It could be one of Lu Ming's killing weapons. In particular, Lu Ming had just started cultivating and could only cultivate one sealing door. The 9 seals of the Gate of God could be cultivated to the highest level and 9 sealing doors could be cultivated. That would be truly terrifying. Every time he cultivated an additional sealing door, his power would increase by several times. We've already wasted 3 days. We can't waste any more time. It's rare to enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. We can't waste it. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Dandan also climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and looked around to see if there were any spiritual herbs. Roar! A giant wolf appeared on a mountain in front of them. It was as big as a mountain and its body was essilivere white. It howled at the sky and the entire mountain range shook violently. So strong. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He concealed his aura and landed on a mountain range below to observe from afar. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, the mountain range beneath Lu Ming's feet moved. It shook violently before it rose into the air and flew toward the giant wolf. Nest. It was only then that Lu Ming realized that what he was standing on was not a mountain range but a giant snake. The giant snake was as large as a mountain. Its body was covered with soil, rocks, and trees. It lay there unmoving, like a mountain range. The Titan snake? No, even if it's not a pure-blooded Titan snake, it's almost there. Lu Ming wailed and quickly flew to the side. Fortunately, the giant snake only had eyes for the giant Silivir wolf and did not pay any attention to Lu Ming. Oh! The giant Silivir wolf roared and stomped its feet. The mountain under it exploded and its huge body pounced toward the giant snake. The two behemoths fought each other. For a time, the world shook and the mountains kept shattering. What a powerful beast! It's definitely not from the outside world. It's a powerful beast that grew up in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming stayed far away and did not dare to approach. These two beasts were definitely at the advanced spiritual god realm. They were extremely terrifying. This secret realm is very dangerous. I encountered the bloodthirsty vine before, and now I've encountered 2 powerful fierce beasts. I have to be more careful in the future. Lu Ming concealed his aura and flew carefully. Not long after, he saw a few saber marks on a cliff. After studying them carefully, he realized that they were left by peerless powerhouses. If a saber practitioner were to study them carefully, he would definitely gain something. It's rumored that 30,000 years ago, a supreme expert came here to cultivate. This blade mark is probably left behind by a supreme expert who had comprehended something while he was cultivating. Lu Ming made a guess. If that was the case, there would definitely be a lot of such traces in the secret realm. If he were to encounter something suitable, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Lu Ming did not stay there for long. He did not practice swordsmanship and the marks did not match him. Along the way, they discovered many spiritual herbs. Lu Ming only kept a few and gave the rest to Dandan. There's someone in front. A day later, Lu Ming saw a figure flying past in front of him. They were not from Cold Blood Hall, but from other forces. There were 9 light pillars when one entered the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, which led to 9 different areas. However, these 9 areas were all connected and were all in the same secret realm. The major forces began to enter separately in order to avoid disputes as soon as they entered. However, as time passed, the people from the 9 regions would definitely meet. Lu Ming guessed that he had already arrived at the other areas. Lu Ming flew forward and saw many people gathered under a stone wall, observing and comprehending in detail. Lu Ming stepped forward and noticed that there were strange patterns on the stone wall. Upon closer inspection, there was a mysterious aura flowing. It was obvious that this was also a place where the most powerful person cultivated. Chapter 1072. 1072 Chapter 1072 Wuxia. Lu Ming carefully thought about it and realized that it was not of much use to him. He was about to leave. Get lost. Suddenly, a loud roar could be heard. In the sky, a young man in white with a long sword on his back stepped through the air. A terrifying sword power emanated from his body, pressing down on everyone. Wuxia. Wuxia of the Heavenly Martial Sword School. Many people's expressions changed. The Heavenly Martial Sword sect was extremely prosperous. It was one of the top forces in the central continent, and few forces could compare to it. In this generation, the Heavenly Martial Sword School also produced many Heaven's favorites. There were two second-grade Heaven's favorites, Wu Qingkong and Wuxia. Wu Qingkong was the top talent of the Tianwu sword sect, while Wuxia was the second. Don't look at how he was ranked second. His strength wasn't any weaker than Yin Bupo, Junyu, and the others. With two Heaven's favorites in one generation, the Heavenly Martial Sword sect's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Get lost. I want this place. Wuxia stood high above and looked down. Many people gritted their teeth. This place was huge. Wuxia could clearly choose a place to comprehend, but he wanted to chase others away. However, he didn't dare to voice his anger and could only leave. Many people were just in the middle of comprehending and had no choice but to stop and leave. You're still not leaving? Wuxia looked at Lu Ming, his eyes sharp like lightning. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He glanced at Wuxia and walked away. This place was of no use to him. He had planned to leave anyway, so there was no need to fight with Wuxia. The Heavenly Martial Sword School is really overbearing. Keep it down. The Heavenly Sword sect has sent many powerful cultivators here. The top cultivator of the previous generation is here too. He's not as talented as Wuxia and Wu Qingkong, but he's been cultivating for more than 10 years. He's very powerful. We'd better not offend him. Some people discussed in low voices and left the place. Lu Ming headed north and soon reappeared 10,000 miles away. Ga! A cry resounded through the sky as a giant eagle flew across the sky. What a powerful aura! This was also a terrifyingly powerful bird of prey, the overlord of this secret realm. The giant eagle flew to a cliff in front of them and landed. Lu Ming then realized that there was a nest on the cliff. That's... From afar, Lu Ming noticed that there was a strange aura on the cliff. There were vague traces on it that seemed to be a human figure. There are traces left behind by an omnipotent expert. I wonder if it'll be of any use to me. Lu Ming carefully approached the giant eagle's nest and waited patiently. This wait lasted for an entire day. The next day, the giant eagle let out a long cry, spread its wings, and flew away from its nest. The giant eagle was far away. Lu Ming rushed to the bottom of the cliff to take a closer look. There was a figure carved on the cliff wall, and this figure seemed to be launching an attack. Boom! Boom! He took a closer look and saw that the figure seemed to be moving. A terrifying killing intent burst out and enveloped Lu Ming. Kill! With a loud shout, the figure's palm struck towards Lu Ming. A terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body turned cold, and he could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. The other party's palm directly landed on his body. Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated backward, only to realize that everything was an illusion. Amazing! Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He was a little shocked but also a little excited. This was a martial technique that was extremely powerful and contained killing intent. It could even affect one's mind. Lu Ming's third blood meridian was able to make use of the powerful slaughter concept. This martial art technique was very useful to Lu Ming. I'll try to comprehend it here and see if I can comprehend this battle technique, Zhang Xian said. Lu Ming stepped forward and took a closer look. Lu Ming guarded his heart tightly and nothing moved. Buzz! This time, it wasn't a palm strike. A sword appeared in the figure's hand and he slashed out. Lu Ming did not move and let the sword cut through him. Sure enough, the combat sword was like a phantom. After a slash, it performed the next move. This time, it turned into a saber. Buzz. Whoosh. This figure moved unhindered, displaying all sorts of attacks. The weapon in his hand was also unpredictable. What an amazing martial skill! Lu Ming looked at it for a while and finally figured out something. This kind of martial technique didn't have a fixed form, or rather, the form was only on the surface. The main point was the intent. After understanding the intent of this martial technique, any weapon would be able to exert great power. This was a killing style, specially created for killing people, and its power was extremely strong. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air, comprehending and studying in detail. In the evening, a screech resounded through the sky. The giant eagle had returned. Lu Ming left the place and sat cross-legged not far away to continue his comprehension. The next day, after the giant eagle left, Lu Ming returned to the cliff to continue his comprehension. Brat, get lost. Suddenly, a loud roar interrupted Lu Ming's comprehension. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He turned to look. Wucong, this person again. Now he had his eyes on this cliff. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Wucong was stunned. He did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to tell him to scram. Then, Wucong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Kid, do you know who you're talking to? If you say the wrong thing, you'll have to pay with your life. Get lost. Lu Ming's voice turned colder as he said the second word. You're looking for death. That. Wucong shouted coldly. His sword chi surged and he slashed out his palm. A terrifying sword radiance slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually waved his hand and sent the sword gleam flying. He then stood up and walked toward Wucong. You have some ability, but you're wrong to be arrogant in front of me. Wucong shouted as he unsheathed his sword. Whoosh! The combat sword cut through the void, leaving a horrifying crack in the space. Roar, roar, roar! A dragon's roar resounded from within Lu Ming's body. His dragon power burst forth, and a purple light emanated from Lu Ming's body. With a palm strike, Wucong's sword chi was destroyed. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move toward Wucong. Phew! Wucong was shocked. He found it unbelievable. Lu Ming's combat strength was far beyond his imagination. Where did this expert come from? Wucong didn't have time to think. He quickly retreated, and a battle sword bloodline appeared above his head. It was a divine level 8th bloodline. He performed the blood fusion and transformed into a combat sword. He slashed out a shocking sword radiance in an attempt to cut Lu Ming in half. Clang! Lu Ming clenched his fists and activated the prison's suppressing heaven technique, striking the sword with a terrifying force. The combat sword trembled crazily and almost fell apart, flying far away. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The combat sword shook violently and was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, cutting 2 mountains in half. Run, run! Wucong was terrified. He controlled his sword and turned to run. Lu Ming stepped into the air and gave chase. Wucong transformed into a sword beam and was extremely fast. He flew hundreds of miles in an instant. However, Lu Ming was even faster. He approached at an extreme speed and Wucong was almost scared out of his wits. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. If you dare to attack me again, you'll be making an enemy out of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Wucong was afraid. He brought up the Tianwu sword sect in hopes of subduing Lu Ming. Chapter 1073. 1073 5 Killing Styles. Lu Ming sneered and continued to step forward, clenching his fist and punching. Without a doubt, Lu Xing had exploded with 7 rays of dragon energy, activated the prison's suppressing heavenly art, and combined with the 5-colored will, the power was terrifying. Clang! Another punch landed on the sword. This time, Wucong couldn't block it anymore. The sword exploded, revealing his true body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and ran away frantically. Heavens, who is that? It seems to be Wuxia. Yes, it's him. He's actually fleeing and being hunted down. Who's so powerful? Can you chase after Wuxia? Isn't that the loser? He's the one who's chasing after Wuxia. He's so terrifying. He just destroyed Wuxia's bloodline fusion with one punch. What trash. He's clearly a rare heaven's favorite with unparalleled combat strength. No wonder he could pass the Tiangang cave. Not far away, 5 or 6 people were passing by. When they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Wuxia did not know Lu Ming because Wuxia was not there when they went to the Tianshu cave. He only arrived after the secret book of the Saint Mansion was opened. However, the few people who passed by recognized Lu Ming. Back then, they had thought that Lu Ming had passed the Tianshu cave by luck. Now, they were really shocked and thought that they were dreaming. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps at an astonishing speed. He caught up with Wuxia in a few moments and threw another punch. Don't! Wuxia roared and tried his best to resist, but half of his body was still broken by the punch. Bang! Then, Lu Ming stomped his foot down. Wuxia screamed in pain and was torn into pieces. Another second-grade heaven's favorite was killed. However, just like Shui Luozi, after Wuxia was killed, another white light enveloped him. Not far away, his body actually condensed again. He looked at Lu Ming with hatred, then trembled and disappeared without a trace. Another destiny talisman. Lu Ming frowned. These second-class geniuses all had the potential to become emperors. The major forces valued them and paid a high price to buy destiny talismans from Xianxia Academy. Almost every second-grade heaven's favorite had a piece. A second-grade heaven's favorite was too important. He had the chance to become an emperor. An emperor could make a force an overlord force and prosper for 10 to 20,000 years. His role was simply too great. He was many times more important than a supreme being. Those overlord forces hoped that they would have a successor. If there was no successor, there would be no new emperor in the future generations, and an overlord force would quickly weaken, such as Medicine King's Valley and the Talisman sect. In the history of the Divine Wilderness continent, there were countless overlord factions. However, how many of them could continue to prosper and pass down their legacy? Very few. Many of the overlord forces had been weakened because there were no emperors among the latecomers. One could imagine how much the overlord forces valued second-grade geniuses. In the distance, those people gasped and broke out in cold sweat. Lu Ming was too ruthless. He killed a second-grade heaven's favorite just like that. Fortunately, he had the destiny talisman. Otherwise, the Heaven Martial Sword School would have gone crazy. Lu Ming swept a glance at the few of them and ignored them. He returned to the edge of the cliff and continued to comprehend the killing move. Tianxia Academy was still surrounded by people outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. High up in the sky, the various supreme martial artists were sitting cross-legged, waiting silently. Buzz! Suddenly, a white light flashed and Wuxia's figure appeared. Everyone's eyes looked over in unison. Wuxia, it's Wuxia. He's been killed. What kind of danger did he encounter? It seems that the secret realm is really dangerous. I wonder how many of those who didn't have life talismans died? Danger is accompanied by opportunity. If there's something to gain, it's worth it. Many people looked at Wuxia and discussed among themselves. Wuxia, what's going on? A supreme martial artist from the Tianwu Sword School asked. Wuxia didn't dare to not answer the supreme martial artist's question, so he immediately began to explain. A dark-skinned young man with a simple and honest appearance but extremely cunning. Wuxia did not know what Lu Ming's name was, so he described his appearance. What? Wasn't this the same face as Lu Shaoqing? He again. He's really a god of death. First, he killed many experts from Cold Blood Hall, then Blood Luo, and now he killed Wuxia. He's really terrifying. He killed so many heaven's favorites. His combat strength is so shocking. I'm afraid he's at the top even among the second-grade heaven's favorites. Many people exclaimed. Cold Blood Hall's people looked gloomy, and Blood Luo Zi gritted his teeth. If you guys are discussing, then go ahead. Why did you have to involunteer them? On the cliff in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Lu Ming was studying carefully. Every time the giant eagle returned, he would leave. The next day, when the giant eagle went out to look for food, he would go and comprehend. For 5 consecutive days, he had gained a lot. The mark was not complete. It was only a kind of intent. Lu Ming comprehended 5 killing styles from this intent. Lu Ming named them the 5 killing styles. The 5 slaughter forms didn't have any specific moves. It was just a kind of slaughter concept's usage method. In other words, without slaughter concept, it was completely useless. However, when Lu Ming borrowed the power of the 3rd blood meridian, he could borrow the slaughter concept, and the 5 killing styles could come in handy. Previously, Lu Ming had only borrowed the power of the 3rd bloodline. With the 5 techniques of massacre, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. It's almost time. 5 days later, Lu Ming got up and left. This imprint was not complete, so even if he continued to comprehend it, he would not gain much. Lu Ming left the place and continued to look for opportunities. A day later, Lu Ming arrived at a lush mountain range. Nest, why have all the spirit herbs on the way been dug up? Which bastard did this? Dandan ran around like a gust of wind, cursing and swearing. The spiritual qi in this mountain range was very dense. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Along the way, they found dozens of pits, all left behind by the spiritual herbs that had been dug out. According to Dandan's speculation, they were all left behind by level 8 spirit herbs. His anger had obviously been taken by someone else. They dug too thoroughly. Not a single hair was left. Dandan sighed. Lu Ming was also speechless. They had changed a few positions in this forest, and it was the same. There's someone in front. Suddenly, Dandan widened her eyes and climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming concealed his aura and moved forward carefully. In front of him, a figure in white clothes was walking in the air and flashing in the forest. He looked very young from the back, but he was bald and had a round and smooth head. His movement technique was extremely fast, like a gust of wind. In a moment, he appeared in front of a spiritual herb. I have rice hair, good, good. The bald man groaned and then waved his sleeve. The spiritual herb left the ground and was collected by him. Could he be a saint monk from the Western Desert? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Legend had it that the Western Desert was different from other places. They cultivated the Dharma, and the entire Western Desert was mainly focused on the Dharma, with ancient temples everywhere. Looking at the bald man's clothes and the name of Buddha, he was clearly a holy monk of the Western Desert. After the holy monk put away the spirit herbs, he continued forward. Not long after, he came to a dark underground cave and observed it carefully. After a while, he retreated a few miles and took out a round plate. Then, a purple light beam shot up into the sky. Chapter 1074. 1074 Chapter 1074 Heartless Monk. In the hands of Western Desert's Saint Monk, a round plate emitted a purple light that shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was extremely shocking, and even from far away, it could be seen. After a long while, Western Desert's Saint Monk put away the disc and the light pillar disappeared. This was because there were many streaks of light flashing over from the distance. Someone had been attracted here. What is this guy trying to do? Lu Ming, who was hiding not far away, saw everything. The holy monk kept the disc and returned to the entrance of the dark cave. He shouted, "The treasure in this cave is mine." After shouting, his figure flashed and he quickly left the cave. Not long after, more than 10 streaks of light flew over, revealing more than 10 figures. The treasure is in the cave, kill. We can't let anyone else get there first. Get lost, it's mine. More than a dozen experts directly rushed into the cave. Roar. Inside the cave, the wild roars of ferocious beasts came out. The entire ground was shaking, and an intense battle was taking place in the cave. This guy is killing with a borrowed knife. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the holy monks of the Western Desert were all kind-hearted and would save all living beings? This guy was too unreliable. Could he be a fake? I have rice hair, Buddha is merciful. That guy chanted the name of Buddha again. His figure flashed, but he did not enter the cave. Instead, he went in another direction. This guy is very mysterious. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming quietly followed behind the Western Desert Saint Monk and came to a place dozens of miles away. There was a huge cave in this place. At this moment, Lu Ming heard a deafening roar coming from the cave, which gradually faded into the distance. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He finally understood what this guy's purpose was. This cave was connected to the cave tens of li away. Western Desert's guy had used the others in that cave to lure the beasts away, so he could easily enter from this cave and find the treasure. How was this a merciful Saint Monk? This was clearly an unscrupulous monk. The monk sneakily looked around. Lu Ming finally saw his face. She had a baby face, slightly chubby, and smooth skin that made women jealous. She was pink and tender, and she looked harmless. He looked around, chanted the name of Buddha, and rushed into the cave. This guy is really not a good person. On his shoulder, Dan looked at him with disdain. Lu Ming pursed his lips and thought, "You are similar to him. There must be some treasure in this cave. Let's go in and take a look." Lu Ming also rushed into the cave carefully. The cave was huge, and after a few thousand meters, it became even wider, like a huge underground cave. In front of them, there were still faint rumbles. It was obvious that the battle was extremely intense. Next, I saw a few pits. There must be spirit herbs growing there, but they were all dug out by that monk. What a pity! Dandan sighed. The two of them moved forward and found that the underground caves were crisscrossed, and the monk's figure had long disappeared. Lu Ming walked forward casually and suddenly stopped. A purple light attracted his attention. On one of the walls, a hazy purple light was emitted. It was hazy and beautiful. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and wiped off the rock on the surface. A purple crystal the size of a longan appeared. These are purple flame crystals. After the initial shock, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The purple flame crystal was a precious material that was extremely rare. It could be used to refine weapons and could also be used to refine pills. It was priceless. The most important thing was that the purple flame crystal was one of the most important main ingredients in refining the Nirvana elixir. It was a level 9 material. Lu Ming did not expect to encounter a purple flame crystal here. He immediately condensed his vital essence into a knife and dug out the surrounding rocks to dig out the purple flame crystal. It's so heavy. A purple flame crystal the size of a dragon's eye, yet it weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. It was truly shocking. I don't know if there are any more. After Lu Ming kept the purple flame crystal, he looked around carefully. It would be great if he could find a few more. Although the Nirvana elixir was not of much use to Lu Ming, it was very useful to others. For example, if Fatty Kong Jin had Nirvana pills, he could even raise his third bloodline to the 9th level of the divine level. His parents, his disciples, Xianxia, and Mulan would all be of great use to him in the future. If there was a chance, Lu Ming wanted to collect the materials and refine a few furnaces. After walking around for a while, Lu Ming indeed discovered something. A purple light was emitting from a wall. Just as Lu Ming was about to dig, a terrifying gust of wind attacked him. Lu Ming was shocked. He turned around and struck out a palm. Bang! A terrifying force gushed toward Lu Ming and he could not help but take a few steps back. What a tyrannical power! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Although he did not release his dragon energy just now, his vital essence was extremely robust. In addition to the 5 types of concepts and the prison suppressing heaven technique, He could kill an ordinary second-level spiritual god realm martial artist with a single palm strike. However, he was now forced to retreat. My hair! A Buddhist chant was heard and a harmless face appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the monk. He looked very young, in his 20s. He squinted his eyes and smiled. He put his hands together and said, "This benefactor, the fierce beast in this cave, was lured away by a monk's friend. It's not good for you to take advantage of it like this, right?" Even when he spoke, the monk was still smiling. Lu Ming and Dandan looked down on them. Those people were clearly tricked by the monk, but they became his friends in his mouth. How shameless! "Master, everyone who saw it has a share. I saw all of your methods just now. If word gets out, I'm afraid it won't be good for the reputation of Western Desert's Saint Monk." Lu Ming said with a smile. "My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful. I think you have misunderstood, benefactor. A monk should be merciful." The baby-faced monk chanted the name of Buddha. Roar! Tyrant hadn't finished his words when a loud roar was heard. A giant lizard with purple flames lunged at Tyrant. Buzz! Tyrant's body glowed with a golden light. He struck out a palm and a huge golden palm print landed on the purple lizard's body. With a loud bang, the lizard was smashed into pieces. Mercy? Lu Ming was tongue-tied. "My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful." The monk chanted the name of Buddha again and looked at Lu Ming. "Benefactor, this little monk has taken a fancy to this purple flame crystal. Why don't you give it to this little monk?" "So what if I don't?" Lu Ming said. "My hair is as white as rice, my Buddha." "Hair your head. I know you don't have hair." Lu Ming shouted and suddenly launched an attack. The dragon power in his body burst out, and his strength increased greatly. He threw a punch at the unscrupulous monk. Wuliang Monk's body shone brightly. The dazzling golden light spread out, making the unscrupulous monk look like the reincarnation of Buddha. He looked solemn. In addition, he had a harmless face. If Lu Ming had not secretly seen him before, he would really think that he was an eminent monk. Boom! The heartless monk struck out with his palm and the golden palm print collided with Lu Ming's fist. Chapter 1075. 1075 Dragon Carp, Battle with Wu Chengkong. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the force shot out in all directions. The underground cave emitted a terrifying vibration. The rock of this underground cave was extremely hard, probably because it had been inhabited by powerful fierce beasts all year round. If it was an ordinary cave, it would have exploded immediately. Even so, the entire underground cave was shaking violently. Bang! Bang! After the first move, Lu Ming's body trembled and he took a few steps back. He's so strong. This monk's strength is actually so terrifying? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. At this moment, he had already unleashed his dragon power, but he was still forced back by his opponent. The power of that golden palm print was astonishing, as if it could suppress everything. It was a direct counter to the prison's suppressing heavenly art. Lu Ming was shocked. The unscrupulous monk was also surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to take his palm without being injured. Roar! The shaking here attracted the attention of the beasts on the other side. They roared loudly. Clearly, some beasts were rushing over here. "I'm a little kid. Benefactor, you're very powerful. I'll give this purple flame crystal to you then. Goodbye." The monk chanted the name of Buddha and left with his sleeves fluttering. Western Desert is truly unfathomable. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The Western Desert had always been the territory of the Buddhist sect since ancient times. It had always been mysterious and extremely powerful. Many people said that out of the 5 territories of the divine wilderness continent, the Western Desert was only second to the central continent. Roar! The roar was like thunder, and the underground cave rumbled. Lu Ming did not think much and dug out the purple flame crystal. With a move of his body, he left the place. Following that, Lu Ming walked around the underground cave for a while but did not find the third piece of purple flame crystal. However, he encountered a few purple giant lizards that he killed. However, it was obvious that there was a nest of giant lizards in the underground cave, some of which were very powerful. Lu Ming did not stay for long. He walked around for a while, then left the cave and flew into the distance. Ooh! A strong wind blew and Lu Ming smiled. He was in a good mood after obtaining 2 purple flame crystals. Each of the 7 main ingredients required to refine the nirvana elixir was extremely precious and rarely appeared in the outside world. Now that he had obtained one, it could be considered an opportunity. Naturally, Lu Ming was in a good mood. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. In front of them, sword chi soared into the sky, inscriptions glittered, and the space was torn apart. There was an intense battle going on. Lu Ming flew at top speed. He cast the water concept and condensed a cloud of mist. He hid in the mist and watched. There were a total of 4 people in the great battle. Lu Ming was quite familiar with a few of them. They were Goddess Tan Xiang, Kong Xian from the Xianxia Academy, Wucheng Kong from the Tianwu Sword Sect, and a brawny man in his 40s. He was as strong as Wucheng Kong. The 4 of them were in a chaotic battle. However, it was obvious that Goddess Tan Xiang and Kong Xian were working together. They fought fiercely with Wucheng Kong and the brawny man. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there was a small lake below. The water was clear and there were 3 koi swimming around in the lake. These 3 carps were golden and there was light emitting from their bodies. They gathered and scattered at times, and when they gathered, they looked like a real dragon. Dragon carp, it's a dragon carp. Lu Ming was shocked. The dragon carp was also a supreme treasure. It was said to be the descendant of a true dragon. It had the true blood of a true dragon in its body and was used to refine pills. It was a rare treasure medicine and its value was even higher than the purple flame crystal. Coincidentally, the blood of the dragon carp was one of the 7 main ingredients to refine the nirvana elixir. You guys want to fight with me? You're looking for death. The dragon carp is mine. Wucheng Kong shouted, full of killing intent. Wucheng Kong, don't be too overbearing. There are 3 dragon carps. How about we each get one? Tan Xiang spoke. 1 rule per party. Do you have the qualifications? All 3 of them are mine. Wucheng Kong sneered. His sword chi whistled and cut the space. It was terrifying. The other brawny man didn't say anything. His entire body was emitting white light. He waved his palm, and a huge hand appeared, tearing the sky and the earth. This is the sky-splitting Great Palm Imprint. This person should be an expert from the Overlord Force, the Ji family. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Among the 3 parties, Wucheng Kong had amazing combat strength, and the strong man from the Ji family had a high cultivation and was not weak either. However, when Goddess Tan Xiang and Kong Xian joined forces, their combat strength was also very terrifying and not weaker than others. It was difficult to determine the winner in a battle between 3 parties. Lu Ming smiled. He suddenly used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and rushed toward the surface of the lake. In an instant, he appeared above the lake. He stretched out his hand and a huge hand made of vital essence appeared, grabbing at the 3 dragon carps. Who is it? You're looking for death. The people in the air were shocked, and Wucheng Kong roared. Just as the 3 dragon carps were about to land in Lu Ming's hands, their bodies glowed and transformed into a ray of light. In a flash, they escaped from Lu Ming's giant primordial chi hand. Lu Ming was shocked. Just as he was about to capture it with all his might, a terrifying sword chi appeared in the space and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to turn around and throw a punch. Bang! The sword chi was destroyed. Buzz. Whoosh. In a flash, Wucheng Kong, the brawny man from the Ji family, Goddess Tan Xiang, and Kong Xian appeared around Lu Ming. However, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they locked their auras on Lu Ming. Kid, it's you? Wucheng Kong was shocked when he saw Lu Ming clearly. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xen were also surprised. They recognized Lu Ming. Brat, to be able to block my sword, you must have some ability. You deliberately hid your strength before. Wu Chengkong looked at Lu Ming coldly and continued, however, since you dared to capture a dragon carp right under my nose, you must have reached the end of your life. The martial saint's secret realm is a place for those who see it. I saw a treasure, so of course I can help. Lu Ming pursed his lips slightly. If you make a move, you have to pay the price with your life. Wu Chengkong's killing intent exploded. He already had the intention to kill Lu Ming when Lu Ming refused to give him the quota for the marrow cleansing pool. Now, his killing intent was even more intense. Whoosh! Wu Chengkong swung his sword and a terrifying sword chi slashed at Lu Ming. It was even more powerful than before. Lu Ming was fearless. He activated the prison-destructive heavenly art, exploded with dragon power, and threw a punch. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled and the force surged. Water pillars rose from the lake below. The 3 dragon carps flickered and dodged the force. Bang! The sword chi dispersed, and Lu Ming broke it with a punch. He stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Just you? You're still lacking." Then he threw another punch. Lu Ming's fist seemed to contain the force of hundreds of millions of June. It was terrifying and shocking, causing the entire space to tremble. So strong. Wu Chengkong was extremely shocked. Genuine vitality surged in his body. The sound of swords rang out continuously as he slashed out shocking sword chi. However, it was useless. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. He punched out with his fist force, continuously destroying the sword chi and quickly approaching Wu Chengkong. On the side, Fairy Tan Xiang, Kong Xen, and the others were also extremely shocked. They had never expected that this young man, who was thought to have passed the Tianshu cave by luck, would have such a powerful combat strength. It was too terrifying. Why does this person's fighting style look so familiar? Fairy Tan Xiang said. I have the same feeling. Kong Xian said. Buzz. Suddenly, the strong man from the Ji family moved and pounced at the dragon carp below. Chapter 1076. 1076 Chapter 1076 Great Battle against Shuefeng. Don't even think about it. The Fairy Tan Xiang shouted. With a wave of her hand, a few pills flew out. The pills glowed and turned into weapons that attacked the Ji family's brawny man. At the same time, Kong Xen also attacked the burly man from the Ji family. The 3 of them started a great battle. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was brave and invincible. He stepped on the void and his fist strength was shocking. The air kept exploding. Wu Chengkong was forced to step back. He was at a complete disadvantage. In the end, he let out a long howl and used the fusion of blood and meridians to form a combat sword. The sword chi whistled as he fought Lu Ming. To be honest, Wu Chengkong was very powerful, much stronger than Blood Luozi. He was indeed one of the most powerful masters under the 5 magnates. He had the right to be proud. However, his cultivation was still at the first level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming had never been afraid of anyone at the same level. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive punches, the combat sword was sent flying, and it kept vibrating in the air. Damn it, who are you? Impossible! Wu Chengkong shouted in disbelief. He could not believe that a man who had appeared out of nowhere could have such terrifying combat power. Not far away, Kong Xian and the others were also shocked. Wu Chengkong was completely suppressed. It was too shocking. Who could do it except for the 5 magnates? Boom! 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 Right at this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded from afar, and a blood-red light flew over at extreme speed. Buzz! A burly figure appeared in the air. His eyes were like lightning, and the moment he saw Lu Ming, he burst out with a shocking killing intent. Lu Shaoqing Dai. The figure let out a furious roar and threw a punch. A blood-red fist radiance pierced through the void and headed towards Lu Ming. Blood seal. Lu Ming frowned. The figure was the previous top genius of Cold Blood Hall, Xue Feng. He did not expect to see him here. Lu Ming threw a backhanded punch and it collided with Xue Feng's fist radiance. His body trembled and he retreated continuously. Xue Feng was extremely powerful. He had a 7th level divine level bloodline and a cultivation base of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was truly terrifying. Xue Feng stepped forward, his aura violent. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xian were dumbfounded. Lu Shaoqing. Xue Feng had just called Lu Ming Lu Shaoqing. This dark-skinned young man was actually Lu Shaoqing. After exchanging a blow with the Ji family's brawny man, the two of them retreated far away and did not continue to attack. Xue Feng's arrival had made the situation even more complicated. "Brother Lu, it's you?" Fairy Tan Xiang said. "Fairy, how have you been?" Lu Ming smiled. He remained calm in the face of Xue Feng. "It's really you." Kong Xian was also shocked. At this time, Wu Qingkong retreated far away and watched. This brat has offended Xue Feng. He's really looking for death. Wu Qingkong sneered. "Kill!" Xue Feng roared as he stepped forward and threw a punch. The space was shattered by the blood-red fist radiance. It was extremely terrifying. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The third bloodline emerged, and a trace of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. In an instant, Lu Ming's body was filled with a terrifying killing intent, and his hair turned blood red. Then, the third bloodline turned into a combat sword. Lu Ming held it in his hand and slashed. A blood-red sword light flashed and split Xue Feng's fist in half. "Is that his bloodline? That's strange. Why is there no chakra?" On the side, Fairy Tan Xiang and the others were shocked. First, he was shocked that Lu Ming had finally unleashed the power of his blood meridian. His combat strength was indeed stronger, and he had not used his full strength earlier. Secondly, they were shocked. Lu Ming's blood meridian did not have a chakra. This was unheard of. Damn it, this guy shouldn't have a life talisman. I have to find a way to kill him. I'll wait for the opportunity to attack when he fights against Xue Feng. Wu Qingkong kept thinking. Xue Feng was shocked to see Lu Ming break his fist radiance with one sword move. The vital essence in his body circulated crazily, and his aura became more violent. Blood Leopard Divine Fist. Xue Feng's fists were like blood jade as he continuously punched out with a blood-red light. In the process of flying out, he transformed into a blood leopard and pounced at Lu Ming. This was a god-level martial technique that was incomparably powerful. 5 Slaughter Styles. Lu Ming activated the 5 Styles Massacre. His blood-red sword buzzed and a sword ray slashed out, scattering the blood leopards one by one. Slaughter Concept. Xue Feng was shocked. At the same time, he was even more determined to get rid of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. He was only at the 1st level of the spiritual god realm and could fight with him. The blood vessels appeared above his head. In the next moment, he transformed into a blood leopard and pounced at Lu Ming with a roar. Lu Ming was fearless. He held his sword and fought Xue Feng. Lu Ming's combat strength was unparalleled, and he was invincible among those of the same level. However, Xue Feng's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. He was much more powerful. Moreover, he had also comprehended a divine-level martial arts technique and was extremely powerful when he used the blood fusion. Lu Ming exchanged dozens of moves with it and slowly fell into a disadvantage. The difference in cultivation is too big. If I use the bloodline of the 9 dragons or the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, and with the power of the 3rd bloodline, I might be able to fight this man. Lu Ming's mind was racing. However, this result had already shocked everyone else present to the point of no return. I didn't expect Brother Lu's combat power to be so strong. It's amazing. Kong Xian's mouth was agape and tongue-tied. After a while, she managed to squeeze out such a sentence. He was also at the first level of the spiritual god realm. However, he realized that if he were to fight with Lu Ming now, he would be killed easily. On the other side, Wu Qingkong's sword was also shaking in fear. If Lu Ming had used such a power just now, he would not have been able to resist at all. He was too strong. That's right. Even the 5 magnates who are at the same level as him might not be as strong as him. Fairy Tan Xiang sighed. Seal. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming cast the 9 seals of the divine gate, forming a door of light. The light shone brightly and suppressed Xue Feng. For a moment, Xue Feng was actually frozen in place. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward and slashed at the blood leopard's head. Roar! The blood leopard roared angrily and a blood-red light exploded. With a bang, the light door was shattered at the critical moment. It continued to retreat, but it was still a step too slow. A piece of its scalp was cut off. Then, Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked the blood leopard's stomach, sending it flying. What a pity! Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. His cultivation was still not strong enough. The sealed door he had formed had been broken by Xue Feng's violent essential core. If Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger or he had cultivated 2 sealed doors, it would not be so easy to break Xue Feng's seal. The sealing door was not omnipotent. If one's cultivation level was too high, Lu Ming would naturally not be able to seal it. Even so, Xue Feng's body was already cold. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. He was almost killed by Lu Ming just now. What kind of secret technique is this? It's so terrifying. He was so shocked that he did not dare to step forward and fight Lu Ming. Kill! This time, it was Lu Ming's turn to take the initiative to kill. He stepped forward and charged at Xue Ban. Buzz! Another sealing door appeared. Xue Feng was frightened and quickly retreated, not daring to let the sealing door touch him. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.